Chapter 26. Town of New Windsor. By Dr. C. A. Gorse. Less than 3 centuries ago, to be accurate in 1609, Hendrik Hudson sailed up the beautiful river to which he gave his name, and anchored in the broad bay above the Highlands to trade with the aboriginal inhabitants, who then inhabited the primeval forests which lined its banks. It is probable that he and some portion of his crew were the first men who set foot upon the virgin soil of New Windsor. But it was not until more than half a century later, in 1685, that a company of Scotch and Irish emigrants to the number of 25 families, with their servants, under the leadership of Colonel Patrick McGregory, accompanied by his sons-in-law, David Foshack and Captain Evans, settled upon the extreme eastern extremity of the town, now known as Plum Point. An elevation of 118 feet above the river, and consisting of 80 acres at the mouth of the Moodna Creek. Here they erected a commodious cabin and established a trading post. This is the earliest recorded settlement in the county. Colonel McGregory was appointed muster general of the militia of the province, and after his death, in 1691, in an endeavor to suppress an insurrection by the Leicester party, his sons-in-law and their families continued to reside here until 1789. The patent which the colonel obtained to the land passed into the possession of his son, Patrick McGregory, Jr. The town is wedge-shaped, its sharp edge of about 5 miles in extent resting upon the river. There is but a small extent of comparatively level land along the riverbank upon which the village of New Windsor stands, back of which there rises a steep bluff with a surface of sand and gravel and a substratum of clay, which is used in the manufacture of an excellent quality of brick, which at the present time is the principal industry of the place. The township is bounded on the north by the city and town of Newburgh, from which it is separated by Quassack Creek, an outlet of Washington Lake, formerly known as Little Pond, also a portion of the town of Montgomery, on the west by the towns of Montgomery and Hamptonburg, on the south by Blooming Grove and Cornwall. From the latter town, it is separated by Moodna Creek, near its mouth. On the east, it is bounded by the Hudson River. The soil is of a sandy and gravelly nature, interspersed in some portions by rocks and large stones, of a diversified surface, being rolling and hilly. After leaving the river, the surface gradually ascends for a distance of 2 or 3 miles, interspersed with gentle elevations which have been utilized by retired businessmen of New York for sightly country residences, most of which command a magnificent view of the noble Hudson and the picturesque highlands in the distance. On the northern edge of the town rises Snake Hill, or more recently called Machado's Hill, an elevation of 600 feet above the river. It lies north and south and is almost perpendicular on its eastern extremity, but slopes gradually on the west, from which the surface is again rolling and adapted to agricultural purposes. At the distance of about 5 miles from the river, the town is crossed north and south by 2 ridges, rising in amphitheater form, from whose summit is obtained a most elegant view of the surrounding country. The highlands on the south, the Fishkill Mountains on the east, the Shawangunk Mountains on the north, and the Sugar Loaf and Shunnamunk Mountains on the west. Patents. The earliest recorded patent was issued to Patrick McGregory in 1685. Others were as follows: 1,000 acres to William Chambers and William Sutherland, September 2, 1709. 4,000 acres, in part, to Charles Huddy and Philip Brooks, February 20, 1709. This included subsequently a portion granted to Mary Ingoldsby and her daughter, Mary Pinkhorn, August 12, 1720. 4,000 acres to John Haskell of the dates of April 9, 1719, and April 24, 1721. 800 acres to Vincent Matthews, June 17, 1720. 1,000 acres to John Johnson, February 3, 1720. 1184 acres to James Henderson, February 12, 1722. 1,000 acres to Vincent Price, in part, July 21, 1721. 2,000 acres to Andrew Johnson, July 19, 1719. 1,000 acres to Louis Morris, July 21, 1721. 2,000 acres to Patrick Hume, November 29, 1721. 3,292 acres to Cornelius Lowe and Co. mainly, March 20, 1720. 1,000 acres to Richard Van Dam in part, June 30, 1720. 2,000 acres to Phineas Mackintosh, mainly, April 9, 1719, and some portions of the patent granted to Cadwallader Colden, April 9, 1719, some portions of which and the Low and Mackintosh patents were cut off in 1830, when the town of Hamptonburg was created. On the 7th of October, 1734, Dr. John Nicol of New York purchased of John Waldron, Cornelius Van Horn and James Livingston 7,500 acres. The Chamber and Sutherland patents were divided November 7, 1723 into 3 equal parts. Chambers occupying the northern part, Matthews the central part, and Sutherland the southern part. On the death of the latter in 1738, his portion passed to his 2 sons, William and John. On the death of William, without issue, John inherited and also obtained, in 1753, the water front from the village of New Windsor to Quasake Creek. He sold this to Nathaniel Smith of Kingston in 1738, together with a portion of the Ingoldsby patent, purchased by his father in 1726. Also a portion of the German patent, purchased by himself in 1742. Smith sold a portion to Robert Boyd, Jr., and another to George Clinton, upon which the latter erected a house in 1769, and resided here until elected governor in 1777, when he removed to Poughkeepsie. From him was purchased what is known as the Walsh Farm on the Quasake Creek, recently in the possession of his grandson, E.J. Dewitt Walsh. On this portion of the tract was Admiral William Chambers, Associate Judge John Chambers, 1751, Governor George Clinton, 1776, Captain Charles Ludlow. USN. The central portion held by Matthews was purchased by John Aslop, 1724, whose son John Aslop, Jr., was prominent in the Revolution and grandfather of Governor John Aslop King in 1749. He also sold that portion on which the village of New Windsor stands to the company called the Proprietors of New Windsor, September 9, 1749. Their names were Vincent Matthews, Ebenezer Seeley, Michael Jackson, Joseph Sackett, David Marvin, Evan Jones, and Branch Schuyler. The Sutherland's tract came into the possession of Thomas Ellison in May, 1723, who erected a stone mansion on the bluff overlooking the river, also a storehouse and dock on the river, and conducted a prosperous business for over a century. His mansion was the headquarters of General Washington from 1779, until he moved to the Hasbrouck House in Newburgh. He also purchased the Vincent Matthews patent, adjoining at Vales Gate in May, 1724, upon which his son, Thomas Ellison, Jr., erected in 1754 the stone mansion and a mill, which subsequently came into the possession of his son John, and is now known as General Knox Headquarters. The 4th patent was on the Ingoldsby patent in 1726 by John Gate, who sold to Thomas Ellison in 1736. He sold a portion to James Edmonston in 1727, upon which the latter erected a stone house in 1754, just west of Vales Gate, which figured conspicuously in the Revolution. Dr. John Nicol came into possession of a considerable tract, from 1 Peter Post in 1738, which extended from New Windsor Village to the base of Snake Hill. His great-grandson now resides upon a portion of it on the River Road. David Manville purchased the Mary Ingoldsby patent May 1, 1728, and sold to Samuel and Nathaniel Hazard, who erected a mill which is still standing. A patent was granted to Colonel John Haskell in 1719 of 2,000 acres and another 2,000 acres in 1721, upon which he settled in 1726. He erected a log cabin on what was known as the Dusenberry Farm, upon which the army erected the temple when encamped there. Other early settlers upon this tract were Evan Jones, Samuel Brewster, Elizabeth Stollard, Andrew Crawford, and Neil MacArthur. The first settler upon the Mackintosh patent was John Davis, July 5, 1726. Others about this time were Robert Boyd and the Dill families. Through his wife, Sarah Mackintosh, Nathan Smith came into possession of a considerable portion of this tract and erected thereon a grist mill, a fulling mill, and a store. The first settler upon the Andrew Johnson patent, upon which Little Britain now stands, was John Humphrey, 1724. Peter Mullender, 1729, also Mary McClaffrey, John Reed, Robert Burnett, in the same year, Charles Clinton, Alexander Denniston, John Young, Andrew McDowell, 1731. The Mailer family were here prior to 1730, who sold to Robert Carskedden. Among others who settled here with the Clintons were the Armstrongs, Beatty, Barclay, Brooks, Denniston, Davis, Dunlap, Fraser, Gordon, Gray, Hamilton, Little, Mitchell, McDowell, McClaffrey, Oliver, Nicholson, Thompson, Wilson, and Young, whose descendants are numerous in the county. The Low and Coast patent of 3,292 acres was granted to Peter Low, Garrett Schuyler, and John Schuyler, and was divided among them. The third portion of John Schuyler passed by will to his nephews, Brant and Samuel Schuyler. Brant Schuyler eventually becoming sole possessor. Low and Garrett Schuyler sold a considerable portion to Allen Jarrett. April 5, 1720, Low sold 600 acres to John Vance. September 1, 1734, and 200 acres to Jarvis Tompkins, May 22, 1738. Other settlers on this patent were John Slaughter, 1720, Thomas Shaw, 1729, William Miller, 200 acres, November 12, 1746, Charles Beatty, 200 acres of Brant Schuyler's, August 22, 1744, which he sold to James McClaffrey, July 14, 1749, the latter the colonel of the 3rd Regiment of Militia, who fought at the Highland forts in 1777. Beatty, the son of a sister of Charles Clinton, became a distinguished clergyman, some of whose descendants still reside at Salisbury Mills in this county. James Gambell and John Humphrey purchased of the Hume patent 300 acres, April 6, 1730, and divided it equally between them. Gambell sold to Patrick Byon, March 12, 1744, and Humphrey sold to Patrick McClaffrey, February 22, 1769. The remaining portion of this patent was sold by James Ludlow, a nephew of the patentee, to James Neely, Henry M. Neely, William Young, and Patrick McClaffrey. William Young sold to Samuel Sly 233 acres, and Gambell and Humphrey sold their portion to William Tilford and Samuel Falls. Cadwallader Colden became the owner of the John Johnson patent of 2,000 acres at the date of its issue. A portion of the Belknap family settled upon it in 1750. The Van Dam patent of 5,000 acres passed into the possession of Jesse Woodhull in 1753, also a portion to Peter Gallatin, John Moffat, and the Walling brothers. This tract is now included in the present town of Blooming Grove. The small Henderson patent early passed into the possession of John Wandle and David Edmonston. The Lewis Morris patent of 1,000 acres was owned by Alexander Denniston, Francis Crawford, Thomas Cook, and William Denniston in 1786, purchased from earlier settlers. We have already mentioned under the head of patents many of the early settlers. The earliest were those of Colonel McGregory at Plum Point in 1685, and the Reverend Richard Charlton, sent out by the London Missionary Society in 1732, for the parish of New Windsor, which was connected with the Church of England. Among the names of the owners of the village were Ebenezer Seeley, Brant Schuyler, Henry Case, Vincent Matthews, Michael Jackson, Daniel Everett, Even Jones, Hezekiah Howell, Joseph Sackett, Jr., James Tuthill, John Sackett, Jr., Colonel Charles Clinton, 1731, Dr. John Nichol, 1734, William Ellison, 1732, John Ellison, Captain Jass, Jackson, William Jackson, Thomas Ellison, Isaac Schultz, Messrs. Logan, Bryam, Halstead, Denniston, and others. At Little Britain, John Humphrey, 1724, Peter Mulliner, 1729, who gave it the name from Windsor Castle in England, Robert Burnet, John Reed, 1729, Charles Clinton, John and James McClaffrey, Alexander Denniston, and John Young in 1731. Among those who came from Ireland were James Edmonston, 1720, the Clintons, Alsop, Chambers, Lawrence, Haskins, etc., 1731, who settled in the eastern portion of the town, while the Coldens, Matthews, Wileman, McIntosh, Bulls settled in the more western portion. Noted residents. The most noted residents of this town were those of the Clinton family. Charles Clinton, the father of James and George, was a native of Langford, Ireland, of Scotch-English descent. He sailed with a company of relatives and friends in 1729 to escape persecution. Having espoused the cause of the Stuarts at the accession of the House of Hanover in 1689, he settled at Little Britain in 1731. He was a highly educated man and gave his sons a good education. He was a surveyor and a judge of the Court of Common Pleas and fought in the French and Indian Wars. 1759 to 1763, was public-spirited, had 5 sons and 2 daughters, lived to the ripe old age of 83 and died at home, November 19, 1773. 1 son and a daughter died at sea. 2 of his oldest sons, Alexander and Charles, were physicians. James and George figured conspicuously in the early history of the Empire State. James, born in 1756, preferred the army to politics. He served with his father in the taking of Fort Frontenac in Canada, also in the invasion by the Indians of Orange and Ulster counties, rose to Major General in the War of the Revolution, was in charge of the Northern Department, led an expedition against the Iroquois, cut a road from the Mohawk to Lake Otsego, dammed the outlet of the lake, and floated the boats over the upper Susquehanna to reach the lower country with his command, was at the Siege of Yorktown, member of the Assembly. Ratified the Constitution of the United States, and was a member of the Convention of 1804 to amend the state constitution. Died at his home December 12, 1812, 75 years of age. Was buried in the family burying ground by the side of his father. George Clinton, while a very young man, sailed in a privateer in the French War, was with his father and brother at the siege of Fort Frontenac, studied law under Judge William Smith, was clerk of Ulster County in 1759, member of the Assembly in 1780, elected to the Continental Congress in 1775, brigadier general in 1776, first governor of New York in 1777. Commanded a brigade at the defense of New York City in 1776. He was in command of the forts in the Highlands, which he nobly defended with 600 raw militia against 5,000 veteran British troops, and was overwhelmed and obliged to surrender in 1777, was governor of the state for 18 years, administering its trying duties with conspicuous ability, was president of the convention, which met at Poughkeepsie in 1788, vice president of the United States in 1804. Died soon after his re-election in 1808, has been designated as the father of the state. On the beautiful monument in the old Dutch churchyard in Kingston, NY, is the following: to the memory of George Clinton, born in the state of New York, 26th day of July, 1738, died at the city of Washington the 20th of April, 1812, in the 73rd year of his age. Soldier and statesman of the Revolution, eminent in council, distinguished in war, he filled with unexampled usefulness, purity, and ability, among other high offices those of governor of his native state and vice president of the United States. While he lived, his virtue, wisdom, and valor were the pride, the ornament and security of his country, and when he died he left an illustrious instance and example of a well-spent life, worthy of all imitation. Dewitt Clinton, a son of James, was born March 2, 1769, the exact place being in dispute. Some authorities claim at Fort Dewitt in Deer Park, while his mother was there on a visit. Others claim at the home of his father, either at Little Britain or while he was residing in the village of New Windsor. Perhaps it doesn't matter so much where a man is born as what he may make of himself by strenuous efforts, as was the case with the illustrious Lincoln and the subject of this sketch. After graduation at Columbia College in 1786, he studied law with Samuel Jones, was admitted to the bar in 1789, became soon after secretary to the governor, his uncle, and became devoted to politics. Subsequently filled with great ability the following honorable positions: member of the Assembly, state senator, member of the Council of Appointment, United States Senator, mayor of the city of New York, many times member of the council board, governor of the state for 2 terms, candidate for president of the United States, being defeated by Madison, and was invited by Mr. Adams to serve as minister to England, and was the author of 26 acts which became incorporated in the laws of the state and nation. The following panegyric was given by William H. Seward, the political successor to the Clintons in New York State, in 1871. Only next after Alexander Hamilton, Dewitt Clinton was the wisest statesman, the greatest public benefactor, that in all her history the state of New York has produced. This was from the man who 10 years after sat in his chair and persevered in carrying out his policies which established for New York the political leadership of the land. Alexander Denniston came over with Charles Clinton and settled at Little Britain in 1731. Robert Burnet came from Scotland in 1725 and purchased 200 acres at Little Britain in 1729. Colonel James McClaffrey, born in Philadelphia, when 9 years old was brought by his uncle, John McClaffrey, to Little Britain, all the way behind his uncle on horseback. He married Kate, a sister of Governor Clinton, received a colonel's commission at the commencement of the war, commanded a regiment at Fort Montgomery, 1777, where he was taken prisoner and sent to a hospital in New York, where he would have perished but for the extra care and comforts provided by his good wife, who ministered also to many others there. He returned to his farm at the close of the war and lived until 1790, dying at the age of 69. Martin Dubois, a neighbor of Robert Burnet and General James Clinton, was an assistant quartermaster during the war. Cadwallader Colden, Jr., of Coldenham, who married Betsy, a daughter of Thomas Ellison of New Windsor, was a son of Cadwallader Colden, Sr. He was lieutenant governor of the state from 1760 to 1770. He was arrested as a Tory in June 1776 by the Council of Safety of the towns of New Windsor and Newburgh, and after due trial was confined in jail at Kingston, where he remained for over a year, after which he was liberated on parole. The town of Coldenham is named after his family. Revolutionary history. This town is rich in Revolutionary lore. A portion of the troops of Colonel James Clinton were organized here in 1775. A battery of 14 guns were mounted at Plum Point in 1776. The militia were rallied here in 1777, after the fall of the Highland forts, and during the winter of 1779, 1780, 1781, 1782, and 1783. 9 brigades under command of General Heath were encamped at the foot of the ridge just west of Snake Hill and just south of the square at Little Britain. Washington concentrated his forces here in 1779 and made his headquarters at the William Ellison House at New Windsor Village, and remained there until 1782, when he removed to the Hasbrouck House in Newburgh, and remained there until the army was disbanded in 1783. Other generals of the army were quartered at John Ellison's. Here were Generals Knox and Greene, while Gates and St. Clair were at the Edmonston House, Wayne at Newburgh and Baron Steuben at Fishkill, Lafayette at William Ellison's at the foot of Forge Hill. Other generals were quartered at the Old Stone Hotel just west of Edmonston's. When Washington brought his army from New Jersey in 1779, he probably marched over the road from Goshen or Chester to New Windsor, now known as the Vales Gate-Chester State Road, but which at that time must have been in a very rough and primitive condition. For a hill just west of Vales Gate derives its name of Pork Hill, from the fact that one of the commissary wagons loaded with salt pork was overturned on this hill. A conspicuous example how names will stick to places as well as to individuals. When Colonel Morgan marched through New Windsor with his 3,000 riflemen to join Washington at Boston, a man preceded him who represented himself as Colonel Morgan to Mr. John Ellison. But when the colonel himself arrived soon afterwards, the impostor was detected and was given over to his men for punishment, who gave him an effectual coat of tar and feathers. At the camp grounds between Vales Gate and Little Britain, the writer has traced the foundations of many of the huts in which the army was encamped from 1779 to 1782. The foundations were of stone, surmounted by hewn logs. A level meadow in front of the barracks was cleared for this purpose and utilized as a parade ground, but was of so marshy a character that for marching and drilling it required paving with flat stones, many of which are still in evidence. This must have been a labor of infinite difficulty and shows of what sturdy material these men were made. At the lower border of this parade ground was also constructed a causeway to the ridge opposite, upon which was erected a temple or public building, near which were also the barracks for some of the minor officers, a hospital, bakery, and a little further east the burying ground. To commemorate the site of this temple, the Newburgh Revolutionary Monument Association has erected a rough stone monument on the farm of the late William L. McGill, now owned and occupied by his married daughter, Mrs. Richard Smith. It commands an uninterrupted view of the Hudson Highlands and the majestic river rolling between, offering exceptional advantages for watching the approach of any vessel on the river or of any considerable body of men from that direction. Noted buildings. At Plum Point, formerly a portion of the Nichol estate, still stands the stately mansion of the late Phillips Verplanck. On the riverside is the earthwork for the protection of the Chevaux de Frise, one of 5 obstructions placed in the river at various points to prevent the ascent of the British fleet, but which proved ineffectual as the ships of the enemy broke them all and ascended the river to Kingston, which it burned. Some portion of this boom and chain are now to be seen at Washington's headquarters at Newburgh. A Scotchman by the name of McEvers, also located here, built a log cabin or tenement long prior to the Revolution. The excavation for the cellar, as well as the embankment, are still plainly visible. The point is approached by a natural causeway from the river road, upon the opposite side of which stands the old-fashioned homestead of Dr. Nichol, who purchased 500 acres of Peter Post and settled here in 1730. On the bluff just south of the village of New Windsor stood the stone house erected and occupied by William Ellison and also by Washington as his headquarters from 1779 to 1782. This is now replaced by a modern Queen Anne building the residence of his grandson, Thomas Ellison. Martha Washington is said to have visited the general while here. His estrangement from Hamilton also occurred here in 1781. The Brewster House, known as Lafayette's headquarters, is situated just across the Moodna at the foot of Forge Hill. The steep hill which ascends from this point to Vale's Gate derives its name from this circumstance. The iron used in its construction was transported on the backs of mules or horses from the forests of Dean Mines in Monroe. As you ascend Forge Hill just at its top, you come to the most noted Revolutionary building now in existence in the town, known as General Knox's headquarters. It was built for Mr. John Ellison in 1735 and was in the possession of the Morton family for a number of years, who endeavored to change the name of the place to Mortonville, and for a time the post office was known by this name. But on the death of the major, it reverted back to the old name of Vale's Gate, from the toll gate stationed here, kept by the Vale family, father and son, for many years. This gate was still in existence in 1872. Generals Knox and Greene, Colonels Riddle and Wadsworth were quartered here in 1779 to 1781, and General Rochambeau was also a visitor here to Washington. The Edmonston building near the short cut, crossing on the Erie at Vale's Gate, was built by James Edmonston in 1755. During the encampment of the Continental Army in this vicinity, it was made the headquarters of Generals Gates and St. Clair, and some of the other officers. Also, the hospital and military stores were kept here. When Washington arrived here with his army, he consulted with Edmonston as to the best place to locate his camp, and was conducted over a bridle path by his son William to the square, which became their camp. At the square, so called from being surrounded by 4 roads, is the Falls House, occupied by the Widow Falls in 1777, when it was the rallying point for the scattered militia by General Clinton after the fall of the Highland forts. It is a wooden structure just opposite the Silver Stream Schoolhouse, now occupied by Mr. Charles Merritt. It was while General Clinton was here that the incident of the silver ball occurred. Major Daniel Taylor had been sent with dispatches concealed in a small silver ball by Sir Henry Clinton for Bergen. He was captured October 10, 1777. After he had been conducted to the presence of General George Clinton, instead of Sir Henry, as he supposed, he swallowed the ball. Dr. Moses Higby, who was in the neighborhood, administered an emetic, and it was soon disgorged. It contained the following on very thin paper. Fort Montgomery, Oct. 8th, 1777. Nous y voici, and nothing now between us but gates. I sincerely hope this little success of ours will facilitate your operations. In answer to your letter of September 28th by C.C., I shall only say, I cannot presume to order or even advise for obvious reasons. I heartily wish you success. Faithfully yours, H. Clinton. Taylor was tried, condemned, and executed as a spy. The Temple. It was upon what was then known as the Dusenberry Farm, formerly a portion of the General Haskins estate, an English officer who settled 4,000 acres during the Old French War, that this building was erected under the supervision of General Heath, for the use of the army and for Masonic meetings. It was here that General Lafayette was made a Mason by the American Union League, which accompanied the army. It was built of hewn logs 80x40 ft. With a barrack roof, first known as the Temple of Virtues, but on account of a carousal of the officers after the departure of Washington, on the night of its dedication, it was afterwards known simply as the Temple. It was also used for public services on the Sabbath. At the close of the war, a proclamation by Congress of the cessation of hostilities was read from its door, and a celebration on a grand scale was held. Here also was held the meeting to consider the Newburgh Letters, written by a Major Armstrong, to determine whether the army should rise superior to the grievances under which it had long suffered and precipitate a separation between the military and civil powers. It was a vital crisis in the history of the Republic, and a tragic ending prevented by an address of Washington to the officers at this time, which is a lasting monument to his unselfish patriotism, profound wisdom, superior ability, and marked discretion. The Society of the Cincinnati was founded here in 1783. To perpetuate among the officers of the army and their descendants the memory of their toils, trials, friendships, and triumphs for succeeding ages. The following were among the signers: Lieutenant Robert Burnett, Brigadier James Clinton, Lieutenant Alexander Clinton, Lieutenant Daniel Deniston, Lieutenant George J. Deniston, Captain James Gregg, Captain Jonathan Lawrence, Major Samuel Logan, Ensign Joseph Morrill, Lieutenant William Stranahan, Lieutenant William Scudder, many of whose descendants are residents of the county. On the northern side of the monument, spoken of as marking the site of the temple, is the following inscription: erected by the Newburgh Revolutionary Monument Association, 1891. E. M. Ruttenber, President; James M. Dickey, Vice President; A. A. McLean, Treasurer; Russel Headley, Secretary. On the western face is the following: Omnia Reliquit Server Republicam. On this site, the Society of the Cincinnati was born May 10, 1783, at the last cantonment occupied by the American Army, and it still lives to perpetuate the memories of the Revolution. Committee of the New York State Society of the Cincinnati, 4th of July, 1802. T. M. L. Christie, Chairman; William Sim Keese, John Shaler. On the southern face. On this ground was erected the temple or public building by the Army of the Revolution, 1782-1783, the birthplace of the Republic. This tablet is inscribed by the Masonic Fraternity of Newburgh, and its Masonic confers under whose direction and plans the temple was constructed, and in which communications of the fraternity were held, 1783. The Clinton homestead was situated about 2 miles north of Washingtonville, on the road to Little Britain. Villages. New Windsor, in its early history, was the scene of great commercial activity and the outlet by the river for the produce of the country for miles around, and promised to be the site of a flourishing town. But the limited extent of land between the river and the high bluff, of about 120 feet in length, but a short distance from the river, precluded the possibility of building any large towns between. This high bluff is composed of clay, which is utilized in the manufacture of a fine quality of brick. Mr. William Lahey, who has 2 brick yards, is the leading manufacturer. Mr. Hugh Davidson and the late Mr. Walsh each owned one. The remains of several docks on the riverfront are still in evidence of its former business activity. A ferry to Fishkill was maintained for a number of years, and until Newburgh sprang up and superseded it in commercial life, it was a flourishing town. At the present time, there are some 30 houses, stores, and saloons scattered along the riverbank, occupied by about 200 inhabitants. The first glass factory in this country was also built here. Moodna, formerly called Orangeville, situated at the mouth of the Moodna Creek, is a small hamlet of perhaps 30 houses. There are also 2 factories at this place: a paper mill, formerly that of Townsend, now owned by the Hemingway Paper Co., and a cotton mill owned by Mr. John Broadhead of Firthcliffe, which is now closed. Plum Point, of Revolutionary fame, juts out into the river just north of the village and is frequently visited by tourists. Vale's Gate, 4.5 miles from Newburgh, contains about 35 houses, a Methodist Episcopal church, 3 hotels, and a general store, where Mr. Thomas Gushing has a new building. The General Knox headquarters, the Edmonston House, and the old hotel buildings of stone are the most noted Revolutionary relics. The population is probably about 400. Little Britain, made famous as the home of the Clintons, extends from the square to the Little Britain Creamery. At the square are a dozen houses, most prominent among which is the Alexander Falls House. Here General Washington was a frequent visitor during the encampment of the army just south. Rocklet, a small hamlet in the extreme western part of town, has a store and post office, kept by Mr. Frank Mulliner. The Ontario and Western Railroad intersects the township for a distance of 7 miles and is taxed for $85,000. Erie, 6 miles assessed for $42,000. West Shore, 5 miles, assessed for $22,000. The schools are District Number 1, New Windsor, Number 2, Moodna, Number 3, Vales Gate, Number 4, Mount Airy, Number 5, Silver Stream, Number 6, Little Britain, Number 7, Alexander Neighborhood, Number 8, Rocklet. Churches. St. Thomas by the will of Thomas Etson, Jr. 56 acres of land and the sum of £6,000, English money, was bequeathed to his brother, William, and nephew Thomas, to be held in trust for the maintenance of a glebe and minster under the jurisdiction of the Protestant Episcopal Church at New Windsor, the interest of said lands, and some to be paid yearly to the minister when in active service. When there was no service, the interest therefrom was to be added to the principal. When a religious organization should be effected, the said lands and some were to be conveyed to it. Such an organization was established, April 18, 1818, under the title of St. Thomas Church, and the Reverend John Brown, then a resident of New Windsor, also serving St. George's Church at Newburgh, became its rector and continued so up to 1847. In 1844, the old church having been destroyed by fire, a new one was started in 1847, and the present church completed in 1849. The old rectory having been burned, a new one was built in 1849. The value of the church property is estimated at $13,000. Among the prominent members who have been here for a good many years are Messrs. Eimer Van Buren, J. Abner Harper, John Harper, F. W. Senf, R. D. Jeffries, W. C. Gregg, the Mrs. Morton, Mrs. Leonard F. Nichol, and others. New Windsor Presbyterian. This church was organized in 1794. It was associated with Newburgh or Bethlehem churches. From 1828 to 1830, the Reverend J. H. Thomas, of the Canterbury Presbyterian Church, served also this church, and from 1834 to 1835 he served this church exclusively. The first building was used by the Continentals as a hospital. This was subsequently destroyed by fire, and the present structure was erected in 1807. M.E. Church at Vales Gate. This church celebrated the centennial of its existence in the fall of 1806. The present building having been erected in 1706 and is the oldest church edifice. Its society originated from a union class started by John Ellison in 1789 and was conducted in one of his tenements for a quarter of a century. Little Britain M.E. Church was erected in 1853 and occupied in 1854, and has been associated with other churches mostly during its existence. Services were held here up to 1885, since which it has remained closed. Little Britain Presbyterian Church was organized in 1760 as associated Reformed by Scotch and Irish emigrants. The first edifice was erected in 1765 and rebuilt in 1826. Its first pastor, Robert Annan, was installed in 1768 and served until 1783. Reverend Thomas J. Smith was his successor in 1791, who served until 1812, when Reverend James Shringiar, a Scotchman, was installed, and served until his death in 1825. Cemeteries. The two principal cemeteries in this town are Calvary, at the junction of Quasaic Avenue and the Walsh Road, established within the last decade by the Catholics, and Woodlawn, a half-mile further west, which contains about 30 acres and has been in existence about 25 years. In the ancient burying ground connected with the Presbyterian Church at the village of New Windsor are the graves of James Williams and wife, Abigail Brewster, John Yelverton, one of the original settlers, who died in 1767 at the age of 74, Joseph Morrill, one of the heroes of the Revolution. Other early settlers whose names are recorded on tombstones are the Moores, Walshes, Logans, Brewsters, and others. In connection with the M.E. Church at Vales Gate is also another old burial ground. Here are the Mortons, the Stills, the Vales, and many others of the forefathers of the hamlet, who rest from their labors and their works do follow them. James Clinton, the father of Dewitt Clinton, was buried in the family burying ground on the Clinton estate. When the patriotic citizens of Newburgh thought to remove his remains to Woodlawn and erect a monument to his memory, all that could be found was the coffin plate. The following epitaph to the memory of his father was written by his son, Dewitt. He had filled with fidelity and honor several distinguished civil offices, was an officer of the Revolutionary War and the war preceding, and at the close of the former was a major general in the Army of the United States. He was a good man and a sincere patriot, performing in a most exemplary manner all the duties of life, and he died as he lived, without fear and without reproach. Chapter 27. Town of Tuxedo. This triangular township is in the southeast corner of Orange County. It is bounded on the north by the towns of Monroe and Woodbury, on the east and south by Rockland County, and on the west by the town of Warwick. Its area, as given in the latest supervisor's report, is 27,839 acres, and the assessed valuation of real estate is placed at $2,510,500. The title to the soil is derived from the Chesapeake Patent. The general topographical features are invested with peculiar charm. The towering mountain crags and scattered bits of valley, the wildwood and forests primeval, are dimpled with beautiful lakes and threaded with purling streams. The Ramapo, which is made up wholly by the surplus waters of these lakes, has its head in Round Island Pond and flows thence southerly, through the valley which bears its name, into Rockland County. The name Tuxedo is undoubtedly the corruption of one or more Indian words. In the language of the Algonquins, who occupied this region, it is found that to or tough mean a place. A frequent habit of the Indians was to name a place after the chief whose tribe occupied it, and there was a sachem named Petoxet, the Bear, who, in the 17th century, ruled over a tract of country including the present town of Tuxedo. Uniting his name with tough, the Algonquin for place, we should infer the original spelling to have been Petoxet tough, and its meaning place of bears. The earliest mention of the name occurs in Sargent's survey of 1754, where reference is made to Tuxedo Pond. In Chesapeake's patent of 1769, it is written Pawtucket. Erskine, in his survey of 1778-1779, writes it Tuxedo and Tuxedo. In Eager's and Ruttenber's histories, written respectively in 1847 and 1875, the name is corrupted to Duck Cedar, with the explanation that its margin is overthrown with cedars, and that it is a favorite haunt of wild ducks. The first description of this region is written by the Marquis de Chastelux, a French officer who came to America with Lafayette, and who, on December 19, 1780, following the Continental Road through the gorge south of the lake, then called the Clove, presently came in view of Tuxedo. He mentions that at Ringwood he stopped to ask his way, and that at Erskine's house they gave him full information about the roads and wood paths, and also a glass of Madeira, in accordance with a custom of the country, which will not allow you to leave a house without taking something. Having been thus refreshed, he says, I got on horseback and penetrated afresh into the woods, mounting and descending precipitous hills, until I found myself at the edge of a lake so secluded that it is hardly visible from the surrounding thicket. Its banks are so steep that if a deer made a false step on the top, he would infallibly roll into the lake. This lake, which is not marked upon the charts and is called Ducksider, is about 3 miles long and 2 miles wide, and is in the wildest and most deserted country I have yet passed through. My poetic imagination was enjoying the solitude, when, at a distance, I perceived in an open spot a quadruped, which a nearer observation showed to be not the elk or caribou, for which I at first mistook him, but a horse grazing peaceably in a field belonging to a new settlement. Following the grant of the Chesapeake Patent in 1702, there was no settlement in this territory for many years. The families who came were mostly of English ancestry and moved from Long Island and the eastern states. The Smiths are supposed to have explored this region as early as 1727. The first settlement in the vicinity of Tuxedo Lake was made at the northern extremity of this body of water. Prior to 1765, a woodcutter named Hasenclever enclosed a 10-acre tract lying equally on both sides of the outlet. On a survey made in 1778 is shown his enclosure and the dam built by him, and also the position of the house, situated 50 yards northeasterly from the dam, and built by a man named Howard, who was probably the original settler. During the Revolution, when the ironworks on the Ramapo were liable to interruption by the British, Hasenclever's dam was raised several feet, and the overflow turned southwest to supply the Ringwood furnaces in New Jersey. During this period, Tuxedo Lake was the resort of a band of cowboys who at times found shelter among some rocks which they named after their leader, Claudius Smith's Cave. See General History. Vicent Helms was chosen constable in 1775. Phineas and Brewster Helms are also mentioned in the records of the old town of Cornwall, of which this locality was then a part. The hamlet Helmsburg indicates the place where the families of that name lived before the Revolution. Moses Cunningham was a member of the first Board of Assessors of the town of Monroe, erected in 1709. He lived at Greenwood Iron Works. Richard Wilkes, school commissioner in 1709, also lived here. Adam Belcher, school commissioner in 1800, lived at Southfields. The survey and construction of the Continental Road was performed by the military engineers of the Continental Army in 1778. It entered the park at the present South Gate and followed the East Lake shore at a somewhat lower level than the present road. From the Hoffman Corner, it continued up to the east slope of the Alexander Place to the top of Tower Hill, where it crossed to the Coster Place, thence to the Griswold Place, which it crossed to the end of what is now the Weewa Lake, and left the park near the present North Gate where it joined the main turnpike road of the Ramapo Valley. There was also a wood road from the present East Gate to the Continental Road at the Hoffman Corner. Changing conditions. Up to 1864, the territory now embraced in the town of Tuxedo belonged to the town of Monroe. In the fall of 1883, a petition was sent to the Board of Supervisors requesting that the town be divided into 3 towns. The request was granted, and the new towns were named respectively Monroe, Southfield, and Highland. Monroe held its town meeting March 22, 1864, electing Chauncey B. Knight, supervisor. Southfield did likewise, electing Josiah Patterson, supervisor, while Highland chose its old favorite Morgan Smith. This piece of political surgery did not prove satisfactory, and in 1865 the legislature overruled the action of the Board of Supervisors and restored to its citizens the old town of Monroe. Again, in December of 1889, the Board of Supervisors were prevailed upon to effect a triple division of the town. The reason advanced for this redivision was that the town was too large and its interests too diverse for harmonious government. It was resolved that the division should be made on the old lines, but that the names Tuxedo and Woodbury should be substituted for Southfield and Highland. This was duly passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. The lines were run so as to give Monroe 12,101 acres, Tuxedo 27,839 acres, and Woodbury 23,839 acres. However, the boundary line between Monroe and Tuxedo had not been clearly determined or marked by monuments. When the Hind Club desired to build a road from Mombasha to Southfield, it became a practical question how much of this road must be paid for by each town. Hence the question as to the dividing line. The men who were with the 1863 surveyor said, "It crossed Mombasha Pond, but they did not know where." A survey was then made by F.J. Knight, who established a true line, demonstrating that the line of 1863 had been a trial or random line. This decision placed Mombasha in the territory of Monroe. In January 1890, J. Spencer Ford represented the town of Tuxedo in the Board of Supervisors. In 1894, Paul Tuckerman was elected supervisor. Mahlon J. Brooks filled the office in 1896 and 1897, and Charles S. Patterson, the present incumbent, has served continuously since 1898. Daniel F. Clark, the veteran bookkeeper, has held the office of town clerk since 1890. Gilmore O. Bush, the present postmaster and captain of the Park Police, held the office of town collector in 1890 and from 1894 to 1899. The assessors for 1907 are M. J. Brooks, Joseph W. Conklin, and Benjamin Moffat. The highway commissioners are George Griswold, Benjamin Moffat, and William Viner. District schools are located at Arden, Southfields, Eagle Valley, Scott Mines, and in Tuxedo Village are the primary and Union Free Schools. Of the latter institutions, Mr. James Cronon has been the efficient clerk of the board since 1891. A private preparatory school is conducted within the limits of the park. Episcopal churches are located at Arden and Tuxedo, Methodist Episcopal churches at Southfields, Tuxedo, and Scott Mines. The Roman Catholic Church is in Tuxedo Village. The main line of the Erie Railroad parallels the Ramapo River through the entire length of the town and was opened in September 1841. In this valley are the hamlets that took part in the iron industry of a century ago. Augusta was the seat of the Augusta Works, founded at the close of the Revolution, 1783–1784, by Solomon Townsend of New York, to make bar iron and anchors. It was an important enterprise, but not permanently successful. In later years, the works came into the ownership of P. Loria, who allowed them to remain idle. 13,000 acres of land were attached to the works. Southfield was the name of the locality of the Southfield and Monroe Works. These enterprises were established about 1805 to make pig iron. The early proprietors were William and Peter Townsend. Sterling Furnace, of which the Southfield plant became an important branch, was in operation a century and a half ago. See Warwick. The Sterling Iron and Railway Company filed their annual report with the county clerk January 17, 1865. They purchased mines, manufactories, and other property in southern Orange. Greenwood Iron Works was established in 1811 by the Messrs. Cunningham to make pig iron. Mr. P. Parrott became the subsequent owner. The Parrott Iron Company was formed by a certificate verified June 23, 1880. It engaged in mining and selling of iron ore and the manufacture of pig iron and steel. The capital stock was stated as $500,000. The trustees named were Peter P., Edward M., and R.D.A. Parrott. The locality is now known as Arden and is the headquarters of the Arden Dairy Farms, of which Mr. William A. McClellan is manager. A short distance northeast, bordering Echo Lake, is the home of Mr. E. H. Harriman, who owns vast tracts of land throughout this region. Helmsburg is a rural mountain locality west of Southfields. Eagle Valley is a station on the Erie Railroad in the extreme southern angle of the town, near the New Jersey line. Tuxedo Park. The tract of land containing this park consists of 7,000 acres and came into the possession of the Loria family in 1812. Shafts were sunk in various places in an attempt to find iron ore, but the property was otherwise undeveloped until the advent of the Erie Railroad in 1841. The locomotives burned wood in those days, and an arrangement was made to supply the railroad with fuel. The hills and valleys were covered with large forest trees, all of which were sacrificed, excepting a few along the Continental Road. The station here was for years known as the Woodpile. About 1860, Tuxedo Lake was stocked with black bass, and from that time the fishing was carefully preserved for the Loria family and their friends. Up to 1885, no better bass fishing could be found anywhere than that afforded by this beautiful lake. This suggested to Mr. P. Loria, deceased, 1901, the idea of establishing here a shooting and fishing club. He bought out the other members of the family and acquired a clear title to the whole tract. 5,000 acres were enclosed in a wire fence 8 feet high. Deer were bought and turned loose. English pheasant eggs were procured in large quantities, and several pheasant hatcheries were located. A fine trout hatchery was also built. Having made a start on the preserve, Mr. Loria proceeded to organize the club. He gave a dinner to his sporting friends at the Union Club, New York, and his idea met with an enthusiastic reception. 20 gentlemen were appointed a board of governors. Invitations to join the club were sent out, and temporary headquarters secured in New York. The foundations of the clubhouse were laid, and about 1,800 men were employed in road making. Before the new work was begun, there was but the Continental Road through the park. The first park road constructed was the Station Road. The construction of the road around the lake was then undertaken. As the work progressed, Mr. Loriat decided, instead of a mere game preserve, to lay out a residential park. This plan involved enormous expense. Many roads were required to develop the building sites. A complete sewer and water system was constructed. A village for shops and employees and a large livery stable were built. An office in the village for the transaction of the park business was opened. At the same time, Mr. Loriat formed a stock company called the Tuxedo Park Association, to which he turned over all the lands and other assets of the park. Officers chosen were Mr. P. Loriat, President, P. Loriat, Jr., Vice President, George D. Finley, Treasurer, and William Kent, Secretary. This company leased the clubhouse and grounds to the members for 21 years and guaranteed the new club against loss for the first 10 years of its existence and subsequently during the term of the lease. 14 houses were built and advertised for sale or rent. 12 were located on Tower Hill and 2 across the dam at the foot of the lake. The first sale of park property to a resident was made in February 1886, when Dr. Morris H. Henry, Mr. Loriat's personal physician, purchased lot number 101 on the map of Tuxedo Park. This was followed in March, the same year, by the purchase of lot number 120 by Allen T. Rice, the editor of the North American Review, and the same year lot number 121 was sold to William Waldorf Astor, lot number 123 to Pierre Loriat and lot number 103 to Travis C. Van Buren, all of which persons are now deceased, the land having in every instance passed into other hands. That same year, Francis D. Carley, James L. Breese, Josephine Lee Price, James Brown Potter, Margaret S. E. Cameron, and Mary L. Barbie also purchased land in the order named. Of these, Mrs. Price, Mrs. Barbie, and Mr. Potter still hold interests in the real estate. The first person actually to take up his residence at Tuxedo with his family was Mr. Grenville Kane, who leased the cottage he subsequently purchased and is now the oldest resident of the park proper. Mrs. Price and William Kent, in the order named, being the next arrivals. Thus the park as a place of residence became an accomplished fact through the indomitable pluck and energy of Mr. Loriat. Each year has shown a steady and substantial gain in residents. The present officers of the association are P. Loriat, President, George Griswold, Vice President, George D. Finley, Treasurer, and William Kent, Secretary. As an organization, the Tuxedo Club is very strong. The club book of 1908 shows a membership of 374, of which 77 were resident members. Among them are found the family names of those not only prominent in business and financial circles, but also who have been identified with the Society of the State since the earliest periods. The club is self-supporting, has renewed its lease with the Tuxedo Park Association for a term of years, and bids fair to become a great center of social life. Tuxedo Valley. So comprehensive was the scope of the original plan of development that a whole village was created at the time of the founding, near the entrance gate, containing stores, cottages, and subsequently a town hall, schoolhouses, churches, library, and a $30,000 hospital now in course of construction. The Tuxedo Stores Company was organized March 1894. Each resident of the park was invited to subscribe to the stock, and the company began business April 1, 1894. The Tuxedo Electric Light Plant was organized in 1899 and is owned and controlled by the residents of Tuxedo. St. Mary's in Tuxedo in 1887, Mr. Henry T. Barbie obtained from the association a grant of land, on which he erected the first church building at Tuxedo, since which time it has been greatly enlarged by additions from time to time, including a large parish house until it had grown into the present beautiful church edifice. It was consecrated October 14, 1888, and the Reverend Mr. Colston placed in charge. The present rector is the Reverend William Fitzsimon. Church of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. The cornerstone of this church was laid June 1895. The edifice cost $7,000. Reverend James Quinn was the first pastor. In July 1899, the church and rectory were completely destroyed by fire. A year later it was rebuilt, and on September 23, 1900, was solemnly dedicated by the Most Reverend Archbishop Corrigan. The Tuxedo Police Force was organized May 1, 1886. John Pedersen was captain until 1891, when he was succeeded by Gilmore O. Bush. The residential part of the park is patrolled regularly day and night. Chapter 28. Town of Wallkill, by William B. Royce. The town of Wallkill is the second largest town in the county of Orange, and, exclusive of the area in the city of Middletown, contains 38,030 acres, as shown by the equalization table of the Board of Supervisors for the year 1906. This area would be considerably increased if an accurate estimate could be obtained of the amount of land not included in farm and lot descriptions, and being used for church, cemetery, school, and road purposes. The town is bounded northerly by Crawford and Montgomery, easterly by Hamptonburg, southerly by Goshen and Wauyanda, and westerly by Mount Hope and the Shawangunk Kill, which separates it, for about half the distance on its westerly border, from the town of Mamakating, Sullivan County. The Wallkill River forms part of its easterly boundary, dividing it from the town of Hamptonburg. This stream also passes through the southeast corner of the town and is the only large stream flowing within its borders. Both the Wallkill and Shawangunk Kill flow in a northerly direction and find their way into the Hudson River at Rondout. The other streams in the town of Wallkill are small, the principal ones being Monhegan Creek, flowing through the city of Middletown, the Bullhack, rising near Circleville and emptying into the Wallkill near Phillipsburg, and the Mayunk, flowing through the easterly portion of the town and emptying into the Wallkill in the town of Montgomery. Notwithstanding the fact that there are no important streams, the town is well watered by small streams and springs, so that there is never danger to agriculture from this source. The topography of the town of Wallkill is very irregular, varying in elevation from 335 feet above sea level in the easterly portion of the town along the Wallkill to 1,035 feet in the westerly, about 3 miles west of the city of Middletown and about half a mile north of the old Mount Hope Turnpike. All the principal ridges and valleys of the town run in a northerly and southerly direction. Early changes and government. The precinct of Wallkill, of which the present town is the legal successor, was erected December 17, 1743, by an act of the colonial legislature. The three towns of Crawford, Montgomery, and Wallkill, and portions of Mount Hope and Hamptonburg, were embraced in the area of this precinct. In 1772, the precinct of Hanover was erected, or set off, from the precinct of Wallkill, and included the towns of Crawford and Montgomery and a portion of Hamptonburg. And, while it was generally supposed that Wallkill became a new precinct, legally Hanover was set off from the old precinct, and the statute directed that the rest of the territory should remain the precinct of Wallkill. It is also a fact that the town records of the precinct of Wallkill were left with, and became a part of, the records of Hanover, and, from the date of the separation, the precinct of Wallkill opened a new record, which is still preserved. Up to the time of the erection of the precinct of Hanover, the town or precinct meetings were held for the whole precinct, including all territory originally forming the precinct of Wallkill. The first town meeting in the precinct of Wallkill, after the division, was held at the house of Samuel Watkins, April 7, 1772, and the following is the record of the officers chosen. William Dunn, clerk and supervisor. Benjamin Booth, James Wilkins, Elijah Reeve, commissioners for regulating and laying out public highways. Stephen Harlow, William Watkins, David Moore, commissioners for laying out the money raised by Act of Assembly on the highways. David Crawford, Moses Phillips, assessors. John McGarrah, John Patterson, constables and collectors. Abel Wells, George Booth, poormasters. Jonathan Smith, Esquire, Isaiah Vale, John Ketchum, Benjamin Vale, Jr., fence viewers and damage appraisers. Fences were to be 4 1/2 feet high, staked and ridered, 5 rails high or otherwise equivalent as the fence viewers shall judge. Many items of interest could be gleaned from these old records, one of the principal being the fact that many of the persons in Wallkill today, occupying prominent social, business, and official positions, are the direct descendants of these sturdy pioneers of earlier days. The construction and care of the roads then, as now, seemed to be one of the principal subjects in which the people were interested. In order to demonstrate this, and at the same time preserve the names of many of those who then assumed the long-enduring business of road building in Wallkill, we make the following quotations from the records. Precinct to be divided in 3 districts, viz., The east side of the Wallkill, 1, the west side, 2, to be divided by the new Northwest Line. Samuel Watkins, from the Widow McBride's Corner to Thomas Symrel's, and thence along the road to Campbell's Bridge. William Bottle, from Esquire Smith's to the Minnesink Road, and from the schoolhouse on the road to Hezekiah Gale's, from thence to John McGarra's, and thence to the schoolhouse, to work also on David Crawford's road to the bridge one day. John Hill, from Esquire Smith's, rode along the Minnesink Road to the middle of Connor's Bridge, also a piece of road leading from the Minnesink Road to Orange County. James Rogers, Jr., from the precinct line to the Widow McCord's North Gate. Captain William Faulkner, from his own house to Thomas Symrel's. Henry Savage, from the Widow McCord's North Gate to Arzabal McCurdy's house. Daniel Tiers, from the precinct line to John McHenry's house. Edward Campbell, from the John McHenry's to Arzabal McCurdy's, and Peter McLaughlin, from the corner of Edward McNeil's lot to Philip's house. Tilton Eastman, from Connor's Bridge to the Pine Swamp. Stacy Beeks, from Minnesink Road to Dunning's Road that leads to Pine Swamp. George Smith, from the middle of the White Oak Bridge to the top of the Round Hill beyond Corey's. John Ketchum, from the top of Round Hill to the west end of the precinct. Abraham Taylor and John Daly, Jr., from the White Oak Bridge by Elijah Reeves to the precinct line. There was raised by direct taxation for the following purposes. LSD, for the poor 1000, for highways 4616. For the year 1906, there was raised by direct taxation in the town of Wallkill, which contains only about 1/3 of the acreage of the precinct of Wallkill, for the support of the poor, $1,000, and there was expended in the town for road purposes, exclusive of the care of state roads, and exclusive of the territory embraced in the city of Middletown, about $4,500. Presumably, many of our taxpayers would prefer the olden days so far as taxes are concerned. Some early history. Very little is known of the aboriginal days of the town of Wallkill. While various tribes of Indians occupied different parts of Orange County, from the names of certain of the streams in the town of Wallkill, it is evident that they made their home, at least part of the time, in this town. However, outside of tradition and a few individual cases of contact with them, which had very little, if any, influence on the future history of the town, nothing reliable is known that would be of interest at the present time. The earliest record of the patenting of lands, now included within the town of Wallkill, was some time before the year 1724, and seems to have been embraced in two patents, one known as the Minnesink Angle and the other a part of what is known as the John Evans Patent. The latter tract was subsequently repatented at dates commencing December 14, 1724, and ending May 13, 1761. The actual settlement of the town did not occur until about the close of the period mentioned, and therefore, Wallkill was not settled as early as a number of the other towns in the county. It is only necessary to refer to the assessment roll of the town of Wallkill of today to find many property owners whose names are the same as those of their ancestors, who subdued the wilderness, and made Wallkill one of the most attractive and wealthy towns in the county. When we mention such names as Bull, Harlow, Borland, Wisner, Houston, Carpenter, Reeve, Mills, Green, Wickham, Connor, Mapps, and Horton taken from the assessment rolls of today, we could almost imagine we were reading a roll call of the names of the sturdy pioneers who subdued the wilderness and caused the valleys of this town to blossom as the rose. Previous histories of this town and the numerous writings of other persons have made all these facts so familiar that it would seem idle to burden these pages with any repetition of the history of the early settlement of the town and its inhabitants. From the time of settlement, during the entire colonial period to the Revolutionary War, there was little of moment that happened here. The settlements gradually progressed in different directions, but, as before stated, not as rapidly as in some other towns. During the Revolutionary War, a number of its citizens were with the army at various times, but the town, by its location, was far removed from the din and strife of participation in any events of the struggle. No battles occurred within its limits, and it is not known that any organized bodies of the British or their allies ever set foot within its borders. From the close of the Revolutionary War until 1803, there was a steady growth in population, so that the assessment roll for that year contained 462 names of those who were assessed for either real or personal property, or both. On March 29, 1799, the state legislature passed an act for the gradual abolition of slavery, and a number of citizens recorded a formal act of freeing Negroes held by them. The first one of these seems to have been made in 1800 and is in the following form. I do hereby certify that I have manumitted and set free my Negro slave, Otis, as fully and amply as I am authorized by the act of the legislature entitled, An Act for the Gradual Abolition of Slavery, passed the 29th day of March, 1799. Given under my hand and seal this first day of November, 1800. Tabitha Borland. Similar acts of manumission were entered by Jonathan Smith, Stephen Smith, Henry G. Wisner, John Wilkin, William Phillips, and Israel Wickham, and it is a fact that the descendants of these people, bearing in many cases the identical names, were the strongest opponents of slavery and the most loyal supporters of the government during the Civil War. As early as 1828, the temperance question began to agitate the people of the town of Wallkill, possibly more thoroughly than it is doing in the present day. For the reason that, in 1824, there were just 3 times as many taverns, as they were called in that day, within the limits of the town as there are hotels at present, 1908. Many of the questions involved in the temperance agitation of that time are the chief object of argument at present, and we have only to quote a resolution passed at a meeting of the town of Wallkill, held in that year, to show this fact conclusively. Whereas pauperism has increased in the town of Wallkill to an alarming extent, and whereas intemperance is one of the greatest progressing causes, inasmuch as more than 3/4 of the paupers emanate directly or indirectly from that source, and whereas tippling houses, dram shops, and groceries have a direct tendency to increase the evils. Therefore, resolved, as the sense of this town meeting, that the Board of Excise be requested to refuse granting licenses to those persons whose principal object is to retail intoxicating liquors and not having suitable accommodations for public entertainment. Resolved, that the foregoing be entered on the records of said town and published in 2 newspapers printed in Goshen. Dated Wallkill, this first day of April, 1828. The town of Wallkill continued to grow steadily, without any change in territorial boundaries, until 1848, when the village of Middletown was incorporated within its limits. But outside of certain local matters, such as schools, streets, police, and a few other minor matters, the village continued to form a part of the town until the erection of the city of Middletown in 1889. All the town officers were elected to represent the village and town in all things, excepting the purely local matters, applicable especially to the village. In the Civil War. At the outbreak of the Civil War, in 1861, the fires of patriotism seemed to burn as brightly in the town of Wallkill and village of Middletown as in any corresponding section of the country. Meetings were called, resolutions adopted, and steps immediately taken to form a company for the defense of the Union. Aid societies were established by the women, supplies sent forward to suffering soldiers, and everything was done that love and patriotism could suggest for the care of those in the army and for the preservation of the Union. As near as can be estimated, Wallkill and Middletown combined sent to the front some 787 soldiers. Liberal bounties were paid to those who went, either as volunteers or substitutes, and the best of care was taken of the families of the absent soldiers. When we take into consideration the fact that at the beginning of the war, the population of the town of Wallkill and village of Middletown, combined, was less than 7,000, it will be seen that more than 10% of the entire population proved its loyalty by going to the front, and the percentage who went and never returned was far greater than the proportion, in comparison to population. That Wallkill proved its loyalty by devotion and blood, this record most amply proves. In the year 1879, the citizens of Wallkill and Middletown erected to the memory of the soldiers of Wallkill a most graceful and impressive monument. It was first located at the junction of North and Orchard Streets, but subsequently removed to Thrall Park, on the corner of Wickham Avenue and Grove Street, which is a much better location than the original. Mrs. Thrall, who generously donated and bequeathed the money for the erection of Thrall Library and Thrall Hospital, also gave the city the land for Thrall Park, which is situated north of and adjoining the hospital. Hamlets. The present town of Wallkill contains no incorporated village and only 4 hamlets, which might be dignified by the name of village as follows: Circleville, Howells, Scotchtown, and Mechanicstown. The rest of the town is entirely devoted to agriculture, and, since the erection of the city of Middletown, has not shown any increase in population. Its farms are largely occupied by the owners, in many cases heirs and descendants of original and colonial possessors, and it possibly shows a less number of farms under rental than do many other towns in the county. Churches. There are 3 churches and 1 chapel at present in the town of Wallkill. A congregational church is located at Howells and was incorporated under its present name on July 6, 1847. This church had existed for many years previous to this, under other names, and at different locations. The Presbyterian Church at Scotchtown was organized some time before 1798, but the precise date seems to be unknown. The first official record that a church was regularly organized seems to be in the minutes of the Presbytery of Hudson, when, on April 19, 1798, Jacob Mills and George Houston appeared as commissioners from the Presbyterian Church in the town of Wallkill and requested that said church be taken under the care of the presbytery, and that supplies might be appointed them. This request was granted, and the services of the church continued, under supplies, until June 30, 1803, when Reverend Methuselah Baldwin became pastor. Previous, however, to the appearance of the commissioners before the presbytery, a meeting had been held on December 24, 1795, at the house of George Houston, apparently for the organization of a church. And at this meeting, it was resolved that a subscription be opened for building a meeting house at the corner of the roads above the house of George Houston, and that the new congregation should be under the care of the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church. This church was erected, enclosed and painted in 1797, and thus remained without plastering, pews, pulpit, or stoves until 1806, when it was finished, at a cost of $515. This building was used for about 57 years, when it was succeeded by the present church edifice. The church was, for many years, a leading one in the Presbytery of Hudson and is still doing active work. The Circleville Presbyterian Church was organized on January 4, 1842, and became a part of the Presbytery of Hudson. Its house of worship was erected in 1842, and a large part of the expense of such erection seems to have been contributed by donations in the way of labor, timber, lumber, and mason work. The land, consisting of 5 acres, was donated by Samuel Bull, who, in addition to his gift of land, contributed much in labor, material, and money. And to him, the community is largely indebted for benefits derived from this church through its past years and at the present time. The chapel previously referred to was erected near Rockville through the liberality of Robert A. Harrett and his neighbors in the immediate vicinity, and is used for Sunday schools and special church services by clergymen from any denomination who desire to preach within its walls. Railroads. Wallkill has excellent railroad facilities. The Erie runs through from Howells Depot, passing out at its southern border. The Ontario and Western comes in at the northwesterly end of the town, running thence in a general southeasterly direction to the city of Middletown, thence easterly through the town of Wallkill, passing out into the town of Hamptonburg near Stony Ford. The Middletown and Crawford branch diverges from the Ontario and Western Railroad about 2 miles north of Middletown, passes through the town in a northeasterly direction to the town of Crawford near Bullville, and runs thence to Pine Bush. The Susquehanna and Western Railroad passes into the town from the southerly border of the city of Middletown and runs in a southwesterly direction in the town of Woweyanda. In addition to the above, the Erie and Jersey Railroad Company is now building a low-grade road, which enters the town near Howells and runs in a general easterly direction through the town, passing about 1 mile north of the city of Middletown, thence leaving the town and passing into the town of Hamptonburg in the vicinity of Stony Ford. There is also a trolley line owned by the Walkell Transit Company, which is operated in the city of Middletown and extends from the city, through the town of Walkell to the town of Goshen, and thence to the village of Goshen. An example of the enterprise of the town of Walkell was manifested when the question of raising money for the construction of the New York and Oswego Midland Railroad came up in 1867. Its citizens, under the wise leadership and guided by the excellent judgment of Senator Henry R. Lowe, Captain James N. Pronk, Elisha P. Wheeler, William J. Grew, and others, was induced to bond the town for the sum of $300,000 and subscribe to the stock of the new road for that amount. The bonds were issued for a period of 20 years, with interest at the rate of 7% per annum, payable semi-annually, with a provision that after 10 years an annual sinking fund of 5% of the total issue of bonds should be raised. Within a few years, the New York and Oswego Midland Railroad Company went into the hands of a receiver, and its stock became comparatively worthless. The $300,000 of stock owned by the town was sold for $15,000. When the bonds matured in 1888, William B. Royce, the sole railroad commissioner, had accumulated from the sinking fund, sale of stock, interest, and other sources, the sum of $180,000, with which bonds to that amount were paid. To provide for the payment of the balance of said bonds, amounting to $120,000, the railroad commissioner issued, under authority of law, bonds to that amount, payable in installments, the last of said bonds maturing on April 1, 1907, with interest payable semi-annually at the rate of 3.5% per annum. As provided by the bonds, the last installment of principal and interest was paid April 1, 1907, the town and city of Middletown having paid the whole of said principal sum by direct tax, excepting the $15,000 for which the stock was sold. The New York, Ontario and Western Railway Company was organized and took over the property of the old New York and Oswego Midland Railroad Company. As a result of the construction of this road, to which the town of Walkell and city of Middletown have contributed so largely, the railroad shops were located at Middletown, which brought a very large influx to the population of the town and city, and added largely to their taxable value. It also resulted in building the road from Middletown to Cornwall, and the extension of what was known as the Middletown, Unionville and Water Gap Railroad through to New York under the original name of the New Jersey Midland Railroad, which subsequently became the New York, Susquehanna, and Western Railroad, thus giving Middletown 3 direct lines of railroad to New York City, and making northern and western communications, which largely added to its transportation facilities. Highways. The highways of the town of Walkell are in fair condition and are maintained under the money system. The town has a portion of 3 state roads, one branching off from the Middletown-Bloomingburg Plank Road, about 3 miles north of Middletown, and running in a general northerly direction to the town line of Crawford and thence to the village of Pine Bush. Another road starts from the southern corporate limits of the city of Middletown and runs in a southerly direction to the town line of Wowanda, and thence to the village of Goshen. This road branches off in a southwesterly direction in the town of Wowanda and extends to Unionville, and by another branch is being extended to Port Jervis. Another state road, known as the Middletown-Cuddebackville Road, starts from the northwesterly line of the city of Middletown and runs through the town to the line of the town of Mount Hope, thence through Mount Hope and Deer Park to Cuddebackville. Under existing laws, the state roads are in the first instance maintained under direction of and at the expense of the state. Schools. The town of Walkell has 17 school districts, in which are maintained the usual form of district schools under the state law. These are being gradually improved under the efficient system of state supervision, but are not yet at the standard to which they should be raised. Middletown. The precise time when the first settlement was made in this village is uncertain, though it is believed to have been shortly after the erection of the town. John Green purchased some land of Delancey, a patentee under the Crown of Great Britain, and that purchase included land in the southern part of the village and the ground where the first Congregational Church now stands. Mr. Green donated the lot for the purpose of having a house of worship erected. When the citizens assembled to put up the frame of the old Congregational Church, it was concluded that the locality should have a name. What shall it be? There is Dalston Town on the south, Goshen on the east, Scotchtown on the north, and a locality not defined on the west called Shawangunk. We will call it Middletown, it being the center. In 1829, the name of the village was changed to South Middletown to prevent confusion in the transmission of mail matter, there being another place styled Middletown north of Newburgh, but in 1849 the prefix of South was left off. The Minnesink Road, which passes through the city of Middletown, is mentioned by a Mr. Clinton, a surveyor employed by the owner of Lot No. 35 of the Minnesink Angle, as early as 1742, and the second store in Middletown was started by Isaiah Vale at a place called Monhagen, opposite the White Oak Bridge on the old Minnesink Road, near the westerly limits of the present city of Middletown. The first store in Middletown was kept by Abel Woodhull, previous to the place being called Middletown. The western portion of Middletown was included in lot number 36 in the Minnesink Angle, owned by Delancey, and as he espoused the royalist cause, his land, except what was sold to Mr. Green before the Revolution, was confiscated by the state of New York. 3 appraisers were appointed by the state to put a value on the land, 2 of whom were Israel Wickham and Henry Wisner. It is stated that an earnest debate occurred on the subject of valuation, whether to call it 6 shillings or $1 per acre. Mr. Wickham insisted that it would never be worth $1, so it was put down at 6 shillings an acre. The land confiscated takes in the western portion of the village and present city, and includes the real estate formerly owned by John B. Hanford, Henry Little, and George Houston. Part of this land could not now be bought for $10,000 an acre. The New York and Erie Railroad seems to have been built on the installment plan in the county of Orange, first to Monroe, then to Chester, then to Goshen, and finally by large contributions from the people of Middletown, it was extended to that place. The building of this road seemed to give an impetus to the business of the village and induced manufacturers to locate there, which soon made it one of the most flourishing villages in southern New York. The actual incorporation of the village did not occur until April 7, 1848, when the preliminary proceedings in regard to the incorporation were approved by Judge D.W. Bates. The first president of the village was Stacy Beeks, and associated with him as trustees were Co. Dill, William Hoyt, Israel O. Beatty, and Daniel C. Dusenberry. John B. Friend was clerk. Of the above-named trustees, Daniel C. Dusenberry is still living, 1908. The growth of Middletown has always been gradual, and it has never been what might be called a boom town. In 1807, the population was 45. In 1838, it had increased to 433. In 1848, at the time of its incorporation, it had increased to 1,360, and in 1857 to 2,190. At the time of its incorporation as a city, in 1888, its population had increased to 11,977, and at the close of 1907, it was about 16,000. The post office in the village of Middletown was first established on the 22nd of October, 1816. Stacy Beeks was appointed the first postmaster and held the office for about 10 years. The first quarter's receipts in 1817, as rendered by the postmaster, were 69 cents. In 1826, the receipts had risen to $16.12 a quarter, and in 1854 to $257.79. The annual receipts of the Middletown Post Office are now upwards of $50,000. The citizens of Middletown were always ambitious for its growth, and in all that was done, the future as well as the present, interests of the village were carefully looked after. Manufacturers were induced to locate there, and the village, and afterward the city, has always been recognized as a manufacturing center for this part of the state. Some of the largest manufactories in the old village of Middletown were the Monhagen Saw Works, Eagle File Works, Matthews Brothers Carpet Bag Factory, Draper's Hat Factory, Babcock's Hat Works, and a large tannery, which was afterward merged in the leather manufactory of Howell Hinchman Company. As before mentioned, the New York, Ontario, and Western Railway Company located its shops here, and from that time, the village and city have had a steady growth. Churches. Middletown, as a village and city, has always been well supplied with churches. The first, the Congregational Church, was organized June 10, 1785, and incorporated August 12, 1786, and so far as organization and incorporation are concerned, it is the oldest church in Middletown. The First Presbyterian Church of Middletown, as such, was organized March 31, 1828. The Methodist Episcopal Church of Middletown effected a legal organization on July 11, 1838. Grace Episcopal Church was incorporated on February 18, 1845. The First Baptist Church filed its certificate of incorporation October 28, 1849. The Second Presbyterian Church, now Westminster Church, was incorporated December 5, 1854. The Primitive Baptist Church of Middletown was incorporated May 29, 1871. The African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church was incorporated November 20, 1861. St. Joseph's Roman Catholic Church was established in 1866. Calvary Baptist Church was incorporated in 1902. North Congregational Church was incorporated in 1890. Christ Church, Universalist, was incorporated in 1897. St. John's Evangelical Lutheran Church, German, was incorporated in 1897. Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church was incorporated in 1875. Faith Mission was incorporated in 1889. The Christian Science Church was incorporated in 1903. It will be seen from the above that the churches of Middletown average 1 to every 1,000 people of the present population. Schools. The school system of Middletown was originated by the holding of a meeting April 6, 1813, to take steps to comply with the statute of 1812 for the organization of the common school system of the state. The first commissioners elected were William Hurton, Jacob Dunning, and Benjamin Woodward. In 1844, a system of supervision by town superintendents was inaugurated. Previous to that, several citizens were selected who decided upon the qualifications of the teacher. John G. Wilkin, afterward county judge of Orange County, was the first town superintendent of Wallkill, which included the village of Middletown. About the year 1856, a law was passed providing for the election of superintendents for assembly districts, thus doing away with the town system, and this system has ever since been continued. On the 30th of January, 1841, a meeting was held to initiate the work of founding Wallkill Academy. It was started as a private enterprise. Stock to the amount of $3,656.75 was subscribed by 115 stockholders, the shares being $5 each. Application was made to the legislature for an act of incorporation, which was passed in May 1841. The building was completed in October 1842, and soon thereafter school sessions were opened, the first teacher being Reverend Phineas Robinson, who remained in charge for 2 years. For a number of years, Wallkill Academy was continued under the plan of its first incorporation, but subsequently passed over to the village of Middletown as a part of its school system. The school system of the village of Middletown was always well managed, and excellent results were attained. This system was afterward merged in the city school system upon the incorporation of the city of Middletown in 1888. The management is now under a Board of Education consisting of 9 members, with superintendent of schools. There are now 8 schools in the educational system of Middletown. The high school was erected on the site formerly occupied by the Wallkill Academy and is a very imposing building with all modern facilities and conveniences. It employs 13 teachers in the academic department and 8 in the grammar grades. The 7 primary schools are located in various parts of the city, so as to accommodate the pupils, but upon graduation in the primary grades, all of the pupils are promoted to the high school in its various grades. The Free Public Library of Middletown, known as the Thrall Library Building, is architecturally an ornament to the city and is fitted up in the most modern style for library purposes. The lot was formerly used as a location for the village school. Mrs. S. Moretta Thrall left a legacy of $30,000 to the city, with which the library was built. Mrs. Thrall, by her liberality, provided Middletown with a library of which its citizens are justly proud, and erected for herself a monument in our city and in the hearts of its people which will be as enduring as time. The library at present contains 10,500 volumes. The legacy bequeathed by Mrs. Thrall was to be used exclusively for the building, and was so used. Charitable and benevolent organizations. In the year 1880, the matter of establishing a children's home for Orange County was brought up in the Board of Supervisors. A committee, consisting of the Hun. William H. Clark, Selah E. Strong, and William B. Royce, was appointed to take the matter under consideration and report. After a careful investigation and examination of a large number of properties, the committee reported that in its judgment the property known as the Israel O. Beatty property in the village of Middletown was better adapted for the purpose than any other property that had been brought to the notice of the committee. The property, at the time, was owned by the Mutual Life Insurance Company of the City of New York, and after negotiations, a price was fixed by the company at $8,000. The price was approved by the board, and the committee was ordered to purchase the property, which was subsequently done. The sum of $2,000 was appropriated for the use of the committee in making such necessary repairs and changes as might be deemed necessary to fit the property for immediate use. The committee, having completed its duties, reported to the board on the 21st of November, 1881, that its work was completed and that there had been expended $9,910.05, leaving a balance of $89.95 in the hands of the committee. Previous to the making of this report, the property had been turned over to the county superintendent of the poor, and it was formally opened on February 7, 1881. On the first day of January, 1882, 44 children were being cared for in the home. This number has fluctuated during the intervening years, sometimes the number of children being as low as 16, and at other times approximating the original number reported. The Orange County Home for Aged Women is located at number 27 South Street, in the city of Middletown, and like the Children's Home, is not limited to the city of Middletown with regard to the territory from which its inmates are received. It was incorporated in 1884, the idea emanating from the fertile brain of Dr. Julia E. Bradner. The home now has become a well-known institution, not only in the city of Middletown, but in the county of Orange. It is difficult to realize that Thrall Hospital, so much an integral part of the civic life of Middletown today, was not dreamed of a quarter of a century since. It is not an easy matter to make plain to the lay mind just what is behind the bald statistic. 1 typhoid discharged. Statistics may number the bandages and weigh out the drugs, but they never take reckoning of the anxieties, the heartaches, that broad utilitarianism which under the name of the Middletown Hospital Association began its beneficent work. It was 20 years ago last November, 1907, that Dr. Julia E. Bradner called together, at her residence, a few of the women of Middletown to discuss the project of having a hospital in their own hometown. At the first informal meeting in November, 1887, 9 women, led on by the indomitable spirit of Dr. Julia E. Bradner, voted to have a charter legally drawn and to meet again at her home, on Orchard Street, on the 22nd of November. The charter was presented at this second meeting and signed before Notary Henry W. Wiggins by the following women: Julia E. Bradner, President; Ella S. Hanford, First Vice President; Ludi M. Clemson, Second Vice President; Clara S. Finn, Treasurer; Harriet L. Clark, Secretary; Sarah Orr Slitter, Jenny E. Pryor; Francis W. Wilcox, Florence Horton. The organization effected on this November day and incorporated December 6 of the same year was named the Middletown Hospital Association. Its object, to build and maintain a hospital in the village of Middletown. The day of the second meeting was big in history, for not only was the matter of the charter settled, but an advisory board of physicians was elected, consisting of William E. Eager, M.D., William H. Dorrance, M.D., Selden H. Talcott, M.D., Burke Pillsbury, M.D., and Ira S. Bradner, M.D., all of whom have passed away. In the spring of 1891, seeing the need and the opportunity to supply that need, Mrs. Esmeretta Thrall gave to the association the lot on the south side of what is now Thrall Park. Plans were made for a building to cost over $13,000, but their execution would have been put off indefinitely had not Mrs. Thrall come forward with a gift of money sufficient to cover the cost of the planned building, making, with the estimated value of the lot, a total gift of over $16,000. Work on the foundation was begun immediately. The association, which in various ways, during the 4 years which elapsed after the foundation was laid, had raised $5,000, now used that amount to furnish and equip the building in a practical and up-to-date manner. On the 10th day of May, 1 year after the gift of the lot, the hospital, having a capacity of 26 beds, was thrown open for the reception of patients. Middletown State Homeopathic Hospital. Nearly 40 years ago, or, to be exact, in 1869, several of the citizens of what was then the village of Middletown decided that a hospital for the insane was needed in this vicinity. Funds were collected, and a farm was purchased on the western border of the village for a site for an asylum, as such institutions were then called. Dr. George F. Foote endeavored to raise money by subscription for a private asylum. To this end, $75,000 were subscribed, the amount expended for a site, and to build part of the institution, all of which was finally accepted by the Commonwealth as a freewill offering from a comparatively few generous subscribers. The first appropriation by the state for the institution was made in 1870. The original Board of Trustees numbered 21, appointed by the governor. The first superintendent, Dr. Foote, having resigned, Dr. Henry R. Stiles was appointed in his stead. He served until February 9, 1877, and then resigned. He was succeeded by the late Selden H. Talcott, who served until his death in 1902, when the present incumbent, Dr. Morris C. Ashley, was appointed to succeed him and is now in charge of the institution. Among the early trustees who were residents of Orange County may be recalled the well-known names of Daniel Thompson, John G. Willen, Moses D. Stivers, James G. Graham, Henry R. Lowe, Elisha P. Wheeler, Dr. Joshua A. Draper, James B. Hulse, James H. Norton, Nathaniel W. Vale, and Uzal T. Hayes. The hospital was incorporated in 1869, opened for the reception of patients on the 20th of April, 1874, and the first patient was admitted May 7, 1874. To give an idea of the present magnitude of this great public charity, it seems fitting that a few figures should go on record where they will be permanently preserved. The farm and grounds comprise nearly 300 acres, on which there are 30 buildings. The value of the real and personal property is over $1,500,000. The present annual expenses for all purposes, excepting the new building, are about $245,000, of which nearly $60,000 are received from private and reimbursing patients. About $110,000 is required for salaries and wages. Since the opening of the institution, over 7,000 patients have been received and treated. Of this number, 2,600 have been discharged, recovered, and returned to their homes and to society, and 900 others have been sufficiently restored or improved to enable them to return to their families. The number of patients under treatment at the present time is 1,350. The present normal capacity of the hospital for patients is 1,222. Buildings are now under construction for about 550 more patients, and the necessary employees, making a total capacity for 1,850 patients and 450 employees. The hospital district comprises Orange, Sullivan, Ulster, and Rockland counties, but those desiring homeopathic treatment are received from any part of the state. During all the years, the hospital has been conducted upon homeopathic principles, following strictly the practice and principles of homeopathy in the selection of medicines and treatment of patients. This is a compliance with the law under which the hospital was first incorporated, and the results, in all respects, would seem to warrant the continuance of the present form of treatment and management. In compliance with the law, a training school for nurses and attendants has been established and maintained for some years with the most satisfactory results. A few years since all the asylums were placed under state control, and a board of local managers with modified duties took the place of the old boards of trustees. The board of managers of the asylum, as at present constituted, consists of William H. Rogers of Middletown, NY, President. Ira L. Case of Middletown, NY, Secretary. Newbold Morris of New York City, NY. Miss Alice Larkin, New York City. Mrs. Harriet A. Dillingham, New York City. George B. Adams, Middletown, NY. And James B. Carson, Middletown, NY. The attorney for the hospital is William B. Royce of Middletown, NY. Miscellaneous. The city of Middletown is located on the Erie, the New York, Ontario and Western, and the Susquehanna and Western Railroads, about 67 miles from New York City, and is the legal successor of the village of Middletown in the county of Orange. The city was incorporated by an act of the legislature of the state of New York, known as Chapter 535 of the Laws of 1888, and John E. Eisman became its first mayor. The city, as now incorporated, contains 2,331 acres. The city is divided into 4 wards. The general city officers are a mayor, Robert Lawrence, now holding the office, president of the Common Council, 2 aldermen from each ward, city clerk and collector, city treasurer, corporation council, city engineer and surveyor, superintendent of streets, recorder, 2 justices of the peace, and 3 assessors. Each ward also elects 1 supervisor, the duties of whose office are the same as those of town supervisors. Middletown has a most excellent and efficient fire department, of which Charles Hyam is chief. The force, as now organized, consists of 1 hook and ladder company, truck drawn by horses, 5 hose companies, 2 of them having chemical wagons drawn by horses, 1 engine company, new steamer drawn by horses. The city has a complete system of electric fire alarms, with 42 boxes in service. Middletown has about 47 regularly organized charitable, benevolent, fraternal, and social organizations and clubs, exclusive of labor organizations, societies, and organizations connected with its railroads. Of the latter, there are 9, and of the labor organizations, 20. A fine state armory is located here, which is the headquarters of the 1st Battalion, 1st Regiment, NGNY, A. E. McClntyre, Major Commanding. This armory is also the home of Company I, 24th Separate Company, 1st Regiment, NGNY, of which Abraham L. Decker is captain. There are 2 Grand Army posts in Middletown, viz. General Lyon Post, No. 266, Captain William A. Jackson Post, No. 301. Middletown has a very efficient businessmen's association, which was incorporated November 20, 1902. The banking interests of Middletown are represented by the following banks: First National Bank, capital $100,000, Merchants National Bank, capital $100,000, Orange County Trust Company, capital $100,000, and the Middletown Savings Bank. These institutions are all in a healthy and prosperous condition and have, in the aggregate, deposits amounting to about the sum of $8 million. There are, in addition to the above, 35 incorporated companies in Middletown, representing manufacturing, mercantile, mechanical, and financial enterprises. The largest employers of labor are the Borden's Condensed Milk Company, the New York, Ontario and Western Railway Company shops, Howell Hinchman Company, and the Union Hat Company. The cemetery grounds of the Hillside Cemetery Corporation, formerly Hillside Cemetery Association, are located in the southwest part of the city. The cemetery had many natural advantages from contour of the land, virgin forests, and running streams. To these have been added about 12 miles of macadamized roads and drives, with gracefully curving paths and winding walks. A great deal of shrubbery and many flowering plants have been set out, and in the summer the scene is a most lovely one. Surely Hillside Cemetery is a beautiful resting place for the dead. Middletown has a most complete water system supplied by 3 reservoirs, located in the towns of Wallkill and Mount Hope, and named respectively Monhagen, Highland, and Shawangunk. All water for domestic use is thoroughly filtered before being conveyed to the city. The city has several miles of well-paved streets and is lighted by both gas and electricity. The telephone system consists of 2 companies. The Orange County Telephone Company has about 1,600 telephones in use and also does the long-distance business in the city for the Hudson River Telephone Company. The Middletown Telephone Company has about a score of subscribers in the city. It also has connection with several outside independent companies. With its location, financial ability, numerous business enterprises, its many social, benevolent, charitable, and religious associations and institutions, its splendid school system, and with the enterprise, energy, and business ability of its citizens, the Middletown of today is only a beginning of the greater Middletown, which will occupy this central part of Orange County in the years to come. To sum up the history of the town of Wallkill were an easy task, and so saying is to speak in the highest praise of the town. Its course has been peaceful, quiet, serene. Its politics have never been infected by scandal and corruption. The red glare of warfare, aboriginal or otherwise, has not shone athwart its pages. It has been a history in which the husbandman has dominated the scene and has been the central actor. Agriculture has been the mainstay of a people pious and God-fearing, the descendants of those sturdy New England and Long Island ancestors, who built the meeting house and the school as soon as ever the settlement was made. We dwellers in the Wallkill of today have every reason to be thankful that our history has been what it has. If it has lacked romance or excitement, it has likewise abounded in a peace that has meant prosperity. Of late years, the flood of immigration has sent its waves to our thresholds, and we find in our villages, on our farms, and toiling along our railroads the children of Italy, of Hungary, of Austria, of Russia, and the more remote East. What the picture will be a century hence, what sort of an amalgamation will have taken place, we cannot foresee. Certain it is that, if he is to remain with us, we must educate the alien, teach him our ways, prepare him for citizenship, and do all we can for him morally and intellectually, and that will surely involve amalgamation. At any rate, this is a force that is bound to change our town's history in the next 100 years from anything that has gone before it. We should face the problem, meet it with those most forcible of weapons, education and law. For the rest, acting the role of prophet is not difficult. Wallkill's lines have been cast in pleasant places and will probably so continue to be cast. We anticipate nothing marvelous, look forward to not phenomenal, expect no revolutions. Our townspeople will pursue the even tenor of their way on their pleasant farms and in their quiet villages. They will know neither the bleak necessities of poverty nor the anxieties of extreme wealth. All will be medium, which is the happiest state of all. We are content with that. Our Wallkill is well beloved. We would not trade it for anything different or more brilliant. We would have it as it has been, not meaning stagnation, of course, yet not longing for the boom which newer and less firmly established and less well-grounded communities are forever invoking. Wallkill, in many ways, realizes one's ideal of a rural township well-governed, knowing neither financial extreme, and with a people contented and at peace. Chapter 29. Town of Warwick, by Ferdinand V. Sanford. The derivation of Warwick, according to Mr. Thomas Kemp, Mayor of Warwick, England, who has written a history of Warwick and its people, is from the Saxon wara, which in that tongue signifies inhabitants, and wick, a town or castle or hamlet, a bank or crook of a river. So that Warwick or Warwick signifies no more than the inhabitants of the town or castle upon the bank of the river. Other Saxon forms of the name found are Werhicka, Wyrenjuick, Wowarinquick, and Waringwick. The history of our Warwick from the earliest times has been written by Eager and Ruttenber, in their publications that of the last named writer, coming down to the year 1880. Early settlement. The present sketch is intended rather to supplement these earlier accounts than to rewrite all of the past history, by recording principally the events which have occurred since 1880. The town or township of Warwick was erected from the precinct of Goshen in 1788 and derived its name from the plantation of Benjamin Aske, one of the original grantees of the Wowyanda patent. Upon the subdivision of the patent among 12 patentees, Aske's share was a tract nearly in the form of a parallelogram, which extended from Wickham's or Clarkslake on the northeast to the farm now owned by Townsend W. Sanford on the southwest, with an average width of a mile, and containing 2,200 acres of land. Aske named this tract Warwick, from which fact it is supposed that he came from Warwickshire, England. The date of the Wowyanda patent is March 5, 1702-1703, which was the peculiar style of writing year date a couple of centuries ago. The document is signed by the 12 chiefs, all making their mark in the presence of witnesses, one of them Chuckhass, the chief who lived in this town and for whom Chuck's Hill is named. This patent embraced at that time practically all of Orange County as it existed in 1703. By deed dated February 28, 1719, Ask sold to Lawrence Decker, yeoman, for £50, 100 acres, in the deed described as being part of the 2,200 acres of land, called Warwick, showing that previous to that date Ask had bestowed the name of Warwick upon his tract. Later deeds to Thomas Blaine and Thomas Decay contain similar recitals. The pioneers of Warwick were principally English families who came hither from Long Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. Among them, we find the names of Armstrong, Baird, Benedict, Blaine, Bradner, Burt, Decay, Decker, Demarest, Ketchum, Knapp, McCambly, Post, Rowe, Sayer, Sly, Sanford, Welling, Wheeler, Wisner, Wood, and Van Duzer. Most of these settlers have left descendants who still live in the town or village. During the Revolution, there were a few Tories near Warwick, but the majority of the people were loyal to the country of their adoption, and many of them enlisted for service. John Hathorne, colonel of the Warwick and Florida Regiment, Captains Charles Beardsley, John Minthorne, Henry Wisner, Jr., Abram Dawson, Jr., John Norman, Henry Townsend, Nathaniel Elmer, John Saver, Lieutenants Richard Welling, Samuel Lobdell, Nathaniel Ketchum, George Vance, Peter Bartholf, Matthew Dawson, John Hopper, John Debo, Anthony Finn, John Pepino, Jr., Richard Bailey, John Kennedy, John Wood, and many others rendered valuable services during the Revolution. While New York City was in the hands of the British, the most traveled road between the Hudson River and the Delaware ran through Warwick. It is said that Washington passed through Warwick twice during the war and was entertained by Colonel Hathorne at the Pearson E. Sanford stone house near the village, on one of these occasions, at least. For some time after the Revolution, there were not more than 30 houses in the village. In 1765, Daniel Burt built the shingle house, now owned by Mrs. Sally A. F. Servin, the oldest house in the village. In 1766, Francis Baird built the stone house now owned by William B. Sayer, which was at one time used as a tavern, and in some of the old maps Warwick is called Baird's Tavern. Development. The town of Warwick is the largest in area of any of the towns of the county, containing 61,763 acres, or nearly double that of any of the others, and being a little more than 1/8 of the area of the whole county. Its assessed valuation of real and personal property in 1906 was $2,863,010. The taxes levied upon that valuation for last year were $22,745.12. Population according to state census of 1905 was 6,691. Within the last generation, the town has greatly improved its public highways and bridges. With the advent of the bicycle, automobile, and other motor vehicles, the demand for better road facilities has been felt, and this demand has been and is now being supplied. Under the state law providing for the construction and improvement of the highways at the joint expense of the state and county, the sum of $15,387.4 has been expended by the county, and the additional sum of $1,602.60 by the state, up to the year 1905. For acquisition of rights-of-way, engineering, and cost of construction of 4.67 miles of road from Florida to Warwick. Known as Road Number 93, so that under the Good Roads Law, Chapter 115, Laws 1898, we have nearly 5 miles of finished work done. Plans have also been approved by the county, and its share of the cost appropriated for the building of 6.92 miles of road from Warwick to Greenwood Lake at a total estimated cost of $54,250, which will undoubtedly be built as soon as the legislature makes appropriation for the state's share of the cost. Since 1883, the town has constructed several new iron bridges, viz., on the east arm of Greenwood Lake at Main, South, Lake, Elm, and Bank Streets in the village of Warwick. Also at Florida, Kimball's Point, Garner's Island across the Pawchuck Creek, one between the towns of Goshen and Warwick, and one between the towns of Minnesink and Warwick. Also at Belleville and New Milford, these substantial structures replacing the old wooden bridges of the past. An elevated bridge across the tracks of the Lehigh and Hudson River Railway Company was constructed to avoid the grade crossing at Stone Bridge at the joint expense of the railway company, and the town, costing nearly $8,000, of which the town's share was 1/4 of the whole cost, made a most desirable improvement in this part of the town. The town constructed a new road along the east side of Greenwood Lake in 1889, the land being donated by Alexander Brandon, trustee, and others, to the town, and the latter building the same at a cost of over $7,000. This improvement opens up a large tract of land for building purposes, the road extending to state line of New York and New Jersey. In 1902, by a vote of the taxpayers, a change was made in the manner of working the highways from the labor to the money system. Under the old system, something over 5,000 days would be assessed for labor, but a considerable portion would never be worked, and in consequence our highways would suffer. Under the present method, the sum of $5,593 was expended by the town in 1906, in cash upon our highways, and the additional sum of $2,000 state aid, with uniformly better results everywhere. The total mileage of public roads is nearly 200 in the town, and the sum of $25 per mile was expended upon every mile in that year, and additional sums of $10 per mile upon those roads more frequently traveled. This amount was for all the road districts outside of the incorporated village of Warwick, which is a separate road district maintained by the corporation. The valuation for 1907 was $1 of tax for every $300 of assessed value. Town boards of health have been maintained since 1881 and consist of the supervisor, town clerk, justices of the peace, a citizen member, and a physician, known as the health officer. Rules and regulations governing the proper observance of health are published each year by this official body, and prompt action taken in case of any outbreak of disease, and measures instituted to control and prevent the spread of the same. As a result of the labors of these organizations and those in the incorporated villages of our towns, the public health has been safeguarded, and no serious epidemics have been experienced. The town has 17 separate school districts, where the common school is maintained, and 2 union-free schools at Florida and Warwick, under the supervision of the regents of the University at Albany. In these latter schools, our young people are graduated, prepared for the different walks of life, and many entering colleges to prosecute their studies further for the learned professions. Under the present state law, education is compulsory, between the ages of 8 and 16, and parents, guardians, and employers detaining the child between those ages are liable to fine and imprisonment. Under the compulsory education, law, our town appoints annually for each of the school districts an officer known as the truant officer, whose duty it is to look after the interests of those who will not look after their own, and compel all children within the school age to be in attendance upon the public school during the required period. The state apportionment of school funds for 1907 for the town was $4,300. The town has 6 election or polling places, known as districts Nos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Number 1 includes the voters in the Amity and Pine Island district. Number 2, those in Florida and vicinity. Nos. 3, 4, and 5, the village of Warwick, Belleville, and New Milford. Number 6, Greenwood Lake and Sterling. The total vote polled for governor in the town in 1900 was 1,218. The principal farm products are dairying, onions, peaches, apples, hay, and potatoes. Milk is condensed at several places in the town. The mineral products are iron, granite, mica, white, and blue limestone. The white limestone is very valuable for fluxing purposes and in the manufacture of Portland cement. Large deposits of the same are found in the western part of the town, running from near Florida to the Vernon Valley. The blue limestone is valuable for building purposes and is found very generally in different parts of the town. Clay beds also exist at Florida and at Durlands, from which brick have been manufactured. The present bonded debt of the town, 1907, is $4,950, bearing 4%. Interest, which is very small considering the amounts expended in the construction of the new iron bridges in the town, during the last 30 years nearly 20 and the cost of new road construction, and for damages to the town roads and bridges caused by the Great Flood of 1903, when 1 bridge was completely destroyed, and 9 were damaged, besides the damages to many of the public roads and other small bridges. Villages and hamlets. Warwick. The village of Warwick was known as early as 1719, but was not settled until about 1764. It is the largest village in the town and the only one incorporated. Its area is 395 acres, and its population, 1905, was 1,767. It was incorporated under a special act of the legislature in 1867 and reincorporated under the General Village Law in 1901. Built on rolling land in the valley west of the Warwick Mountains, it is an ideal spot for country homes. The land is well drained, the Wowyanda Creek flowing through the center of the town in a southeasterly direction. The mean elevation of the valley is 550 feet, and the nearby mountains rise to a height of 1,200 to 1,400 feet. The varied pastoral scenes of wood, stream, and meadow, with here and there a lake, and the tall peaks of the Catskills in the distance greeting the eye from these heights, are said by travelers to equal, if not surpass, anything else of the kind in all the wide world. Fine roads, affording delightful drives, extend from Warwick in every direction, some among the neatly kept farms in the valley and others through winding ways among the hills. With such an unrivaled environment, Warwick has grown famous for its own peculiar beauties. One cannot say that our village is quaint or old-fashioned, with swinging gates, grassy lanes, and moss-covered roofs. Rather, it is an air of smartness, blended with polished repose. It is a pretty park with velvety lawns, showing to vast advantage groups of flowering shrubs, unmarred by fences, and with the houses well apart, giving an air of freedom from cramped conditions. Not only the fine mansions that have been built by prosperous country merchants, professional men and city folk, but also the modest homes of the village mechanics and artisans, all show the same individual public spirit, not to be outdone in keeping things spruced up and freshly painted. Here and there are old homesteads where son has succeeded father for generations, yet the old homes look well and becoming in their new and airy clothes. The advent of broad avenues and flag walks have forever effaced the winding trails, and with them, much of the sweet Indian legendary has been obliterated. For all these rolling hills were once covered with chestnut, birch, maple, and pine trees. There is something pathetic in the passing of the red man, the type of years gone by, as the impress of civilization unrelentingly, step by step, has crowded upon his teepee and forced him westward. Yet the maples, as planted by our fathers, forming bowers over streets, are more beautiful than the pine tree. We have no unter den linden, but we might claim an unter den maples. Warwick has been called the Queen Village, also a village of homes. If she is not truly the former, she is easily and far away a village of homes. As early as 1830, Henry William Herbert, an English gentleman and writer, better known as Frank Forrester, visited the village and stopped at the old inn, known as Tom Ward's, now and then called the Wowyanda House. Forrester has celebrated us in his famous book of sporting tales and adventures called Warwick Woodlands, in which he tells many a quaint tale of the doings of himself and mine host Ward, whom he cleverly calls Draw by simply inverting the letters of the name, and of many other sportsmen of that early day. No one has ever paid our vale and village a higher tribute than Forrester, when he said, "In all the river counties of New York, there is none to my mind which presents such a combination of all natural beauties, pastoral, rural, sylvan, and at times almost sublime, as Old Orange, nor any part of it to me so picturesque, or so much endeared by early recollections, as the fair vale of Warwick. Throughout its length and breadth, it is one of the most fertile and beautiful, and the most Arcadian regions of the United States. Poverty in its lower and more squalid aspects, if not in any real or tangible shape, is unknown within its precincts. Its farmers, the genuine old solid yeomen of the land, the backbone and bulwark of the country, rich as their teeming pastures, hospitable as their warm hearts and ever-open doors, staunch and firm as the everlasting hills among which in truly pleasant places their lines have fallen, would be the pride of any nation, kingdom, or republic. Its women are among the fairest daughters of a country where beauty is the rule rather than the exception. Sweet Vale of Warwick, sweet Warwick, loveliest village of the Vale, it may be I shall never see you more, for the silver cord is loosened, the golden bowl is broken, which most attached me to your quiet and sequestered shades. May blessings be about you, beautiful Warwick. May your fields be as green, your waters as bright, the cattle upon your 100 hills as fruitful, as in the days of old." In 1883, the village voted the sum of $600 to lay the sidewalks over the Main Street Bridge. In 1886, the sum of $4,200 was voted by the taxpayers to buy the lot and build the brick building occupied by Excelsior Hose Company. In 1889, an application was made to the trustees for the organization of the Goodwill Hook and Ladder Company. In 1891, a truck was bought for said ladder company at a cost of $600. The system for working the village streets was changed in this year to the money system. In 1895, a number of the citizens contributed the sum of $433.03 for the purchase of a sprinkling cart, a proposition previously submitted to the taxpayers for the purchase of the same having been defeated at a special election. In 1896, Raymond Hose Company No. 2, to look after the interests of the village in the West End, was organized by consent of the trustees. In 1897, the sum of $500 was voted for the purpose of a fire alarm. In this year, the first and only franchise ever granted by the village was given to Sharp and Chapman for a term of 50 years for an electric light plant. These parties having failed to carry out their agreement, the village the next year granted a franchise for the same purpose to the Warwick Valley Light and Power Company, of the same duration. Since 1898, the village has been lighted with electric light at a cost of about $2,000 per year. The present plant, consisting of 97 incandescent electric lights and 6 2,000-candle power arc lamps. In 1900, the taxpayers voted the sum of $1,600 for the purchase of a lot and the building of a hose house for the Raymond Hose Company. In 1901, a proposition to reincorporate the village under the General Village Law was carried. A special election held the same year to vote upon the proposition of paving our streets with Telford pavement and asking for the sum of $10,000 for that purpose was defeated by only 3 votes. In 1902, the heirs of the late George W. Sanford donated the sum of $1,250 to the village for the purpose of a drinking fountain, which has been erected and is placed at Fountain Square, corner of Main and East Main Streets. In July 1906, Warwick, England, celebrated the 2,000 years of her past history in a great historical pageant upon the grounds of Warwick Castle. Invitations were issued to all the Warwicks of the World 14 in Alta be present and participate in these festivities. Our board appointed its president, Ferdinand V. Sanford, as its representative, who attended the celebration and delivered in person the following resolutions of greeting and congratulation. Honorable Thomas Kemp, Mayor of the Corporation of Warwick, England. Sir, accept congratulations and greetings from your daughter and namesake across the sea, on the occasion of your great historical pageant, wherein somewhat of your ancient and honorable past is reproduced, not merely in centuries, but in millenniums of time. As Americans, we are proud of our English ancestry, and of that mighty nation, on whose empire the sun never sets, whose history is the history of everything that makes for progress, a higher civilization, and the enlightenment and uplifting of mankind. May God continue to bless England and America, the leading Christian nations of the earth, whose history teaches the world of the transcendent value of the life, liberty, and happiness of man. Done at Warwick, New York, United States of America, on the 26th day of May in the year of our Lord 1906. The Village of Warwick. By Seal, Ferdinand V. Sanford, President, Charles Wutk, George H. Strong, Trustees F. C. Carey, Clerk of the Corporation. To which the Mayor replied officially as follows. Borough of Warwick to wit. At a meeting of the Mayor, aldermen and councillors of the said borough in council assembled, on the 13th day of July, 1906. It was resolved that the congratulatory address from the Corporation of the Village of Warwick, in the State of New York, United States of America, presented to the Mayor on the occasion of the recent historical pageant, be entered on the minutes of the Council, and that a cordial vote of thanks for their sympathetic greetings be accorded to the sister municipality with an earnest hope for its continued prosperity, and that a copy of the resolution be sealed and transmitted to the President of the Corporation. Thomas Kemp, Mayor. Brabazon Campbell, Town Clerk, seal. During the present year, 1907, the village has been the recipient of a fine town clock presented by Mr. Pearson E. Sanford. The clock is stationed in the tower of the Methodist Church on Main Street. At a special election held this year, the sum of $4,200 was voted to purchase the building and lots formerly owned by John A. Dater and others on Main Street and Wheeler Avenue. It is the purpose of the trustees to change the building and adapt it for village purposes, such as a village hall, office for records, maps and files, and the rooms of Goodwill Hook and Ladder Company. New Milford. The hamlet of New Milford lies southwest of Warwick and forms a part of the boundary line between New York and New Jersey. It was formerly called Jockey Hollow. It comprises an area of a little more than 2,000 acres of the most fertile and well-watered land in Warwick Valley. When the Wowyanda patent was deeded by the Indians to 12 white men in 1702, the 12th part deed to Cornelius Christiance included what is now known as New Milford. Cornelius Christiance sold his share to Derrick Vanderburg in 1704, and the latter sold to Everett and Glowes, land speculators, in 1714 for a little more than $500. In 1724, the land was purchased by Thomas Decay and Benjamin Aske. Settlers now began to come, and they were quick to take advantage of the superior water facilities. The land was intersected by Wowyanda Creek, and flowing into this stream were 4 rushing mountain streams, all capable of furnishing fine water power, the largest of which was the Doublekill, so named because it is the outlet of Double Pond or Wowyanda Lake. But not until about the year 1770 were any mills operated, excepting a sawmill and the forge on Wowyanda Creek on the farm recently owned by the Edward L. Davis heirs. During the year 1780, we find among the settlers the Decays, the Davises, the Demarists, the Lazars, and Wood. The first excise money was paid into the treasury from the New Milford Tavern in 1790 by Cornelius Lazar. A grist mill was built that year on the west side of the Doublekill, on the farm known as the Kiernan Farm, and much further up the stream than the present mill. This mill was operated many years. In 1802, John Lazar built a grist mill on the site of the present mill. In connection with the mill, he had a factory for manufacturing axe and shovel handles. Between the years 1805 and 1825, New Milford was an exceedingly busy place. The original and only town at the time was where the post office is at present. There were 6 mills on the Doublekill and 4 on the stream covered by the Arch Bridge, near the post office, known as Green Mine Brook. On the Doublekill there were the grist mill or axe handle factory and tannery owned by S.W. Klassen, now owned by E.M. Baumann. Further down the stream a feed mill, a sawmill, and a fulling or wool carding mill. Then on the Green Mine stream there were a clover seed mill, plaster mill, cider mill with distillery, and about where William T. Vandervoort's barn is located, there was a large sawmill run by David Demarest. A very good schoolhouse was situated just west of the present Methodist Church. A post office was established in 1815. The first postmaster was Merritt Coleman. The turnpike running between New York and Port Jervis left the main road near the present home of Darius Fancher, crossed the E. L. Davis farm, continued northward over a bridge which was east of the present site of Borden's Creamery, and up the hill to the road which now passes west of the house, known as Peachblow. This was the main road to the northwest. Mr. E. L. Davis built a fulling and carding mill near the bridge and operated that as well as a sawmill. Further down on Wowyanda Creek there were a sawmill, cider mill, and distillery owned by John Ryerson. The covered bridge was built about 1830. In 1835, a boarding school for young ladies was opened in the house now occupied by John Lynes. The principal, Charles G. Winfield, was a man of profound learning. Here the best people of Warwick and vicinity sent their daughters to be educated. It was a classical school of the highest order. The Methodist Church was opened in 1838. In 1861, when there was a call for volunteers, New Milford, with a population of only 150 persons, responded with 28 men. With the growth of the dairy business in Orange County, less attention was paid to milling interests. In 1866, a factory for condensing milk was built where the Kiernan fulling and carding mill stood. This was abandoned after the railroad was built in 1879. In 1898, a fire swept away the business portion of New Milford, and it has not been entirely rebuilt. At present, the town is regaining some of the business prosperity it enjoyed 100 years ago. There are 2 grist mills and a sawmill, and one of the largest creameries for bottling and condensing milk in the county, owned by Borden's Milk Company, where 500 gallons of milk are received and shipped daily. There are several old cemeteries scattered throughout New Milford, where one may read the names of those who lived when the years were young. Pine Island. Pine Island is a village lying 2 miles northwest of Amity at the terminus of the Goshen and Deckertown Railroad, leased by the Erie. It has a public school, a hotel, a store, and post office. Greenwood Lake and Sterling. The Chesapeake's patent, confirmed by letters patent of Queen Anne which embraced this district, was granted March 25, 1707, by Mangamack and other Indians, whose names are unpronounceable, and who signed by their marks, representatives of the subtribes of the Minsis, whose totem was the wolf, a branch of the Lenni Lenapes, whose totem was the turkey, a branch of the great Algonquin or Algonquin tribe or nation which held sway over them. This deed was dated December 30, 1702, and recorded in the Orange County Clerk's Office, June 1, 1736. The original patent, bearing Queen Anne's seal, is in the possession of the Sterling Iron and Railway Company. Sterling and Greenwood Lake are now embraced in the 6th election district of the town of Warwick. Charles Clinton surveyed this patent for the owners in common, beginning April 1, 1735, and ending December 13, 1749. He mentions in his field book, as early as 1745, that iron works were in operation at Sterling, but to what extent is not stated. The old furnace at Sterling, now in ruins, is said to have been built in 1751, and from it was drawn the iron from which the great chain was made to cross the Hudson River in Revolutionary days from West Point to Constitution Island. This chain was built by Abel Noble and Co., Peter Townsend, signing the contract for said firm for its construction February 2, 1778, to be finished by April 1, 1778. This chain was drawn across the river April 30, 1778. A bronze tablet commemorating the building of Sterling Furnace was unveiled at the foot of the furnace on June 23, 1906. Iron mining is still in active operation, a shaft extending diagonally under Sterling like a distance of over 2,000 feet, but the ore is all shipped to other furnaces. The iron industry created a need for charcoal, and from Revolutionary times until about 1865, cutting wood and burning charcoal was an industry extending all over this section, and through the mountains of Greenwood Lake and Sterling is a network of wood roads and many foundations where formerly stood the dwellings of collieries. Sterling Mountain rises about 600 feet above the surface of Greenwood Lake, which is about 9 miles long and 700 feet elevation above sea level. The map of this section made by Robert Erskine for General Washington gives it the name of Long Pond. About midway on the west side, and about 300 feet from the shore of Greenwood Lake, stands an old furnace on the Furnace Brook, which was built about 75 years ago by William Noble of Belleville. The furnace was a failure from the start, as the stream of water furnished insufficient power for the blast. About 1845, Wanack Creek, at the outlet of Greenwood Lake, was crossed by a dam, which raised the lake about 8 feet, resulting in the overflow of about a mile of low land at both the north and south ends of the lake, forming a reservoir for the use of the Morris and Essex Canal, 9 miles long and a mile wide. The New York and Greenwood Lake Railroad reached here in 1876. The terminal station at the line between New York and New Jersey on the East Shore, called then State Line, now Sterling Forest, was accessible by boats only, there being no public road until 1889, when one was built by the town of Warwick, the contract being taken by Conrad Deal of Goshen. The steamboat Montclair, capable of carrying 400 passengers or more, was built and launched in 1876 to accommodate travelers from the railroad. Smaller boats had been previously built, first the Pioneer, a sailboat, then the Sylph, then the Montclair, and later the Oneida, and at present several small steamers and naphtha launches without number are in use. Prior to the completion of the railroad, visitors reached here by stage from Monks on the south, or from Monroe on the north. Religious services were held in a log schoolhouse 1 mile north of Greenwood Lake prior to 1850, when under the pastorate of Reverend J.H. Honhurst, the first Methodist church of Greenwood Lake was built, where services were regularly held until 1898, when the settlement concentrating about 2 miles farther south, it was deemed expedient to build a new Methodist Episcopal church on land donated for the purpose by M.V. Wilson, opposite the new schoolhouse, which for the same reason was built about 2¼ miles south of its former site and now has an attendance of 63 pupils. The school at Sterling Mines has about the same number of pupils, children of the miners, religious services being held in the schoolhouse under Methodist supervision. The new Methodist Episcopal Church of Greenwood Lake was built under the supervision of Pastor Cranston, and now in 1907, Reverend J.H. Callier is pastor. For 57 years, the church has never been without a pastor in charge of regular services. In about the year 1880, a summer school of Christian philosophy, under the supervision of William O. McDowell, was begun in a fine auditorium erected for the purpose at Warwick Woodlands on the west shore of the lake. And, for the accommodation of visitors, an encampment hotel in connection with the Greenwood Lake Association Clubhouse was under the supervision of Lyndon Y. Jennis. Dr. Charles H. Deems, Dr. Lyman Abbott, and many other speakers on religious, social, and philosophical themes spoke to the assembled multitudes. This clubhouse for a time was Greenwood Lake's center of interest, but for lack of support financially, it was finally abandoned to the uses and amusements of excursionists. In 1906, the dilapidated building was demolished. About 1880, a movement took form to inaugurate a church on what was known as the Lime Rocks, and under the management of Reverend Mr. Bradford of Montclair, assisted by local friends, a tent was erected here where services from time to time were held. Now a stone church occupying this most picturesque spot is under construction and the supervision of E.G. Lewis of New York City, representing the Episcopal Church. Civilization's onward march is taking strong form here, and over the old Indian camping grounds, where numberless arrowheads, spear points, stone axes, and beautifully ornamented fragments of pottery bear testimony to the race that has departed, leaving only here and there a name that claims relationship, stand today spacious hotels, towering churches, palatial homes, and the last society formed for their protection is the Pioneer Fire Company of Greenwood Lake, which was formed May 3, 1907. Little York. The hamlet of Little York is about a mile east from Pine Island, in the town of Warwick. The first settler, Conrad Luft, came from Russia and settled there in 1886. About 5 years later, Henry Lust, another Russian, came and located. Then followed in 1897 Peter Miller, Conrad Schmick, and August Youngman. The next year 8 more families came from Russia, buying land and building homes. Their industry is onion raising, for which the Black Meadow land which they cultivate is admirably adapted. They are Russians, but speak the German language and are Lutherans in religion. They are very industrious and thrifty, and nearly all have their homes and the land all paid for. In 1907, there were 24 houses and 1 church, the Evangelical Lutheran, of which Reverend Gerhard Rademacher is the rector. There are about 200 in population, 100 communicant members of said church, and 33 voters. A parochial school is maintained in connection with the church and has 39 children in attendance. The church was built in 1898, finished in 1901, and incorporated in 1904. Reverend George Kiesner served the church until 1904. It was under his ministry that the church was begun and completed. He was followed by the present pastor, Reverend Gerhard Rademacher, during whose ministry the parsonage was built and the cemetery of 3 acres acquired. Other Russians are expected the present year to come and settle here. Amity. Amity is the western portion of the town of Warwick, extending about 3 miles in radius from the Presbyterian Church, the only house of worship in the village. The church was organized by a committee of the Presbytery of Hudson on September 15, 1809, but the first building had been erected and dedicated 13 years previous, August 1, 1796. The building stands on a lovely eminence 500 feet above sea level and commands a splendid view in every direction. The 2 conical mountains, Adam and Eve, some 4 miles distant, stand to the northeast and are about 800 feet above the level of the sea. These granite mountains are rough and rocky and are covered with impenetrable brush and bramble. The chief occupation of the people is extensive farming. Peach growing, however, became a popular and profitable industry about 1885 and continued for 20 years, during which time all the principal farmers turned their best land into orchards, from which they shipped thousands of baskets of delicious fruit to New York City and other towns, where there was great demand and high prices. It was not uncommon for a successful orchardist to realize from $5,000 to $10,000 for his crop in a single season. The land soon became exhausted, however. The San Jose scale attacked and killed the trees, and the business declined as rapidly as it had sprung up. About the present date, 1907, a new find in the land is receiving much attention: limestone in unlimited quantity in most of the farms. Prospectors are finding zinc and other valuable minerals, which indicate wealth for those who still possess the soil. Belleville. Belleville Village, known in colonial times as Wowanda, is situated on the lower rapids of Longhouse Creek, which here enters the meadows and flows 1.5 miles to Stone Bridge Station, where it enters the Wowanda, which has its source in Clark's Lake, and then loses its name when merged in the smaller stream. Longhouse Creek has its source in a swamp in New Jersey, a short distance east from Wowanda Lake. It has a large watershed at an elevation above tide water of about 1,100 feet, and in its descent of 6 or 7 miles runs through several fine storage basins and down numerous rapids and falls. For a distance of 500 feet, options were taken on some of the storage basins by the Ramapo Water Company during its active days, with a view to conducting the water into the headquarters of the Ramapo River. This stream is well adapted for the generation of water power for electrical or manufacturing purposes, and we learn from colonial history was utilized by Lawrence Scrawley in 1745 to operate a forge of tilt hammer for a plating and slitting mill. This was the only mill of this kind in the state of New York, and in 1750 was not in operation. Under the Crown, we were not allowed to advance the manufacturing stage of iron beyond the pig and bar iron stages. It seems Scrawley took his chances in this secluded portion of the valley to furnish more convenient sizes of iron to meet the wants of the blacksmiths and builders of that day, and thus avoid paying tribute to the manufacturers of the mother country. The ruins of the hearth where the ore was melted, the raceway, and the pit for the wheel that operated the tilt hammer are still visible, as well as the mudsill of the foundation of the dam. During the War of 1812, a Mr. Peck had an establishment upon the stream, near the home of William M. Mann, where he manufactured bridle bits, stirrups, buckles, and saddle trees for our cavalry, as well as agricultural implements generally. The old forge site and the lands along the rapids up to the line of the Chesapeake patent were bought by Daniel Burt in 1760, and soon after he built a flouring mill and a sawmill, both of which were washed away by the breaking away of the dam during a very unusually heavy shower of rain. The present flouring mill is situated near the site of the earlier one. A sawmill was built in 1812 by John Bradner and Brower Robinson and rebuilt by Thomas Burt, who operated it and a turning shop for about 20 years. The dam has been washed away and the mill is in ruins. A wool carding factory was built by Nathaniel Jones about 1810, and subsequently enlarged for the manufacture of broadcloths by Joseph Brooks, but is not now in operation. James, the son of Daniel Burt, about 1812 settled 3 of his sons at Belleville in the milling and mercantile business. They established shops for a blacksmith, carpenter, wagon maker, cooper tailor, shoemaker, and the manufacture of red earthen pottery. Benjamin Bradner had a tannery before 1812, where the ruins of the old sawmill are situated. The vats were located where is now the old raceway, and the bark was ground in a circular curb upon the flat rock back of the sawmill, rolling a heavy millstone over the bark, as at one time apples were reduced to pumice by cider makers. About 1808, the Belleville and Monroe Turnpike was built to make a shorter route to the markets along the Ramapo for the produce of the farmers of Warwick. It was 9 miles long and shortened the distance previously traveled by about 1/2. The road was maintained above 50 years, and the charter then surrendered to the state, and the road, divided into districts, of fund on hand of about $500 was spent in putting the road in order before the charter was surrendered. The stockholders never received any money for their investment. The massive stone bridge over the channel at Belleville was built in 1832 to take the place of the old wooden one then unsafe for travel. Recently, the old bridge site, as well as nearly all the land along the Longhouse Creek for 4 or 5 miles, has passed into the hands of one owner, also all the mills, and about 3,000 acres of land lying along the stream. The probable development of the water power for electrical purposes and an early completion of the state road from Pine Island to Tuxedo promises a brighter future. Tradition accounts for the name of the stream from the long house that stood on its bank near the residence of the late C.R. Klein. The Indians that settled there built their houses end to end, and, as their families became more numerous, a long house was built instead of the isolated circular wigwams of many tribes. That there was an Indian settlement at this place is highly probable from the nearby streams for fishing, swamp and mountain for hunting, and the fertile prairie-like land for their crops of corn and tobacco. In the part where the land has been cultivated, plenty of flint arrowheads and large chips of flint with sharp edges have been found. The flint chips were used by the squaws in cultivating corn and tobacco. In 1841, in digging a cellar for an addition to the house, the skeleton of an Indian of immense size was found, if the writer mistakes not, in a sitting posture. This may have been only one of a great many buried there and might have been their chief. Out of a population of only about 330, at the time of the Civil War, 42 were enrolled from Belleville and the immediate vicinity. In 1907, the population of the place is estimated at about 300. Edenville. Edenville, known in the early annals of local history as Postville, in honor of Colonel Jacobus Post, one of its pioneer settlers, enjoys a picturesque location 3 miles west of Warwick, with which place it is closely connected in its postal facilities and commercial interests. Doubtless its early progenitors, because of the establishment of this little hamlet within a radius of great agricultural fertility, predicted its growth to be vastly greater than its actual development proved. But as one by one the railroads on either side were established, Edenville was left to its primitive means of transportation. Nearly north of the village of about 100 inhabitants are located the isolated peaks of MTS, Adam and Eve, interest in the mineral deposits of which has increased with time. In the decades past, specimens of granite, syenite, granular quartz, hornblende, arsenical iron, and white limestone were gathered by the seeker of mineralogical specimens. Later, the quarrying of granite was undertaken by the Orange County Granite Company and the Empire State Granite Company. The quality of the granite found within the mountain confines is of a high order, but the difficulty of transportation forbids an extensive output. The oldest home of Postville, known as the Shingle House, was built in 1734 and remained an object of much interest to visitors of the village until destroyed by fire in the winter of 1907. This was the home of Carl Jacobus Post and is said to have been a haven for travelers on their early tour across the Netherland country. The Edenville Methodist Church was organized on September 11, 1822. The school district, known as Purling Brook District, was organized in 1813. Florida. Probably no village of our county presents so great a contrast in its local interests of today as compared with the early incentives of its development, as does Florida, or Floridus, land of the red flowers, situated 6 miles south of Goshen, 6 miles north of Warwick, which points are connected by a recently constructed state road. In records relating to the early settlement of the village in the latter part of the 18th century, we find the names of Seward, Armstrong, Wisner, Carr, Pepino, Randall, Thompson, and Rowe as actively identified with its early interests. Although in the heart of a prolific agricultural section, recently developed to its full extent, political and scholastic ambition actuated the impulses of many of its earlier settlers. Still, to the steadfast, sterling qualities of those engaged in agricultural pursuits must be attributed its constant development. During the governorship of George Clinton, 1777-1795, Florida was represented in the legislature and was prominent in the Revolutionary struggle. Later, in the political arena, we recall the career of William H. Seward, elected as state senator in 1831, governor in 1838, United States senator in 1849, and appointed Secretary of State in 1861. Florida today shows marked changes in its church history. The Methodist Church was established in 1868. As early as 1742, a Presbyterian church was organized. In 1837, the church edifice was consumed by fire. The present structure was erected in June 1838. In 1839, a second Presbyterian church was founded, but in 1878, the two churches were united. Two flourishing church organizations of the Catholic faith exist: St. Edward's and the St. Joseph's Polish Catholic Church. Educational matters early claimed the attention of the settlers of Florida: Samuel S. Seward, DeWitt C. Jane, Robert Armstrong, and Jonas Seeley, serving respectively as school commissioners from 1813 to 1843. Judge Samuel S. Seward founded the S. S. Seward Institute in 1848 as a classical school, endowing it with the sum of $20,000. This school was held in the old Randolph Hotel. After Judge Seward's death, a young ladies' seminary was established, opposite the original school building, and for years Florida was noted for its superior boarding school. With the improved common school advantages of later years, came the desire of the citizens to widen the influence of the school as originally designed. And accordingly, a new edifice was erected bearing the name of S. S. Seward Institute, receiving the benefit of the reserve fund and also the state appropriation for high schools, thus fulfilling in a greater sense the beneficent plans of the original founder. A prominent factor in agricultural development has been the influx of many Poles and Germans of thrifty type, whose business, at first confined to onion and celery growth, is gradually reaching out to other industries and professions. Under their management, largely, the value of the black dirt land during the past 30 years has increased from $10 to $200 per acre. Within the last year, brickmaking has been revived. In July 1905, the Florida Civic Improvement Club was organized. A sketch of Florida would hardly be complete without mention of Glenmere, a beautiful sheet of water furnishing the village water supply, located 1 mile east of the village. From the date of its early christening as Thompson's Pond, its clear waters have furnished pleasure to the boatmen and fishermen. Churches. The Reformed Church of Warwick was organized by a committee of the classis of Paramus in 1804 and was duly incorporated on March 18, 1807, under the corporate name and title of the Consistory of the Reformed Protestant Dutch Church and Congregation of Warwick. It was the successor of the Presbyterian Church and occupies the same site of the earlier society. In 1904, it celebrated its centennial. During Mr. Crispell's ministry, the present stone church was built and furnished at a cost of about $40,000. The new edifice was begun in 1889 and dedicated June 26, 1890. Union African Methodist Episcopal Church. This organization was begun in the winter of 1906. The church was incorporated under the above name on March 12, 1906. Reverend Joseph Stiles was the first pastor. During the year that Reverend Stiles had charge, a new church was built on McEwen Street at a cost of something like $2,000. The Roman Catholic Church of St. Stephen. In Shee's history we read, Father Steinmeier, S.J., better known as Father Farmer, crossed over from his New Jersey missions into Orange County and baptized 7 near Warwick. After his death, other priests may have visited the neighborhood, but there is no record of the fact. In 1849, Father Ward was appointed resident pastor at Goshen, with charge of all Orange County except the strip along the Hudson. The building formerly occupied by the Methodist Church in Church Street was purchased by the denomination, but was not taken possession of until 1867. In June 1887, the Presbyterian Church at Florida was purchased. In May 1887, the cemetery ground was purchased at Warwick for $350, about 1.5 acres. Father Minogue erected the present church on South Street in the year 1903, at a cost of $16,000. The Calvary Baptist Church of Warwick. This church was formed on the 4th of January, 1866. Very soon after its organization, measures were taken to erect a house of worship. A lot was purchased on West Street, in the village of Warwick, in 1867, and the edifice was dedicated August 26, 1868. The parsonage was built the following year 1869. Total expenditure about $20,000. In 1902, the house of worship was remodeled and a large addition made to the eastern side for the use of the Sunday school. Total expenditure, including new seats and pipe organ, about $10,000. Society incorporated February, 1872. The Methodist Episcopal Church of Warwick. The list of pastors since 1880 is as follows: William Colden, 1880-1882, Cyrus W. McPherson, 1883-1884, E. S. Bishop, 1885-1887, Philip M. Waters, 1888-1889, Arthur Thompson, 1800-1894, Frank Heel, 1895-1896, Edwin H. Carr, 1897-1899. Elmer E. Count, 1900-1902, David McCartney, 1903-1904, J. C. Codington, 1905-1906, E. Sterling Potter, 1907. In 1891, $5,500 was expended on improving church and parsonage. In 1906, $7,250 additional was expended, increasing the value of the property to nearly $13,000. The present membership is 240, an increase of 102. The Old School Baptist Church in Warwick. The principal historical events since 1880, when a history of the church was published in Ruttenber's History of the County, are as follows. Elder James Benedict resigned his charge on June 29, 1786, instead of 1777, as stated in the published history. A centennial celebration of the organization of the church was held on October 5, 1865. Elder Lebbeus Lathrop preached the first sermon in the meeting house, still standing on May 19, 1811. The burying ground belonging to the church and still in use was started in 1795 and lies nearly opposite the former burying ground on the road from Warwick to Belleville. Christ Church, Episcopal. The first attempt to start an Episcopal church in Warwick was in 1804, but the plan was not consummated. In 1854, another effort was made, and services were held in the former Methodist Episcopal Church until 1859, under the Reverend W. H. Carter, when again the project was abandoned. In 1862, the Reverend George Zabriskie Gray, then in deacon's orders, held services in Warwick for about 6 months, when he was called to another charge. In 1864, Reverend N. F. Ludlam was called, and a certificate of incorporation of the parish was executed under the name of Christ Church, Warwick, NY. In 1865, a building committee was appointed, composed of Grinnell Burt, John Cowdery, and J. Mason McJimsey. The building was opened for divine worship the ensuing year, 1866. The YMCA of Warwick. This organization was begun in 1879, incorporated in 1885, and in 1907 owns a building and lot on Main Street, with a new gymnasium, costing about $6,000, entirely free of debt. It also owns a library of over 1,200 volumes, part donated and part purchased by the association. The library is registered at Albany and is the only free public library in the village. Burial places. For over a century, the tract of land lying to the north of the Reformed Church was used as a burying ground. The deeds of conveyance to the then trustees of the Presbyterian Church, the predecessor of the Reformed Church Francis Baird, John Simpson and George Nance, dated January 11, and April 23, 1793, recite that in still earlier conveyances from William Wickham and John Moran Scott, one of which was dated March 14, 1770, to William Wisner, of 45 acres of land. 1 acre thereof was accepted and reserved thereout for a burial ground for the use and benefit of the Presbyterian Church of Warwick. In 1889, at the time when the new stone church was built, there had been no interments here for perhaps 20 years, and accordingly a consent was obtained from at least 3/4 of the congregations of the Presbyterian and Reformed Dutch churches for the removal of all the remains interred therein, as required by law. The Reformed Church purchased a lot in the Warwick Cemetery and received deed from the latter, dated June 15, 1889, to which lot the remains of all those interred in the church burying ground were removed, and also the headstones marking the graves. There are 116 of these stones. Doubtless there were many buried there without any stones to mark them, and there were other burials there which were afterwards removed to family lots in the Warwick Cemetery when the latter was dedicated in 1867. The oldest stone is one erected to the memory of Anna, the wife of William Eagles, who departed this life July 8, 1771. There are interred there Revolutionary soldiers, members of consistory, and many prominent citizens. To William Culver, a donor to the church, was erected by the church a monument bearing this inscription: "Sacred to the memory of William Culver, who departed this life at Southampton, Long Island, October 27, 1822, aged 37 years, in hope of a blessed immortality." The last interment of which there is a gravestone is that of Daniel Sinsabaugh, who died November 19, 1869, aged 38 years. It is believed that there were later interments than this, but if so, there are no stones marking the graves. It is said that Jacob Gall, a colored man, the sexton of the church for over 20 years, was one of the last burials in the old church graveyard. The Old School Baptist burying ground, situated at the corner of Galloway Road and Lake Street, was first used for burial purposes in about 1774, when the meeting house was built there. This plot of land was given to the Baptist Church by Elder James Benedict, by deed dated September 12, 1791. The trustees of the said church at that time were James Burt, John Morris Fott, and John Sutton. Consideration mentioned in deed, 40 shillings current money, contains 79 perches of land. Elder James Benedict died September 9, 1792, aged 72 years, 6 months, 18 days, and was buried in this plot of ground, but no stone marks the spot. This plot was used as a burial ground until 1795. Schools. The Warwick Institute continued as an academy until October 1, 1868, when the entire property was transferred to the Board of Education of Union Free School District No. 12. The district at that time consisted of the school districts Nos. 11 and 12. Since 1880, 2 other districts have been annexed, Nos. 10 and 23. In 1893, the Board of Education built a new brick schoolhouse in the place of the old wooden structure and upon the same site at a total cost of $23,000. Again, in 1901, another brick building was built at a cost of about $16,000 to take care of the increased demands for more school facilities. The latter building was erected upon a new site and is called the High School. According to the last census, 1906, there are 512 children of school age in the district. The actual number enrolled is 450. Miscellaneous. Lehigh and Hudson River Railway Company. This company was first organized under the name of the Warwick Valley Railroad Company, April 20, 1859, for the purpose of building a road from the village of Warwick to the line of the New York and Erie Railroad, at or near the village of Chester. May 1879, steps were taken to extend this road to McAfee, Sussex County, and in December 1880, the Lehigh and Hudson River Railway Company was formed for the purpose of extending it to Belvidere N.J. on the Delaware River and connecting with the Pennsylvania Railroad at that point. The line was built and the road opened for business through to Belvidere in August 1882. In 1889, an extension was built from a point near Greycourt, NY, to Maybrook, NY, connecting at that place with the Poughkeepsie Bridge Road. Arrangements were made to use the tracks of the Pennsylvania Railroad to Phillipsburg. NJ, a bridge was built across the Delaware River at that point to Easton, making a continuous line from Easton, PA, to Maybrook, NY. The First National Bank of Warwick. This bank was organized at a meeting of citizens held in January 1864 at the Warwick Valley House. After a canvass for subscriptions to its stock, which was to be $75,000, on January 21, 1864, its Articles of Association were adopted. On January 28, the first board of directors was chosen. On January 29, John L. Welling was chosen president, and on February 6, John Cowdery was chosen vice president. On March 11, it was voted to increase its capital stock by $25,000, making it $100,000 as it stands today. At the same date, Grinnell Burt was sent to Washington to have this bank made a depository for the internal revenue of this congressional district. The bank commenced business April 1, 1864. The Warwick Savings Bank was the first one incorporated under the General Law of 1875. It commenced business January 3, 1876. James H. Hawley has been president since January 7, 1879. Thomas Burt has served as secretary and treasurer from the organization to the present time and has had the general care and management. There has been a steady increase in deposits year by year, and there is now, July 1, 1907, on deposit $1,264,636.24 belonging to 483 depositors, and a surplus of $40,683.97. The Warwick Cemetery Association was incorporated in 1865. The land purchased, graded, surveyed, and plotted in 1866 was dedicated July 2, 1867, Leonard Cox delivering an appropriate poetical address, and Reverend Cyrus G. Van der Veer the oration on that occasion. The 27 acres of ground have a pleasing elevated contour, which were plotted by Mr. B. F. Hathaway, of Stamford, Conn. The lands cost about $7,000 and improvements about $5,000. The funds were provided by citizens' notes of $100 and $200, which were canceled by deeds for lots to the makers of notes. The purchase of a cottage, building a vault and entrance gates, and bringing in the public water for fountains were accomplished in the few following years, and the association was free from debt, and in 1881 had $2,000 invested. In 1907, its investments in bonds and mortgages and government bonds are over $30,000. George W. Sanford was president from its organization until his death in 1900 for 35 years. He was succeeded by Sidney H. Sanford and the latter by Nicholas L. Furman. Nearly all lot enclosures have been removed, graves leveled, and a fine sward maintained and treated as a lawn without expense to the lot owners. Its picturesque appearance, fine monuments, and well-kept grounds command the admiration of its visitors. Waterworks. The village was first supplied with water in 1872. The brook running north through the Thomas Welling and P. E. Sanford farms to the Wauyanda Creek furnishes the supply and is called Mistucky. This name is an Indian one, from an Indian village located near the reservoirs, originally called Miskowtucky, signifying red hills or plains. In 1871, preparations were made for the building of a dam of 131 feet across this brook, which when completed made a reservoir of 190/100 acres on the Welling farm and 150/100 acres on the Sanford farm, both of which pieces of land were acquired by the village. Upon the completion of the work and the introduction of water in the village, a celebration took place in honor of the event in January 1872. This reservoir is situated 1.5 miles south from the center of the village and covers over 3 acres of land, with a capacity of 8 million gallons of water. The works were constructed at a cost of $25,000. In 1890, the village had outgrown the old supply and steps were taken to increase the same. Accordingly, a second reservoir was constructed about 1/4 of a mile to the south of the first dam, with a capacity of 30 million gallons. In 1903, the sum of $23,000 was appropriated for the enlargement of water mains and the construction of new ones. Fire Department. The fire department consists of 2 hose companies, Excelsior No. 1 and Raymond Hose Company, and the Goodwill Hook and Ladder Company. The Fire Council consists of the chief engineer and 2 warders elected from each of the companies. Inspection Day is held each year in the month of September, at which time the rooms and apparatus of the various companies are inspected by the president and trustees of the village, and a parade of the whole department takes place. Grand Army of the Republic. A post of the Grand Army of the Republic was organized at Warwick on November 16, 1885, with 33 charter members. James W. Mullery was commander, and the post was named for Michael Mullery, a brother of the commander, who served in a New Jersey regiment. The number of the post is 575. Some years after its organization, the name was changed to John J. Wheeler Post, in honor of Colonel John J. Wheeler, a native of the town of Warwick, who served with honor and distinction in the 56th New York Regiment. Chapter 30, Town of Wauyanda, by Charles E. Stickney. The name Wauyanda is a corruption of the general salutation between white settlers and Indians in pioneer times. This we take to be illustrated by the example given in Gabriel Thomas, East and West Jersey, published in 1698. He evidently was familiar with the Indian language and lived in Philadelphia, where he was a frequent participant in the conversations when a white man and an Indian met. He reports it as follows. When meeting, the white man would say in the Indian language, Hidatakaman, whence comest thou? The Indian would reply, Andagawa a ni weekin, over yonder. Then the white man, Tony Andagawa a ki weekin, where yonder? The broad Indian accent coupled with the recurrence of the words over yonder was very probably the true derivation of the word Wauyanda. There is not much doubt that the town of Wauyanda was formed out of Minisink for political reasons. In 1849, the Board of Supervisors in Orange County was Whig by a considerable majority. The town of Minisink was, and had been considered Democratic for a long time. Nevertheless, that year, Daniel Fullerton, a Whig, was elected supervisor of Minisink. By taking off the northern part of Minisink, the Whigs hoped to be able to elect the officials in the new town universally. Dr. D.C. Halleck made a survey for it. The signers of the petition were mostly Whigs. November 27th, Mr. Fullerton made the motion in the Board of Supervisors for the division of the town and the creation of the new town to be called Wauyanda. The motion carried by a strict party vote of 10 Whigs to 5 Democrats against it. The name was selected from the old Wauyanda patent, without any particular reference to its meaning. The town has ever since been mostly Democratic in its elections. At the first election in the spring of 1850, $200 was ordered raised for roads and bridges. The population of the town in 1855, the first census taken after it was formed, showed it to contain 2,069 inhabitants. 10 years later, it had 1,906, a decrease of 163. In 1905, the last census taken, it had 1,574, a decrease since the first census of 1855, 50 years, of 495. There were only 34 aliens in the last census. The assessment of this town in 1865 was 19,677 acres, valued at $706,250. And in 1906, 41 years later, its assessment was 175 acres, valued at $695,060, and in 1907 it was the same. The town expenses in 1907 were $1,067.88, besides $2,250 for highways and $400 for bridges. The Drowned Land War. A feature of the towns of Minisink and Wauyanda is the drowned lands. These comprise the valley of the Wallkill, or, as named by the Indians, the Twishsikin, extending from Hamburg, NJ, to Denton in the state. The westerly part of that valley is the part of it in the territory of which we write. When the Wallings, who, so far as we can ascertain, were the first permanent settlers at the head and on the west shore of these drowned lands, located here, they found them covered with water the greater part of each year, and of little value except for grazing purposes, and for the wood upon them. Their total acreage was about 40,000 acres, of which 10,000 acres were in New Jersey. From the high grounds of the west shore to the river, the distance will average about half a mile. The Great Cedar Swamp on the eastern shore of the lands comprised about 15,000 acres. It was covered with water more or less the year round, and, when the ice was strong enough in winter, farmers drove for many miles to it to get a supply of rails and wood. In spring floods, the water was often from 8 to 20 feet deep over the entire drowned lands. They were the homes of innumerable flocks of wild geese and ducks, and the flocks were often composed of thousands of members. They raised their young by thousands in the great swamps. Fish were also very abundant. In 1804, the farmers who owned lands along this vast morass, as well as the rich speculators who had bought, for a trifle, huge tracts of it, agitated the plan for a drainage. They got up petitions and appealed to the legislature for help so persistently that in 1807, that body passed an act authorizing money to be raised to drain the drowned lands. The act empowered 5 commissioners to be elected annually in Goshen. They were to assess property owners along the drowned lands for expenses. A large ditch was dug by them from Turtle Bay, a wide and deep place in the river opposite the present farm of Reeves B. Wickham and the former Van Bommel farm, to the junction of Rutgers Creek with the Wallkill, a distance of about 2 miles in a direct line upstream. The intention was for this ditch to carry the river's water mainly, especially at high tides. Other work was done, so that in 19 years it is estimated that $40,000 had been expended. Little good resulted from it, for the ditches rapidly filled with mud. The ruins of this ditch are easily traced at this time. Gabriel N. Phillips was then the owner of the Great Woolen Factory and an immense dam at what is now called New Hampton, but which was then called Phillips's. Miscellaneous. The Erie Railroad, completed through New Hampton in 1835, caused that village to become a business place. Many farmers who then brought their produce to Goshen for shipment changed to New Hampton, and some large business houses started up. The large manufactories which soon started in Middletown and the completion of railroads from Sussex County, NJ, to New York, drew off trade, and New Hampton is today of less importance than it was in former days. Denton, named from the family that founded it, has been subject to much the same influences as New Hampton. It is about 3/4 of a mile southwest of the latter place. Once there were drugstores, hotels, and a vigorous church there. Under the local option law, there have been no licenses for hotels issued in Wauwanda for the past 25 years. The business of Denton has, like other villages, drifted away from it. Centerville, now called South Centerville, was named from its central location in the old town of Minnesink. Its trade has, much like that of other villages in proximity to Middletown, very much lessened of late years. Slate Hill is one of the very early settled places in this town. It was before the days of post offices, called Brookfield. Some say that this name was adapted from the circumstance of a brook winding around the village. Ridgebury, named from the high ridge east of it, famous for berries, was an early settled place and once had 2 hotels, 2 stores, 2 churches, and was quite a business place. Owing to the same causes which have taken away the trade of many other villages, Ridgebury has now only 1 good store. The Old School Baptist Church at Slate Hill deserves more than a passing notice. Built over 100 years ago, it stands there today as it was built, but its congregation has nearly melted away. We give it a more extended notice elsewhere. The Methodists have a chapel in the village and conduct services weekly. The Presbyterians have purchased a site for a church in the village, and it is only a question of time when an edifice will be built upon it. Millsburg on Boudinot's Creek and Gardnersville on Rutgers Creek are shorn to a great extent of their former glory. The Manning Company has feed and saw mills at the latter place, while in the former place, the mills of Frank Mead are its distinguishing features. The first town meeting held in the town after its organization was at the Hotel of D.C. Halleck in Brookfield Slate Hill in the spring of 1850. This was in the building now occupied by Kinney Skinner as a store. The other hotel, then kept in the place, was on the opposite corner now owned by Dr. F.D. Myers as a private dwelling. That hotel was then kept by William Bell. There was then no fence in the space between the hotels, and the square was often the scene of lively scraps in the good old days. An Indian, Kegjacapwell, one of the grantors of the Evans patent under Governor Dongan, was commonly called by the whites Joji. After signing away his rights to the lands under that patent, he moved to the foot of the hill, about 1.5 miles west of what is now Brookfield Slate Hill, and resided there for some years. The hill in the rear of his wigwam became known as Joji from that circumstance. A spring by his wigwam furnished him water, and an apple tree which he is said to have set there bore fruit for several generations after his departure. The fruit was of a peculiar variety and excellent. He is reported to have been a good old man and kept up his friendship for the whites until a party of his tribe came on a visit and coaxed him to go away with them, which was the last seen of him in this town. The manufacture of pot and pearl ashes was an important industry in the early history of the town. Benjamin Smith was engaged in it during and after the Revolution. Tanneries were once of much importance in the industries of the town. There were at least 2 in Greenville at one time, 1 in Minnesink, and a large one for those times, in Brookfield Slate Hill, in the 18th century. The one in Slate Hill was where Elijah Koch now has his creamery and where Samuel Hornbeck resides. The last proprietor of it was Holloway W. Stevens. He was a justice of the peace in 1851. In those early days, it took a full year to tan a cow skin, an art now performed in a few days. There is not a tannery in existence in this locality now. Besides tanning, previously mentioned, two other important industries have passed out of existence in these towns: milling and distilling. When the white settlers first invaded this country, they did as the Indians did, pounded their corn and grain into flour by means of wooden mortars and stone pestles, which the Indians taught them to use. But in a short time, grist mills were erected, and a little later milling grew to be a great part of the work of part of the population. Large mills were at one time in Gardnersville, Dawsontown, Waterloo Mills, Unionville, Brookfield, and Millsburg. Old millers remembered were the Gardners, Christian Schultz, Peter Kimber, John Racine, James C., and Adayarndom Austin. The course of trade has now caused all the flour to be purchased of Western millers, and the old mills are now closed or simply used to grind cow and horse feed. Frank Mead's at Millsburg is now the only flouring mill in the town. In those first days, whiskey was a common beverage in almost every family, and when visitors came, it was considered a breach of hospitality to neglect to set out a glass of it for the guests. It sold then, as we find from old account books, at about 75 cents a gallon. Distilleries abounded everywhere, but there came a time when taxes were laid heavily on distillers, and the price of liquor was put up by the action of the taxes. In consequence, the distilleries dropped out one by one, until now only one remains in Wauyanda, near Centerville, and one in Minnesink, near Johnson's. Wauyanda churches. The Baptist Church of Brookfield, now Slate Hill, executed a certificate of organization at the house of Lebu Lathrop, which we have been informed was then in the village, December 15, 1791. Isaac Finch, John Fenton, and Benjamin Smith were the trustees. Previous to that date, several members had in July 1783 stated to the Warwick Church in an application that they lived west of the Wallkill and desired to be set off as a separate church. August 28, 1783, Elder Benedict of Warwick, with two brethren named Silshe, came west of the Wallkill, baptized 7 members, and constituted the church. A brother named Clark was ordained the next day to preach for the new church. The meetings of the congregation were held at private houses and in barns to suit convenience until 1792. In December 1791, John Halleck, whose lands extended from his residence, a mile south of Ridgebury, across the flats and to Brookfield, deeded a lot to the church for its use. In 1792, the new meeting house was erected on the lot. In those days, the difference between the meaning of church, an organization for religious worship, and the building used for meeting purposes was clearly defined, and the edifice was called a meeting house invariably. The building at first was without a steeple, and just as it stands to this day, except it now has a steeple. The steeple was added to it in 1828. The church interior is today just as it was first built and should be preserved as an excellent specimen of old-time architecture. A congregational church was organized in Ridgebury in 1792, which held until 1817, when it was changed to Presbyterian. The regular organization of the church dates from November 27, 1805, when a certificate of it was filed at the house of Jonathan Bailey in Ridgebury. The next oldest church organization to Ridgebury was the Presbyterian as Centerville. This was incorporated April 5, 1827. The church edifice was built and dedicated in 1829. The Presbyterian Church of Denton was organized and dedicated in 1839. The Methodist Episcopal Church, at what is now called South Centerville, was incorporated September 8, 1873. Chapter 31. Town of Woodbury. The town of Woodbury is located in the southeast section of Orange County. Bounded on the north by the towns of Blooming Grove and Cornwall, on the east by the town of Highland, on the south by Rockland County and the town of Tuxedo, while the town of Monroe forms its western boundary. It has an area of 23,839 acres, and the title to the soil is mainly derived through the Chesapeake Patent. The assessed valuation of real estate in the town in 1907 was $802,371. Topography. A striking feature of the town is the continuous valley extending from the northern to the southern boundary, which divides the town into nearly equal parts, and which has been made the line of the Newburgh Shortcut branch of the Erie Railroad and of the new State Road. Through this valley flows Woodbury Creek northward, uniting in the town of Cornwall with Moodna Creek. Not far south of the sources of Woodbury Creek are the headwaters of the Ramapo, which flows southward through the town of Tuxedo. The summit between these two valleys is low, and the rivulets of the two streams flowing in opposite directions are found very near to each other. The eastern portion of the town is drained by Popolopan Creek in the town of Highlands. Numerous ponds of surpassing beauty are within the town limits, of which Cromwell, Forest, and Cranberry Lakes are the largest. The Shunnamunk Mountains, appropriately described as the high hills to the west of the Highlands, extend along the northwestern boundary of the town and are divided longitudinally by the boundary line of Blooming Grove and Woodbury. This was the original dividing line between the Wauyanda and Chesapeake Pats, and also one of the monuments in the line of the Evans Pat. This range has an elevation of from 1,300 to 1,600 feet. Eastward across the valley, filling out to a section of the southeast border of the county and forming a portion of the Highlands, is a battlement of mountainous elevations, including Pine Hill, Black Cap, Cranberry Hill, Stockbridge, Stevens, Goshen, Letter Rock, and Black Mountains. Early settlements. The southeastern portion of Orange County was settled mostly from the eastern states and Long Island. The families were generally of English ancestry. All accounts of Revolutionary times indicate a population of considerable numbers in this territory. The Chesapeake Patent was granted in 1702, and there was no settlement for some years following that date. The Smiths were in this region as early as 1727, and the name Smith's Clove near the present village of Highland Mills appears in the town records of Cornwall of 1765. The records of Cornwall having been preserved, the following names are taken from them as having belonged to what is now the territory of Woodbury. Solomon Cromwell and Jonathan Halleck were among the earliest settlers. John Earl in 1765 was a chosen fenceviewer for Woodbury Clove. He lived near Highland Mills. His sons were Peter, John, and Solomon. Isaac and John Lamoureux are both mentioned in Cornwall records before the Revolution. Thomas Smith was overseer of highways in 1765. William Thorne was a justice of the peace in 1770 and lived at Highland Mills. Captain Austin Smith was chosen assessor in 1775. Nicholas Townsend came from Long Island previous to the Revolution. Tobias Wagant was a town officer of Monroe at the first town meeting in 1799. Jonathan Taylor, one of the first school commissioners, lived near Highland Mills, and Linus Ryder lived on the ridge west of the same hamlet. Patrick Ford lived near Woodbury Falls. His son, David Ford, was the father of 10 children, of whom Charles T. was the eldest. Further reference to the early settlement of this locality is made in the historical sketch of the old town of Monroe. Organization. In the year 1863, a movement was set on foot to divide the town of Monroe into 3 towns. A petition was sent to the Board of Supervisors, which was granted at its usual meeting. The names of the new towns were respectively Monroe, Highland, and Southfield. Monroe held its town meeting March 22, 1864, electing Chauncey B. Knight, supervisor. Highland did likewise, choosing its old favorite, Morgan Shuett. The town of Southfield organized in the same manner, elected Josiah Patterson, supervisor. This triple division was at length disapproved, and in 1865 the legislature was asked to overrule the action of the board and reorganize the old town of Monroe. This movement was successful. December 19, 1889, the Board of Supervisors, upon representation of the diverse interests of different parts of the town, resolved to redivide the same into 3 parts. The 3 new towns erected were named respectively Monroe, Woodbury, and Tuxedo. The lines were run so as to give Monroe 12,101 acres, Woodbury 23,839 acres, and Tuxedo 27,839 acres. It was further resolved that the division of the town should be made on the old lines, but that the names Woodbury and Tuxedo should be substituted for Highland and Southfield. The reason advanced for this redivision was that the town was too large and its interests too diverse for harmonious government. In January 1890, John A. Patterson represented the newly created town of Woodbury in the Board of Supervisors. James Seaman was the second supervisor from this town, Alexander Thompson III, and William E. Ferguson, who was elected November 1907, the fourth. The town hall is located at Highland Mills, where the present town clerk, B.S. Pembleton, resides. The assessors in 1907 are Charles Jones and William Wilson of Highland Mills and Richard Bullwinkle of Central Valley. The highway commissioners are E.C. Cunningham of Central Valley, N.B., Hunter of Highland Mills, and John H. Hunter of Woodbury Falls. The justices of the peace are W. M. Gildersleeve and John Rogers of Central Valley, Amos W. Sutherland of Highland Mills, and Charles E. Hand of Mountainville. The town is divided into 4 school districts, of which the free school at Central Valley is the most important. A new school building is in course of construction at Highland Mills at a cost of $18,000. Places of worship include the Friends Churches at Woodbury Falls and Highland Mills, a Methodist Episcopal Church at Highland Mills, and another of the same denomination at Central Valley. A Roman Catholic church is now being erected midway between Central Valley and Highland Mills. The Society of Friends had a meeting house in Cornwall, built before 1788, and it was the only meeting house or church in that town until 1825. The meeting house at Smith's Clove was built in 1799. After the separation of the society in 1828, a meeting house 1.5 miles easterly of Highland Mills was built. The first Methodist Episcopal Church in the old town of Monroe was organized and duly incorporated May 2, 1829, and a church edifice soon afterward erected at Highland Mills. Villages. Central Valley, a noted summer resort, is the most thriving and populous village in the town, on the Newburgh branch of the Erie Railroad. A post office was established here December 27, 1871. Alfred Cooper was appointed postmaster and held the position many years. Mr. J. M. Barnes received the appointment of postmaster in 1885 and again in 1892. Henry T. Ford, the present incumbent, received the appointment July 15, 1899. Among the leading industries of the village is the bamboo fishing rod factory, of which Reuben Leonard is superintendent. This was established by the late Hiram L. Leonard, who came to Central Valley in 1881. The Leonard rods are shipped to all parts of the world where fly fishing is pursued. The carriage factory of R. F. Wagant Sons is another important industry. It was established in 1867 by Robert F. Wagant, who died September 3, 1902. He was a descendant of Michael Wygand of the Rhine-Palatinate, who settled at Newburgh in 1709. The sons, Frank E. and Fred, conduct the Central Valley establishment, and William M. operates the blacksmith shop and garage at Tuxedo. The flour and grain warehouse of J. M. Barnes had an extensive trade. Mr. Barnes located in Central Valley in 1876, engaging in the mercantile business with Alfred Cooper. In this village is located the office of the superintendent of the Good Roads Construction Company, Mr. Charles T. Ford, who in his 63rd year is one of the most active citizens in the county. Many miles of good roads in Orange County are evidence of the splendid work accomplished under his direction. Here also is a branch of the Arden Farms Dairy Company. Both these enterprises are the product of Mr. E. H. Harriman, who owns extensive farms throughout this section. Mr. Isaac L. Noxon erected many of the beautiful homes and other substantial structures in and adjoining the village. He also conducted for a time a classical boarding school. Here also was the home of the Cornell Institute, a high-class boarding and day school of which Mr. David Cornell was principal. In the fall of 1885, Tomás Estrada Palma established the Palma Institute, over which he presided. It was a school for boys in which they were prepared for college, English, French, and Spanish being taught. Mr. Palma was a Cuban and in 1868 joined the revolutionists. After fighting 9 years, he was captured and taken to Spain, where he spent a year in prison. His first visit to Central Valley was in 1879, making his home here with Mr. David Cornell. Falkirk, an institution designed and built for the special care of patients suffering from nervous diseases, was founded by Dr. James Francis Ferguson in 1889. Its elevated location, 1.5 miles from the village, and the beautiful surroundings contribute to make an ideal home for such patients. Following the death of Dr. Ferguson in 1904, the sanitarium was conducted for 2 years by Dr. Henry A. Ferguson and William E. Ferguson, when it was purchased by Dr. Carlos F. MacDonald, who has associated with him Dr. Clarence J. Slocum as resident physician. Among the New Yorkers who occupy their homes here during the entire year may be mentioned Mr. Edward Cornell, Mr. W. E. Ferguson, Mr. Davidson, Mr. Thebold, and Mr. Bullwinkle. Highland Mills is situated about a mile north of Central Valley and is the home of the descendants of some of the earliest settlers in this region, notably the Cromwells, Townsends, and Hallecks. The place grew up around the mills established at this point. The Townsend Tannery and the Townsend Flour Mill were in operation many years ago. The place was formerly known as Orange, and a post office was established here under that name in 1828. Mr. Vale was the first postmaster. He was succeeded by Peter Lent in 1844, and a few years later Morgan Schuett received the appointment. It was about this time that Mr. Schuett began taking an active interest in local politics, in which he soon became a leader. For 31 years he was supervisor of the town, and for a like period justice of the peace. From 1879-1880 and 1880-1881, he was a member of the state legislature. Retiring from a mercantile career in 1864, he purchased large tracts of farm land and followed this vocation to the time of his death in 1884. Among the business enterprises of the village is the fishing line factory, the high-class livery of Tannery and Hull, whose stables contain 40 head of horses, the fish rod factory of Edward Payne, and the firms of Jarnes and Terry and Harding and Eames building contractors. The leading mercantile establishments are those of George Cromwell, B. S. Pembleton, and Albert Fitch. The present postmaster is Henry Halleck. The only hotel in the village is conducted by George Lamoureux. Hillcrest, a fashionable summer hotel, is a mile and a half west of the village. It has accommodations for 250 guests. The Cromwell Lake House, bordering on this beautiful sheet of water, accommodates 150 guests and is conducted by Oliver Cromwell. The water supply for the villages of Highland Mills and Central Valley is obtained from Cromwell Lake. Woodbury Falls is a hamlet in the north part of the town, taking its name from the falls in Woodbury Creek. It was formerly the seat of a furnace. A post office was established here August 11, 1874, and Louis A. Van Cleft was the first postmaster. James Seaman is the present incumbent. The specific details of the settlement of this region are blended with the histories of the towns of Cornwall and Monroe, to which the reader is referred. Chapter 32. The Bench and Bar, by William Vanamy. At the unveiling in Goshen, September 5, 1907, of the monument in memory of the gallant soldiers of the 124th Regiment, erected by that modern exemplar of medieval knighthood, that truest of men, of gentlemen, and of heroes, Thomas W. Bradley, it was mentioned by one of the speakers that just 45 years before, upon that very spot, as the regiment was about to start for the front, the stand of colors destined to be carried by it through many a battle was presented to it in behalf of the Daughters of Orange by Charles H. Winfield. His noble, inspiring speech upon that occasion was fitly responded to in behalf of the regiment by David F. Gedney, then Mr. Winfield's only rival at the Goshen Bar and his acknowledged equal. The highest praise that can be bestowed upon either is that each feared for the success of his cause when opposed by the other. Indeed, they were nearly always opposed, for what timid, anxious client, learning that his adversary had engaged the services of one, ever failed to suggest to his local attorney the importance of averting prospective defeat by the employment of the other? This remark, of course, applies chiefly to litigations arising in the western end of the county, in which the trials were usually held at Goshen. For in Newburgh, Stephen W. Fullerton, who was admitted to the bar in 1844, just 1 year before Mr. Gedney was admitted and 2 years before Mr. Winfield, had from the first successfully challenged their supremacy in the county at large. Well might he do so, for while he was not the equal of Winfield in magnetism and force, or of Gedney in scholarship and style, yet he excelled them both in acuteness, in industry, and in mastery of the rules of evidence. This, then, was the great triumvirate that 40 years ago reigned supreme throughout the county of Orange in the affection of their associates, in the admiration of juries, and in the plaudits of the multitude. Winfield, Gedney, Fullerton. All three possessed genius of an uncommon order, and no court, however insensible to the graces of oratory, could wholly restrain its flights or direct its course. When the vexatious details of the testimony were over for in those days, the testimony was regarded by the public as a tedious formality preparatory to the great event of the trial. The summing up and when it was understood that the addresses to the jury were to begin, the courtroom was quickly filled by people from all parts of the county, eager for the intellectual treat that was sure to follow. Winfield was wont to begin his closing argument somewhat slowly and even laboriously. This was due partly to the habit of his mind, which required the stimulus of exercise to quicken it to its highest exertions, but partly also to rhetorical design, by which he sought to make his subsequent outbursts of impassioned eloquence seem wholly unstudied, spontaneous, and irrepressible. Indeed, they usually were. As the thought of his client's wrongs surged in upon him, as he dwelt upon his client's right to protection or relief, or contemplated the disaster involved in defeat, his words could scarcely keep pace with the torrent of impetuous, sincere, and deep emotion on which they were upborne. He always struck the human note which the case presented. To him, a trial did not involve a mere application of legal principles to an ascertained state of facts, but to him every case, however dry, barren, or abstract, was a human drama. He saw, with the eye of imagination and the insight of genius, those forces of hate and revenge, of greed and falsehood, of cunning and cruelty, of devotion and affection, of honor and truth, which in one form or another surcharge every trial, and project their palpitating figures upon the most intensely vital, vibrant stage for which the scenes were ever set: the conscious courtroom, the austere judge, the impassioned advocates, the enthralled spectators. Human life or liberty, human happiness or despair, human rights or relations, hanging in the balance upon a jury's nod. All this Winfield saw. In every trial the panorama of human life unfolded itself to his inspired vision. He took the broken, confused fragments of human testimony, and subjecting them to the kaleidoscope of his own fervent, symmetrizing, mirroring imagination, they were transformed into pictures of beauty or shapes of evil, as he willed. It can easily be imagined that his power over juries was well-nigh irresistible. If David F. Gedney, who was so often pitted against him, had sought to counteract his influence by the exercise of similar gifts, he might well have despaired of success. But happily for himself, and for the delight of juries and the bar, no advocates were ever more unlike each other in method of argument, in point of attack, in form of expression, in appeal to the sentiments, than Winfield and Gedney. Winfield filled the eye, Gedney charmed the ear. Winfield visited upon wrong or duplicity the bludgeon blows of invective. Gedney pierced it with the envenomed shaft of sarcasm. Winfield sought to break the armor of his adversary with the broad axe of denunciation. Gedney penetrated it with the slender arrow of wit and the fatal spear of ridicule. To Winfield, language was a necessary vehicle of thought, a familiar medium of expression. To Gedney, language was a divine instrument, over the responsive chords of which his master touch swept with unerring taste and classic grace, evoking notes of exquisite harmony and images of surpassing beauty. The words that flowed unbidden from his enchrisomed lips were music indeed. His sentences, chaste and polished as though chiseled in the very laboratory of thought, were but the unconscious reflection of a mind steeped in the literature of every age and tongue. Even Winfield often found to his dismay that those weapons of solid argument which would have defied all the onslaughts of the gladiator were powerless before the arts of the magician. Not indeed that Gedney elevated style above matter or sacrificed strength to beauty, but in him style and matter were so delicately balanced, beauty and strength so discreetly blended, that each borrowed from the other and none was poorer for the exchange. The personal characteristics of the two men were also different. Winfield loved the approbation and applause of his fellows, and aspired to political honors. Gedney looked out upon the world with philosophic calm, undisturbed by its clamors and untempted by its baubles. The only offices which he held were strictly in the line of his profession: district attorney and county judge, while Winfield acquired a conspicuous position in Congress at a time of intense public interest and excitement. Winfield bore defeat with impatience, Gedney with equanimity. Winfield, who especially could not endure the thought of defeat by a younger adversary, often treated him with unnecessary severity, always, however, taking care to express his regret afterwards that the heat and zeal of conflict had carried him too far. Gedney, on the other hand, never suffered to arise the occasion for apology or regret. He disdained to use his unrivaled powers of sarcasm and ridicule at the expense of a weaker adversary, and throughout the entire course of a trial, he was scrupulous not to say one word which might in any degree wound the sensibilities of a younger member of the bar. Moreover, he always looked pains to speak a word of encouragement and praise to the younger lawyers, whenever their maiden efforts justified interest or respect. Gedney's happiest hours were passed at his own fireside, while Winfield loved to mingle freely with his fellow men. But Winfield's children had died, one by one, in childhood, and it is pathetic to recall that he sank to his long sleep while addressing little children on a peaceful Sunday afternoon in June, just 66 years after his eyes had opened not far away on a world in which he was destined to reap many cruel sorrows, some substantial rewards, and all the mocking, delusive delights of a transient fame. His friend, Judge Gedney, followed him only a month later as he sat upon the porch of his home in Goshen. As together they had journeyed through life, sharing its burdens and its conflicts, so in death they were not long separated, and in the manner of their summons they were alike blessed, for to neither did it come upon a bed of lingering illness. Their lifelong friend, Judge Stephen W. Fullerton, was not so fortunate. Surviving his old associate's 14 years, he lived to see the world march past him, and to realize the bitter truth that it takes but little interest in a lawyer, however prominent, popular, or useful he may have been, after his activities and usefulness have ceased. And yet Judge Fullerton possessed some traits of character which should have ensured him, above all his fellows, from the sharp tooth of either ingratitude or neglect. He actually gave away 3 fortunes. His generosity knew no bounds. An appeal to his sympathies was never made in vain. A claim put forward in the name of friendship was to him sacred and admitted of no hesitation. Every consideration of selfishness or even of prudence went down before the spectacle of a friend in need. It was inevitable that a nature so generous and so confiding should often be imposed upon by unworthy claims, but to these he never referred with bitterness or even regret. A few dear friends, including especially Judge Hirschberg and Walter C. Anthony, were true and faithful to the last, and it must be a satisfaction to them to know that their loyal, undeviating attachment cheered and consoled the last hours of a lawyer who once shared with Winfield and Gedney undisputed preeminence at the bar of Orange County. For never were tender, affectionate, and generous traits of character often assumed to be inconsistent with the coldness and sternness of the law joined to a more severe, patient, thorough, comprehensive training in the law than in the case of Judge Fullerton. To him, the law was a science, and the practice of it an art demanding the sleepless pursuit and worship of its votaries. To the principles of such a science and the rules of such an art, having for their object the most exalted end of all organized society, the establishment of truth and the maintenance of justice, he was willing to consecrate the noblest energies of his mind and heart. To him, no labor was too hard, no sacrifice too great to deter him from mastering the minutest details of a complicated case or from ascertaining and applying the principles by which it should be governed. When he came to court, to present it every form in which difficulty might be apprehended or obstacles interposed had been anticipated and provided for. He always tried the case on both sides before he went to court, and his opponents never raised many of the points which he, in his anxious survey, had most dreaded. His thorough knowledge of the rules of evidence enabled him to introduce testimony upon some minor issue in the case which was afterwards used with telling effect upon the main issue. In his addresses to the jury, he discarded every appeal to mere sentiment and sought to impress only their reason and their judgment. His analysis of the evidence was so close and perfect, his presentation of it so clear and convincing that the jury were led to think that his was the view they had taken of it all the time it was being given. Gathering up the different threads of narrative in the case, he wove them together in a strand of pitiless, impervious, cohesive logic that not all the frantic efforts of his adversary could avail to unwind. Such was the man who, like Gedney, had also been county judge and district attorney of the county, to whom Mr. Marsh, as the spokesman of the Orange County Bar, paid fitting tribute at the Newburgh Courthouse in June 1902. Luther R. Marsh, who at the time of his own death in 1903, constituted the last lingering tie between the present and the past. No history of Orange County is complete that fails to chronicle the 12 years' residence of Luther R. Marsh, who imparted luster to every scene in which he mingled, dignity to every spot in which he lingered. He spent in Middletown the closing years of a life which had been marked by the most intense ardor and activity in his profession. And though he had retired from active practice when he settled in Orange County, he was drawn into court after that upon 2 occasions in litigations arising in the county. The intimate friend all his life of Orange County's ablest sons, from the Hoffmans to the Fullertons, he became the friend, the companion, the idol of a new generation of its lawyers when he came to Middletown in 1889, being then nearly 80 years of age. For though he lived to be 90, he never became old, worn, or feeble in spirit. In a public speech delivered a few months before his death, he declared that to be the happiest period of his life. In his daily walk and conversation, he exemplified the philosophy of Rabbi Ben Ezra, as expressed by Browning. "Grow old along with me, the best is yet to be the last of life, for which the first was made. Our times are in his hand who saith, a whole eye planned youth shows but half. Trust God, see all nor be afraid." Nor was he afraid. His daring vision sought to pierce the secrets of the hereafter. For a long time before his death, he was deeply interested in spiritual phenomena and in the investigation of those manifestations of persistent personal energy after death, the authenticity of which constitutes the only proof we can ever obtain of the doctrine of immortality. Trained to estimate the weight and value of evidence, engaged during his entire professional career in convincing arguments as to its proper construction and effect, he accepted as sufficient and satisfactory the evidence adduced to him of communications and impressions still conveyed, as the Church even now maintains they were of old, from those who have passed on to the spirit world. But though during his later years he clearly saw how trivial were the ordinary ambitions and pursuits of men, though his thoughts became more and more centered upon things spiritual and eternal, yet he never lost his interest in the sterling values and, above all, in the beautiful friendships of life. Childhood, youth, and manhood held each its claim upon his tender regard, his ready understanding, his never-failing sympathy. To him more than to any man, I ever knew do Goldsmith's immortal lines apply. E'en children followed with endearing wile and plucked his gown to share the good man's smile. His ready smile a parent's warmth expressed, their welfare pleased him, and their cares distressed to them his heart, his love, his griefs were given, but all his serious thoughts had rest in heaven, as some tall cliff that lifts its awful form, swells from the vale and midway leaves the storm. Though round its breast the rolling clouds are spread, eternal sunshine settles on its head. Luther R. Marsh was unquestionably the most original, brilliant, fascinating, prolific, versatile genius that ever dwelt in Orange County during the years in which in him it entertained an angel unawares. He mingled on equal terms with the greatest men of his generation. He was a partner of Daniel Webster. Among my most cherished possessions is the tin sign which Mr. Marsh had framed and hanging for many years in his study, bearing in his own handwriting the inscription, Luther R. Marsh. In 1845, on Mr. Webster's retirement from business to return to the Senate of the United States, I took this sign off from our office door, 44 Wall Street, New York, where it had been during our partnership. When Webster was dying in 1852, Henry J. Raymond, the gifted editor of the New York Times, wrote, "My dear Marsh, we hear from Marshfield that Mr. Webster cannot live through the day. I want from you, if it is possible, for tomorrow morning, an article of what kind you know a good deal better than I can tell you. No man in the city certainly can do it so well. 9 o'clock this evening, or even 10, will be early enough to have it here. Yours as ever, H. J. Raymond." The article, occupying over 4 columns, was there on time. Mr. Marsh, that afternoon, upon a moment's notice, at a single stroke, threw off an estimate of Webster's genius and achievements that never was excelled later, even in the glowing, studied periods of Everett, Winthrop, and Curtis. When in 1869, Henry J. Raymond died, Mr. Marsh was invited to become his successor. But he declined the honor, fearing that the position, though congenial to his tastes, would be too exacting in its demands. When we consider that at this time, Mr. Marsh was besieged by clients and immersed in cases. When we consider, too, that a busy lawyer is the last one to whom a publisher would naturally turn, for there is no class of men in whom the truly literary instinct combined with the gift of literary expression is so rare as among successful lawyers. This recognition of the unique literary distinction which Mr. Marsh had attained, even while engaged in the fiercest legal contests with such hard-headed lawyers as David Dudley Field, John Van Buren, Charles O'Connor, James T. Brady. John K. Porter and Judge Comstock is most impressive and conclusive, but in his forensic contests, the lawyer dominated the literature. Any opponent who thought that because of Mr. Marsh's finished, faultless, elegant literary style, he would escape hard blows and sturdy onslaughts soon learned his mistake. He was, at about the time he received this offer from the Times, in the very zenith of his powers and his fame. Mr. Hunt, then the superintendent of public schools in Massachusetts, thus wrote in 1873 of a trial he had just attended, in which Mr. Marsh was opposed to Joseph H. Choate. I shall never forget the spectacle of that trial. From the opening to the close, it was the most perfect thing I ever saw. Having entered upon the study of law in the late William Pitt Fessenden's office, having seen many able lawyers conduct cases in Court Fessenden and Evans in Maine, Rufus Choate and other great lawyers in Boston, and in the South, Yancey and others, allow me to say that I never saw anything to be compared with the ease, dignity, and power with which Mr. Marsh managed everything. But his splendid gifts and varied powers could not be restricted in their exercise to the energies of the law and the graces of literature. Equally fitted to shine in society or among scholars, in pulpit or press, on the rostrum or in the forum. Always facile princeps as poet or preacher, essayist or journalist, publicist or philanthropist, advocate or orator, his unapproached range and versatility mark him indisputably as the admirable Crichton of his land and age. During the period covered by Mr. Marsh's impressive eulogy upon the character and attainments of his friend Stephen W. Fullerton, the Orange County Bar was enriched by the weight, the influence, and the learning of a group of lawyers whose temperament disinclined them to the fierce excitements, the rude conflicts, the temporary triumphs of the forum. Foremost among them was Eugene A. Brewster, who, though he personally argued his cases with great ability and success before the appellate courts, where reason and reserve count for more than fervor and fluency, was unskilled in the art of swaying a jury against its will or snatching a verdict against the evidence. Mr. Brewster's warm admiration for his great preceptor, Judge John W. Brown, may have unconsciously influenced his bearing, but his moral and intellectual equipment was entirely his own. This embraced a deep sense of the responsibility resting upon every lawyer to sustain the honor and dignity of an ancient and honorable profession. He scrupulously maintained, throughout a busy and active career, the high ideals with which he started out. His aim was to ascertain the truth, not to circumvent it, to apply the law, not to evade it, to draw from the fountains of justice, not to pollute them. He enjoyed the respect of the courts, of his brethren, and of the public because of his character as well as his ability, his virtues as well as his talents. His whole life was a steady influence working for honesty in the moral fiber of the community, a persistent power making for righteousness, a never-failing light guiding to the path of safety and of honor. In him were incarnated those conserving principles, those formative influences, those stimulating ideals, those ennobling traditions which impart dignity to human life, strength to human character, stability to human society. David A. Scott was another eminent member of the same group. As surrogate of the county for 2 terms, his administration was distinguished by an unusual display of those qualities of breadth, wisdom, patience, knowledge of human nature, and capacity for affairs so peculiarly requisite in a probate judge exercising jurisdiction over the saddest controversies, disclosures and scenes ever presented for adjudication contested wills, disputed claims, angry accountings, recrimination between brother and sister, calumniation of the dead, sordid passions and petty avarice disrupting old friendships and family ties, In calming these dissensions whenever possible and in deciding them whenever necessary, Judge Scott manifested that happy blending of tact, temper, common sense, sound judgment, practical sagacity, and professional learning so essential in the office of surrogate. I say judge because the title surrogate is a most unfortunate one. The office is known in other commonwealths as that of probate judge. People are so influenced by mere names that if such were the title here, the claims of an able surrogate to public respect would be more fully understood. When it is considered that once in every generation, the entire wealth of the county, including vast fortunes amassed elsewhere by those who die residing in it, is administered upon in this court, and that nearly all the intricate and perplexing questions involved in its distribution are passed upon by the surrogate, it will readily be seen that the duties and responsibilities of this office are among the most important, extensive, and onerous that can devolve upon judicial officers. It is now nearly 50 years since David A. Scott entered upon the duties of this office. There are those who still remember the dignity and grace with which he discharged them. It is 40 years since he laid them down. 1 year after the close of his second official term, and 1 year after Judge Michael H. Hirschberg had been admitted to the bar, they entered into a partnership under the name of Scott and Hirschberg, which continued until Mr. Scott's death. What this long, close association meant to the younger member of the firm, he alone fully knows. Surely, he would be the last to repel the suggestion that it doubtless profoundly influenced a character still sensitive and impressionable when the intimacy began. Indeed, he himself bore affectionate testimony to this impress when, in the court proceedings, held to honor his dead friend's memory, he said, "For more than 21 years, we have labored together side by side in the perfect intimacy and union of the partnership relation, and realizing how very much I am indebted to his precepts, his example, and his support. With only sweet and grateful memories of that connection now remaining, wholly unalloyed by even the momentary shadow of doubt or distrust, and unvexed by even an occasional suggestion of discord or dissension, indeed one long and unbroken period of harmonious intercourse, of joint and cheerful endeavor, and of undisturbed confidence and esteem, I deem it a duty no less than a privilege to add my humble meed of praise to the chorus of eulogy which I am sure will greet his memory today." In closing his tribute, Judge Hirschberg said, with the heartfelt concurrence of the entire bar, "And so passed away forever an honorable lawyer, a faithful friend, a loving father, an estimable citizen, a good man. We will all miss his familiar form, his friendly greeting, and his kindly presence. Let his virtues be commemorated in the records of the court. Let the sweet and wholesome fragrance of his memory remain, to inspire lawyers, living and to come, to emulate his upright deeds, and to con the lasting lessons of his pure and simple life." And now, as we pause in the contemplation of this fine and beautiful character, there rises before the mind another figure associated with the days of Winfield and Gedney in Goshen, of Fullerton, Brewster, and Scott in Newburgh, the figure of James G. Graham. It is difficult to classify him in either group to which reference has been made. A constitution naturally delicate led him to shrink from the strife and turmoil of sharply contested trials, and to prefer the seclusion of his office and his library. Yet no lawyer of the period under consideration approached him in the kind of oratory adapted to public and ceremonious occasions. Indeed, James G. Graham stands in a group or class alone. None but himself could be his counterpart, for he was compacted of every creature's best. In serenity, he was equal to Scott, in strength to Winfield. In counsel, he was as wise as Brewster, in speech as gifted as Gedney. While in vigor of expression he may be compared to Winfield, and in felicity of style to Gedney, yet he excelled them both in a certain tender grace, a poetic touch, a romantic spell, an iridescent play of fancy and sentiment which were the spontaneous reflection of an ardent, imaginative, spiritual temperament, united to and controlled by exquisite literary taste. He never received, either in life or in death, the public recognition due to his splendid gifts and exalted character. He was ever generous in his own praise of substantial worth. His tributes to his departed brethren were marked by peculiar elevation of thought and tenderness of sentiment. A work professing to be history, seeking to readjust the balances in which the superficial judgment of contemporaries is corrected by the tardy recognition of posterity, should not fail to register the star of James G. Graham in that brilliant constellation from which Marsh and Winfield, Gedney and Fullerton, Brewster and Scott shed undying refulgence upon the traditions and memories of the Orange County bar. Let a garland of affectionate, reverent homage entwine the memory of one who never failed himself to lay a chaplet of rosemary upon the grave of friendship. To this period also belongs Abram S. Cassidy. Admitted to practice just 50 years ago, his rise from the time that he settled in Newburgh was so rapid that he came into professional relations with the members of both groups which have been considered, though they were all admitted to the bar several years before. Indeed, he belonged to both groups. He was emphatically what is meant by the expression, an all-round lawyer. He could work patiently and assiduously in his office drawing contracts and giving counsel, and then proceed to the courtroom to try his cases. His knowledge of the law commanded the respect of the courts, while his earnestness and sincerity produced a favorable impression upon juries. He was essentially a man of affairs, equally at home in the bank directors' meeting, the common council, the mayor's office, and the board of education. He was corporation counsel of his city and district attorney of the county. He was the executor of large estates and the trustee of great interests, one of the most important of his transactions being his sale of the West Shore Railroad for the sum of $22 million and his distribution of the fund. In all the positions that he occupied and all the capacities that he filled, he was animated by the very highest ideals of professional honor and personal probity. In many ways, the influence of his life and the force of his example have been more persistent and abiding in Newburgh than in the case of lawyers, whose fame has been exclusively in the courts. His interesting and stainless career affords a striking illustration of the results, which may be accomplished by an acute and active mind, concentrated upon one leading object, and directed in its energies by a simple, sincere, straightforward, undeviating devotion to the noblest standards of public duty and private honor. Looming large and masterful in the second group of lawyers, the friend and associate of Winfield, Gedney, and Fullerton, who always valued highly his legal opinions and who frequently were influenced by them, though he distrusted his own ability to cope with them in court, comes the figure of John G. Wilkin. Twice elected county judge, the first time in 1851 and the second time in 1883, the interval between these elections was marked by the presence and the power of his persistent, aggressive, dominating, yet at the same time winning, gracious, picturesque personality. Born to command, the exciting times in which he lived, covering the most painful period of our national history, tended to develop his natural powers of leadership. He had a talent for friendship. His absolute devotion to his friends in times of adversity and defeat confirmed a leadership which, however, was constantly challenged by those who, because they could not control him, sought to crush him. He tasted many a time the bitter truth of Joubert's epigram that a man who by the same act creates a friend and an enemy plays a losing game, because revenge is a stronger principle than gratitude. But Judge Wilkin never knew that he had lost. He never accepted defeat. Like his old friend Halstead Sweet, who always began the day after election to prepare for the next election, the hour of Judge Wilkin's defeat was the most dangerous one for his enemies. In the case of such a character, deeply implanted with the love of power for its own sake as well as for its rewards, it was inevitable that it should pass through many periods of storm and trial. But if Judge Wilkin perforce bent to the storm, he never quailed before it. The deepest trial of his life was one that he never foresaw. This was the failure in 1884 of the Middletown National Bank, of which he was the attorney and nominally the vice president. This failure, which was precipitated by the unsuspected acts of the president in giving up to a grain shipper who had acquired a hypnotic control over his mind, $200,000 worth of bills of lading without the payment of the drafts to which the bills of lading were attached, came to Judge Wilkin with all the force of a cruel and crushing accident. The spirit which no opposition could daunt recoiled for a moment under the stab of treachery, but only for a moment. Quickly recovering himself, though deeply pained, and humiliated that such a disaster should come to an institution with which he was connected, and especially to friends who might have been influenced by his name, the strength, the courage, the manliness of his royal character were never more strikingly exemplified, were never shown to greater advantage than at this very time. He never flinched from any obligation which this or any other relation, business, political, social or professional, entailed upon him. His devotion to his clients, his determination to relieve them from the consequences of their own folly or imprudence, was absolute and fearless, never taking any note of whether they could have avoided the plight they were in. If they were in trouble through no fault of their own, of course anybody would be glad to help them. But if they were in trouble through their own fault, the very addition to their troubles, which this reflection caused them, only created a double claim upon Judge Wilkins' sympathies and energy. This is the spirit of the true lawyer, who, when appealed to in distress, has no more right to arrogate to himself the functions of court and jury, and decree that his client must take his punishment than a physician has to refuse to cure a disease which his patient has incurred through a violation of the laws of health or morality. Judge Wilkins' interest in the young men who grew up about him never deserted him. He welcomed their advances, he reciprocated their esteem, he enjoyed their companionship. His reminiscences of the older bar were lively and entertaining, his sense of humor keen, his exultation in life and all its activities throbbing and intense. He was not ready to go when the summons came, and he made no hypocritical pretense of resignation to it. His was a life so full of promise and performance, passion and power, persuasiveness and preeminence that well may we exclaim with the poet. But what rich life, what energy and glow, cordial to friend and chivalrous to foe, concede all foibles harshness would reprove, and what choice attributes remain to love. If James N. Pronk had given the thought and attention to his own interests that he gave to the interests of the public, and to the development of his city, he would have died wealthy and famous. In his early manhood when, as the only lawyer in Middletown, except Judge Wilkin, he acquired a large practice, he quickly accumulated a fortune sufficient to enable him to build and wholly pay for what still remains the finest store and office block in Middletown. He had nothing to do then, in order to a successful life, but to take his ease and accept such work as he might enjoy. But this was not his nature. He simply could not take his ease. He was possessed by the desire to originate and carry forward every public enterprise that might benefit the town. He lived plainly and simply, had no personal indulgences, spent nothing upon himself, denied himself every pleasure in order that he might give himself wholly to the service of the public. Every pleasure indeed except that of friends and books. He loved the society of congenial spirits, and he dwelt much among books. But he was not selfish even in this. Instead of putting the books he bought into his own library, he put them into a public library. He established the Lyceum, the fine circulating library of which gave to Middletown its first literary impetus. In connection with this, he organized debates in which the ablest men of the community discussed every moral, social, and political question of the day. These debates brought out the native talent and debating powers of many men who otherwise might have been silent, notable among them Israel O. Beatty, whose wide information, keen reasoning, and sparkling wit are well remembered by those who know how naturally his distinguished son, Judge John J. Beatty, comes by these qualities. Moreover, Mr. Pronk brought to the platform of the Lyceum the foremost intellects of his time: Henry Ward Beecher, Wendell Phillips, Horace Greeley, Edward H. Chapin, Theodore L. Cuyler, and many others. I well remember when, a few years ago at Mohonk, Judge Beatty and I introduced ourselves to Dr. Cuyler and mentioned Middletown, he at once exclaimed, "How's my old friend Pronk?" though they had not met for 40 years and he had not heard of his death. The great mistake of Mr. Pronk's life was when he mortgaged his fine building, on the income of which he might easily have lived, in order to establish what became the passion and the idol of his life, Hillside Cemetery. But was it a mistake? Is it not success, after all, to live in lasting institutions? This cemetery is today the most beautiful resting place of the dead in Orange County. Over this sacred spot where he himself was laid, broods ever the sentiment inscribed over the tomb in St. Paul's Cathedral of Sir Christopher Wren, its architect, if you would behold his monument, look about you. See Monumentum Quaere Circumspice. Younger than any of the lawyers thus far considered, but entering upon his professional life while theirs was still active, and dying prematurely before the close of those careers with which his own was strictly contemporaneous, was William F. O'Neill. Perhaps no career was ever more of a surprise to the public and to the profession than that of Mr. O'Neill. From Winfield, Gedney, and Fullerton, with their distinguished lineage, family influence, county connections, social position, superior education, wide culture, courtly address, and imposing presence, much was expected, and expectation was always satisfied. But here was a young man, who, coming from Monticello to study law in Middletown with Judge Grew, and entering upon his career without any of these advantages, boldly flung himself into the courts to try conclusions with the ablest of Orange County's advocates, and began at once to captivate juries and to win his cases. Small in stature, unimpressive in appearance, deficient in culture, unformed in style, averse to application, trying his cases with very inadequate preparation, the lawyers were puzzled at first to know the secret of his immediate and enormous success at the bar. It lay, as they soon learned, in his faculty of making the jury think that he always happened to be on the right side. It was like the case of the juror who was descanting enthusiastically upon the magnificent, unrivaled powers of Brougham as an advocate. "But," said a bystander, "I see that you always give the verdict to Scarlett." "Scarlett, oh yes," said the juror. "Well, you see, Scarlett is always on the right side." Mr. O'Neill was a natural verdict-getter. He never went over the heads of the jury. He talked with them on their own plane of thought, sentiment, and experience. Juries liked him personally. They felt interested in his success. I remember a trial in which he obtained a verdict of $2,000 against the village of Port Jervis for a woman who had fallen upon a defective sidewalk, but who did not appear to have been much injured. After the verdict, one of the jurors, Cogobble, of Greenville, asked me what I thought of the verdict, to which I replied that they probably gave as much as the evidence justified, since she did not seem to be hurt much. "Well," said Gobble, "it was this way: we thought the woman ought to have $1,000, and we thought Billy ought to have $1,000. This familiar, affectionate reference to him as Billy indicates his place as a popular idol. Indeed, the boyishness of his appearance and stature seemed to help him. People who saw him for the first time and who had not expected much from him went out of the courtroom saying, 'Did you see how little Billy O'Neill laid him out?' Mr. O'Neill made negligence cases a specialty, and he became known far and wide as a negligence lawyer. Those who deprecate the rise of the negligence lawyer and the increase in negligence cases during the last 40 years fail to make sufficient allowance for those changed conditions in the business of the world, under which its various currents of capital and industry converge in one swollen stream of corporate enterprise and control. This tends, on the one hand, to encourage professional alertness in protecting the individual from corporate greed or neglect, and, on the other hand, to create extreme devotion to corporate interests seeking the aid of professional skill and judgment. While the zeal of attorneys in behalf of corporations is rarely condemned, it is somewhat the fashion to deprecate the negligence lawyer who takes the case of a client against a corporation upon a contingent fee. As the client is usually destitute, it is difficult to see how his case is to be presented at all unless the attorney takes his chances upon success. As courts and juries must determine that the claim is a worthy one before it can succeed, the whole criterion seems to resolve itself into the position that worthy causes and clients should be deprived of a hearing. This feeling can be well understood on the part of corporations constantly compelled to pay damages on account of their carelessness, but the expression of it comes with poor grace from lawyers who receive large retainers and liberal fees from wealthy clients. It is at least as fair to a client to wait for compensation until the work is done as it is to insist on a retainer before any work at all is done. It is noticeable that the criticism upon the contingent fee at the conclusion of the case comes usually from the lawyer who expects a large fee at the beginning of the case. It is simple truth and justice to say that human life and limb are safer today in Orange County because that sturdy fighter and dangerous opponent, William F. O'Neill, caring not whether his client was poor or rich, never allowed a case of negligence, once brought to his attention, to pass unchallenged and unpresented to a court of justice. And if his example and his influence have encouraged others, as indeed they have, in the same path of professional honor and public duty, then he, too, has not lived in vain. The advent of Mr. O'Neill was coincident with the rise of a new generation of advocates who were confronted at first with a supremacy in the older bar, which never could have been ousted by superior talent. It yielded at last to the only rivals it could not resist, decay and death, even as now the lawyers I am about to name will soon surrender to a still later generation their coveted place and prominence in the courts. I say about to name because, notwithstanding the considerations which suggest the omission of any reference to the living, it seems to be inartistic, and it ought to be unnecessary to break off a narrative in the middle, because some of its characters are still living. Caution and delicacy may indeed discourage, if not wholly forbid such unstinted praise as may be properly bestowed upon a finished, rounded career, far removed from possible marring by some late and regrettable error. But on the other hand, the opinion of his contemporaries by one who has freely mingled with them and frequently been pitted against them ought to be accurate, and, if accurate, then interesting and valuable. How we would all enjoy now Winfield's own characterization of Samuel J. Wilkin and William F. Sharp, his partner, of Benjamin F. Daria and Joseph W. Gott, the senior, of David F. Jedney and Stephen W. Fullerton. There are histories of our own times, and this is one of them. Let me proceed then, diffidently, indeed, but still unflinchingly, to perform the task assigned to me before the subjects, and the generation chiefly interested in them have all alike passed away, appealing to the judgment of those still able to decide, upon the candor, fairness, and impartiality of the estimates. Indeed, if we wait until all contemporaries have passed away, who is left to determine whether the estimates are just? William J. Grew is older than the lawyers who came to the bar in the late 60s, but he falls naturally in this group, because he came to Orange County in 1866, when he at once took a foremost place among its trial lawyers, his reputation having preceded him. He had already become leader of the bar of Sullivan County, where in 1856 he was elected its district attorney. This leadership was in itself evidence of great ability, for he had to win his spurs against such intellectual giants as General Niven, Judge Bush, Senator Lowe, and James L. Stewart. It is not strange, then, that in him Winfield, Jedney, and Fullerton found a match for all their powers and an equal in all the arts and accomplishment of the advocate. His perfect self-possession, his readiness in retort, his firm grasp of the points in controversy, his unfailing memory enabling him to marshal the testimony with crushing effect, his severe logic, his scathing enunciation, his intrepid spirit, and above all, his moral earnestness combined to make him a dreaded and formidable adversary. Judge Grew, for he acquired the title through his election as Special County Judge of Orange County in the year 1868, has carried this quality of moral earnestness, which so largely contributed to his success at the bar, into all the interests and relations of life. He early espoused the cause of temperance and has long been one of the most prominent members of the Prohibition Party, which at different times has bestowed upon him its complimentary but unsubstantial nomination for governor and judge of the Court of Appeals. He has always insisted that the absolute prohibition of the sale of liquors in the state of New York is not only a righteous and necessary reform, but an entirely feasible one. The remarkable strength of this movement in the South, followed as it has been by recent prohibitory legislation in several of the states, is one of the cheering rewards for unselfish, lifelong devotion to principle which he is permitted to enjoy in his declining years. There is no doubt whatever that his sacrifices in behalf of this cause seriously interfered with his later eminence at the bar. For such eminence, even when once achieved, can be maintained only by sedulous, unrelaxed devotion, by steady, unqualified, undivided allegiance to that most exacting of all masters the law. This consecration to higher duties and nobler aims than those involved in mere professional success does not, however, constitute the sole reason why Judge Grew ceased to be a familiar and prominent figure in the courts of Orange County. This was due primarily to the removal of his office to New York, where he continued to win many notable legal triumphs until failing health compelled him to retire from active practice. His dignified and honorable repose is divided between his home in Middletown and his summer retreat in his native county of Sullivan at Grewville, so named in honor of one of his revolutionary ancestors. Though Lewis E. Carr has transferred his professional activities to a wider field, yet he acquired and developed in Orange County those transcendent qualities as a trial lawyer which have since, in nearly every county of the state, excited the astonishment of the bar and the admiration of the courts. From the very first, he produced a profound impression upon Winfield, Gedney, and Fullerton, with whom he engaged in vigorous, courageous contest at a time when it was difficult indeed to stand up against their powerful and almost irresistible influence. But it was when he came to be associated with them in some most important trials that they were even more impressed with his knowledge of fundamental principles, his wisdom in consultation, his mature and unerring judgment. Judge Gedney once remarked in a public tribute to Mr. Carr in his early life that it was possible to gain a far more accurate measurement of a lawyer's real ability through association with him than in opposition to him. He added that it was after enjoying such opportunities to become acquainted with Mr. Carr that he was the better able to express admiration of his surpassing talents as well as confidence in his brilliant future. Mr. Carr has since then enjoyed many honors and some supreme triumphs, but it is doubtful that any encomium has ever given him deeper pleasure than this now amply verified prediction by so competent an authority. Nothing more surely attests the eminence which Mr. Carr has attained in the state than the recognition of it by the Assembly of the State of New York in inviting him to pronounce in its chamber the eulogy upon its beloved Speaker, S. Frederick Nixon, upon the memorial occasion dignified by the attendance of the Governor, the Senate, and the judges of the Court of Appeals. In that august presence, Mr. Carr, defending the prerogatives of the state, said, "However much we take pride in the nation's greatness and power, we cannot shut our eyes to the fact that in some way, not easy to understand, the federal government, of which we constitute no mean part, has been steadily encroaching upon the province of the state. And year by year, the waves of its rising power are biting away some part of the shore on which our feet should rest. Preservation of the rights of the state, as the framers of the Constitution intended and provided, is as essential to the safety, security, and perpetuity of the sisterhood of states as the armies that carry and defend the flag and the navies that patrol the sea and protect our harbors against the dangers of attack. Our state is an empire in and of itself. Dominion over it and control of its priceless interests are all our own, save to the narrow extent they were expressly yielded to give needed strength and requisite power for the protection of the whole." This extract gives some idea of the force and clearness which characterize all Mr. Carr's public utterances, but no extract can give any conception of his extraordinary powers as an advocate. The Assembly indeed had already enjoyed an unusual opportunity to witness their display. For Mr. Carr was easily the most conspicuous and imposing figure in a public trial of great importance conducted before it, in which he made the principal and prevailing argument. But it is perhaps in the appellate courts that Mr. Carr's abilities find their most congenial field of exercise. There his ready command of all the resources of a trained, vigorous, and richly stored intellect enables him to discuss every proposition propounded by the court, or advanced by his opponent, with a breadth of reasoning, a fertility of illustration, an array of authority which never fail to arouse admiration and delight. Indeed, in every argument or trial in which he engages, he organizes from the outset an intellectual duel. One who is not prepared to cope with him on equal terms, or with a cause so strong that it overcomes the intellectual handicap, will find it prudent not to enter the lists with him. When Mr. Carr resided in Port Jervis before going to Albany, where he is the general counsel for the Delaware and Hudson Company, and where he is called as senior counsel into many important cases not at all connected with railroad litigation, such was his devotion to his profession that it was only in exciting political campaigns that he could yield himself to the demands of the platform. But in Albany, so insistent and repeated have been the demands upon him that he has been compelled to yield more frequently. Until now, his reputation is firmly established as a platform speaker of rare attractiveness. A fair example of his after-dinner oratory may be found, in fit company and enduring form, in the book entitled Modern Eloquence, edited by Speaker Thomas B. Reed, it being a response at the banquet of the State Bar Association, in which, with a fine blending of humor and seriousness, he commends that recent revival of an ancient custom which has done so much already to revive and promote the dignity of the bench the wearing by judges of the robe of office. The Orange County Bar has contributed to the bar of the state many gifted sons of whom it has been, indeed, Proud Ogden Hoffman, William H. Seward, William Fullerton, and others, but it has never contributed one of whose character, ability, and fame it is more justly and universally proud than it is of the character, ability, and fame of Lewis E. Carr. Henry Bacon is now, indisputably, the leader of the Orange County Bar. His career has been marked by a singleness of devotion to his profession rarely equaled. It was interrupted at one time by his service for 5 years in the House of Representatives, in the debates of which he bore an honorable part, impressing himself most favorably upon the leaders of his own party and those of the opposition. But his heart was all the time in the law, which he keenly enjoys as a science and reveres as a master. Returning to Goshen at the expiration of his congressional service, he threw himself with renewed ardor into the practice of his profession, to which he has since applied himself with undeviating purpose, persistence, and power. The position of leadership now held by him is the natural, inevitable, and only consistent result of high endeavor and unfaltering purpose united to intellectual gifts and legal qualifications of a superior order. Mr. Bacon has the legal instinct. He is not content until he has penetrated to the heart of the mystery. He revels in a perplexing and complicated case. He loves to unravel its intricacies and explore its mazes. Mr. Bacon has in the past 20 years tried more cases than any lawyer in the county. He is retained in nearly every important trial. His manifest knowledge of every principle of the law involved in the case always commands the respect of the court and of the bar. In presenting his views to the jury, he relies upon logic rather than eloquence, upon consecutive force of argument rather than the arts of persuasion. In the celebrated case of Mager versus Hammond, his opening address to the jury upon the second trial was a masterpiece of clear, coherent, cumulative, and convincing statement. Mr. Bacon is never more interested than when he is confronted with some grave question of constitutional construction. His attack upon the constitutionality of the drainage law, which was declared invalid by the Court of Appeals upon the arguments advanced by him, and in which he was opposed by the eminent advocate John G. Milburn, will be long remembered. All lawyers are true to their clients, but Mr. Bacon's inflexibility in the assertion or defense of his client's rights is uncompromising to the last degree. It has even been said that, in his zeal and ardor, he is willing to trample upon all the ties of private friendship and all the claims of personal courtesy. But no client was ever heard to complain of this, and after all, the fact remains that no lawyer can serve his clients with absolute fidelity without, at times, wounding his neighbors and his friends. An honest lawyer can know no one but his client and him crucified. His standard of morality and manners, of duty and decorum is expressed in the sentiment, "Stop pursuing my client, and I have no further quarrel with you." Mr. Bacon typifies this spirit and embodies this principle in his professional life more strikingly than any lawyer who has ever practiced at the bar of Orange County. On the other hand, Mr. Bacon's social gifts and graces are in the highest degree winning and attractive. One would never suspect, in the velvet palm that greets him at his threshold, the iron hand that crushed him but the day before in court. One would never recognize in the beaming, graceful host the hard-headed lawyer who, with stern unflinching purpose, will destroy him tomorrow. United in marriage to the brilliant and accomplished daughter of one of America's purest and noblest statesmen, Samuel J. Randall, his home is a center of charming, courtly, and gracious hospitality dispensed with lavish, refined, and unaffected generosity. Mr. Bacon is the only lawyer in Orange County who has ever both recognized and fulfilled his social duty to his brethren of the bar by throwing open his home to them in receptions intended to bring the judges and the lawyers together in social relations. In olden days and in other counties, this custom once prevailed. Possibly it is because Orange County labors under the misfortune of being a half-shire county a calamity to any bar for the reason, besides many others, that it effectually destroys the possibility of having a suitable court house that, a spirit of comradeship among its lawyers, has never grown up. It is noticeable that in counties where the legal interests converge in one central county seat, the brotherly spirit is more active. But however that may be, Mr. Bacon is entitled to the grateful acknowledgement of his efforts to suspend the asperities of professional conflict in the solvent of social converse. In this, as in every other respect, his leadership of the bar is supreme. Walter C. Anthony preceded Mr. Bacon a few months in their student life with Judge Jedney at Goshen. No one has painted so perfect and beautiful a picture as he of those halcyon days in that country law office. In his memorial tribute he said, "But of all the delightful hours spent with Judge Jedney I recall, with most pleasure, our afternoon talks at the office. As the day was wearing late and he began to make preparations to leave, he usually seemed to want to draw me into conversation. Frequently, it took the form of an examination as to those branches of the law which I was then reading upon. Occasionally, he would draw me into the discussion of some legal question, in which he would maintain an opinion opposed to that which I expressed, and in which, after combating me, with all his ingenuity and acuteness, and frequently discomfiting me, he would in the end explain the whole question and point out the errors of either side of the argument. At times, some event of the day's work would be used as a foundation for an explanation of the legal questions involved. In whatever way the conversation was begun, his evident purpose was that it should be profitable to me in connection with the studies I was pursuing, and when that end had been accomplished, our conversation would wander on, at its own sweet will, touching on many and varied themes, which all developed new beauties and suggestiveness beneath the light of his varied learning and fertile fancy. Is it to be wondered at that I recall them with a chastened delight? Judge Jedney was then in the very prime of his remarkable powers. His mind was a storehouse of varied and interesting knowledge, and his conversational and descriptive skill were not only very great, but quite unique. I shall always regard it as one of the most fortunate circumstances of my life that one was brought into such intimate association with David F. Jedney. And as my life passes on into the sere and yellow leaf, and I sit among the lengthening shadows of its afternoon looking back upon the friends and friendships of my youth, I shall very, very often recall Judge Jedney, the slender, erect figure, the strongly marked face, the scant but expressive gesture, the wonderfully melodious and well-modulated voice, the words so deftly chosen from a vocabulary surpassingly rich and full that they always reminded me of the sentence in Holy Writ. Words fitly spoken are like apples of gold in pictures of silver. And above all, I shall recall his kind and generous deeds, the fit exponents of a loving, loyal heart. And thus recalling him, I shall often in the future exclaim as I have already in the past in no empty phrase and with no exaggeration of speech. Oh, for the touch of a vanished hand and the sound of a voice that is still. This extract is made not solely to embellish the portrait of Judge Jedney, the man, though I indeed left it unfinished, intending thus to invoke Mr. Anthony's aid in completing it, but also to illustrate Mr. Anthony's own cast of mind, character, and literary style. Mr. Anthony is by nature and inclination a scholar and a recluse. If he were rich, he would shut up his office and browse in his library. But not selfishly, for no one has been more generous than he in responding to demands for public and literary addresses. I heard him once, before the Chautauqua Assembly, give a purely extemporaneous lecture upon wit and humor which for range of reading, wealth of information, critical analysis, and brilliant characterization has never been surpassed by our most famous lecturers. And yet it was delivered with a modesty, sweetness, and simplicity which seemed to deprecate the suggestion that it was anything out of the ordinary. His memory of Judge Jedney unconsciously reveals how deep was the impression made in youth upon a mind singularly susceptible to the charms and graces of literature, and upon a nature no less susceptible to the beauties and joys of friendship. As in the case of all such natures, the books must be choice, and the friends fit but few. Not, indeed, that Mr. Anthony is deficient in the elements of personal popularity. His election twice to the office of District Attorney of the county, the duties of which he most ably discharged, attests his popular strength. But it is undeniable that his predilection for the society of the great and wise of every age, to be found in his well-filled library, has tended more and more to withdraw him from the society of the shallow, the superficial, the frivolous. He stands today a lonely but alluring figure, on whose heights those who choose to follow may find in him the charming companion, the accomplished scholar, the earnest inquirer, the inspiring instructor. Let no captious reader take cynical exception to the note of honest praise sounded in these memoirs. Let it be remembered that, out of hundreds of lawyers, only a few of those entitled to admiration and praise have been selected for extended mention. While personal memoirs should be accurate, they need not be exhaustive. In those rare instances in which conspicuous talent has yielded to temptation, and in weakness or dishonor, forfeited public respect, it has seemed to be the truest kindness to pass over it in silence. Indeed, as one surveys the procession down half a century of those who have become notable in the law, he is profoundly impressed that not by infirm, invertebrate character have they gained their prominence, but only by firm resolution, high endeavor, moral purpose, and intellectual power. One is led to wonder not that there should be so few entitled to praise, but that there should be so many. Impartial criticism will demand of the contemporary chronicler not that his praise be stinted, but only that it be discriminating. Indeed, only the most unstinted, unqualified praise would be either just or appropriate in summoning from that stately procession of great and honored lawyers the lofty, imposing figure of Judge John J. Beatty, who for 18 years, 1889 to 1907, presided over the County Court of Orange County, having been elected for 3 successive terms. His dignity of presence, weight of character, and wealth of learning amply sustained the traditions of a bench once occupied by Gedney and Fullerton. Many of Judge Beatty's decisions have been in cases of far-reaching public importance, notably the case involving the construction of the A-Tower Law, in which Judge Beatty decided that the provision prohibiting a contractor from allowing his men to work over 8 hours a day on a public improvement was unconstitutional and void. The appellate division reversed, but the Court of Appeals affirmed Judge Beatty in an opinion sustaining every position which Judge Beatty had taken in his opinion. Judge Beatty is grounded in the principles of the law. In all that he does, he is thorough, going to the very bottom of the case, whether as to the law or the facts. This quality was strikingly brought out in the case tried by him for 8 days before Judge Maddox, involving the liability of a railroad company for the damage resulting from the explosion of a locomotive boiler. There was absolutely nothing about a boiler that Judge Beatty did not understand. One would have supposed that he had been brought up in boiler works and had then run an engine on the road. He succeeded in dividing the jury, and Judge Maddox said after the trial that he had never seen a finer display of sheer intellectuality than Judge Beatty's management of the defense. He is an omnivorous reader, and his marvelous memory retains all that he ever read. His conversation is an intellectual feast, for he pours out a never-failing stream of literary anecdote, historic incident, and choice passages from the classics of every age, all ready to gush forth from his well-stored memory as the conversation glances from one subject to another. Judge Beatty carries into his retirement from the county court the gratitude and respect of the bar, and of the public for the fine example of judicial dignity and learning, which he has given for 18 years, an example which may well be followed not only by all who succeed him in the county court, but by all who administer in the same courthouses, and from the same bench the wider jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Having considered several leaders of the bar who came into practice in the late 60s, but who, like their predecessors, Winfield, Gedney, and Fullerton, were never invited to the bench of the Supreme Court, we come now naturally to that group of their early associates who have achieved judicial honors, those honors which have always held a glittering fascination for the bar, whether in the wearing or the recounting of them. There never have been enough judgeships to go around, and the long tenure now established wholly excludes rotation among the leaders of the bar in respect to judicial position. Hence the prospect that any member of the bar, however able, will ever attain judicial honors is so remote and dependent upon so many unforeseen conditions that when they do descend and repose upon the modest brow of some highly favored but always unenvied brother, the circumstances combining to produce such a fortuitous selection possess all the charm of romance and all the fascination of a fairy tale. While it is true that many unforeseen conditions must always unite in determining the destination of this coveted prize, there still seems to be one inexorable condition to which all Orange County aspirants must conform. They must not reside in the interior of the county. They must practice in the old, historic city of Newburgh City, which has always taken a deep, honorable, patriotic pride in its revolutionary associations and in the land they represent, but which has no more pride in, no more sense of connection with, Orange County as a whole than West Point has. Its bar has always been distinguished for great ability and high character. The Supreme Court of the State of New York, the wide jurisdiction of which extends from Long Island to the St. Lawrence and the Lakes, was never more fortunate than in the acquisition to its bench from the Newburgh Bar of the two Browns, father and son John W. Brown and Charles F. Brown the elder having ascended the bench in 1850 and the younger in 1883. It is Charles F. Brown who belongs to the period we are now considering. Graduated from Yale College in 1866, admitted to practice in 1868, elected district attorney in 1874, and county judge in 1877, he resigned in 1882 the position of county judge to assume the duties of Supreme Court judge. Mr. Winfield had always ardently desired a position upon the bench of the Supreme Court. It was one of the bitterest disappointments of his life that he so narrowly missed this object of his ambition in 1875, when Judge Dickman was elected. In that year, the widespread revolt among the bar and public against the re-election of that most unpopular official, Judge Tappan, who had received the regular Democratic nomination, made it evident that any independent Democratic candidate who should receive the endorsement of the Republican convention would be elected. Mr. Winfield's hopes of receiving this endorsement rose high and were on the point of being realized when an unexpected influence intervened to dash them. General Benjamin F. Tracy, who had a long-standing personal feud with William Fullerton, the brother of Stephen W. Fullerton, suddenly came to the conclusion that he did not want upon the bench an intimate friend of the Fullertons. He therefore threw his influence in favor of Jackson O. Dickman, then a prominent Democratic lawyer of Westchester County, who thus received the nomination. His election by a large Democratic and Republican vote confirmed the prediction that such a coalition would easily accomplish the defeat of Judge Tappan, Orange County, notwithstanding that it shared Mr. Winfield's disappointment, followed his generous lead in supporting Judge Dickman, and gave him a majority of 10,000. No one labored for Mr. Winfield's nomination at this time more earnestly than Charles F. Brown himself. In 1882, Mr. Winfield's hopes of obtaining a nomination revived, but Charles F. Brown, who cherished the natural and honorable ambition to emulate his father's noble example and distinguished career as a jurist, felt that he ought not to stand aside again. He, of course, secured the delegate from his own assembly district without opposition. Overcoming the opposition offered by Mr. Winfield's friends in the 2nd Assembly District, he secured its delegate also. By thus presenting a united front, Orange County was able to successfully assert its claims in the judicial convention and to secure for Judge Brown the nomination that was followed by his election. No one was more gratified by Judge Brown's election than Mr. Winfield himself, especially as it involved the defeat of General Tracy, the very man who, 7 years before, had snatched from him the same prize when almost within his grasp. When General Tracy, of Kings County, was nominated by the Republican convention against Judge Brown, of Orange County, he confidently expected to defeat Judge Brown, whose greatness was then unknown to the district at large, through the promised support of many large Brooklyn interests. But all his calculations were confounded by a wholly unexpected event. This was the cataclysm in which Grover Cleveland, with whom Judge Brown was running, carried the state by the enormous, unprecedented majority of 200,000. Thus was Orange County enabled to contribute to the bench of the Supreme Court a jurist who, in the 14 years of his incumbency, made a profound, a lasting impression upon the jurisprudence not only of his state, but of his country. After serving for 6 years with great acceptance in the trial and special terms, he was, upon the formation of the 2nd Division of the Court of Appeals, promoted to its bench. His services during the 4 years' existence of that court were of the highest value, his luminous opinions being still quoted and followed in every state in the Union. Some of the litigations which came before him were in the highest degree difficult and complicated, one of the most important being the case involving the construction of the Tilden Will, in which the opinion of Judge Brown, declaring the trusts invalid, was adopted by the court. His opinions rendered in this court constitute an imperishable monument to his learning and ability. Judge Brown's manner upon the bench, at trial and special term, was a happy mingling of simplicity and dignity. His most noticeable personal trait was his entire lack of self-consciousness. He never thought about himself or about the impression which he might be making upon the bar or the public. His mind was wholly upon the case and upon the principles involved in it. He was considerate of the feelings of counsel and rarely rebuked them for imperfect presentation of their views. When they wandered from the point he thought about the case, and when they came back to the case, he followed them again. It is simply the truth of history to say that the members of the bar, not only of Orange County, but of the entire state, do not expect to see in this generation a nearer approach to the ideal judge than they were permitted to behold during the 14 years of Judge Brown's incumbency. There was one marked characteristic of Judge Brown while upon the bench which deserves more than a passing mention. After a case was submitted to him, and while it was still under consideration, he was never afraid to enter upon a discussion of the principles involved in it, with either of the counsel he might happen to meet, if he felt that such a discussion might prove profitable. In this respect, he differed from some of his colleagues who were perfectly aghast at the thought of counsel conversing with them upon any phase of a pending case in the absence of opposing counsel. This, of course, was due to their high sense of the importance of preserving not only real impartiality, but the strictest appearance of impartiality. But there was something in Judge Brown's character which did not need the protection of such a rule, something in the very atmosphere which he threw out, something in the impression which he gave of being simply a thinking, working, impersonal, intellectual machine, which left no room for misunderstanding on the part of any lawyer thus admitted to a share in his deliberations, and which left his judicial independence and impartiality absolutely untouched. This capacity at once constitutes the highest test and the consummate type of the strictly judicial temperament. To this test, Judge Brown easily responded, and of this type he was the perfect embodiment. No one can be accused of sycophancy in awarding to a judge long since retired from the bench his merited meed of praise and gratitude for distinguished public services. Nor even in the case of judges still occupying the bench can such a charge fairly lie when the faithful historian surveying and reviewing, from the serene heights of retirement and rejection, the stirring scenes in which once he bore an active part, is now as indifferent to, as independent of, the opinions of judges as they are of his. It would indeed be far more entertaining if there could be contributed to this volume the opinions which the judges hold of each other, thrown into literary form instead of merely being promulgated from the bench or disseminated by the press. When, upon the occasion of Queen Victoria's Jubilee, the judges met in London to prepare an address to Her Majesty, the proposed draft submitted to them began with the words, "Conscious as we are of our shortcomings," whereupon Lord Bowen gravely suggested, as an amendment, "conscious as we are of each other's shortcomings." Human nature is very much the same here and in England, very much the same, in its manifestations, among judges and among lawyers. Judge William D. Dickey ascended the bench in 1896, 1 year before Judge Brown's retirement from it. The 2nd Judicial District, of which Orange County then formed a part, was for many years Democratic, and it was not unusual for the Republican conventions to endorse the Democratic nominations. But in 1895, there seemed to be such a fair prospect for success that the Republicans put forward a full ticket of judicial nominees, including Judge Dickey, who was elected, though one of his associates upon the ticket, Hugo Hirsch of Brooklyn, was defeated by Judge Martin J. Keogh, whose court ought to be attended every year by visiting delegations of judges from all parts of the state as a training school and object lesson, illustrating how a busy judge may at all times, in all circumstances and under all provocations, still be the model, faultless, consummate gentleman. Although Judge Dickey removed from Newburgh to Brooklyn soon after his election and is counted as a judge of the 2nd Judicial District, while Orange County is now a part of the 9th Judicial District, still Orange County is where he was born, where his professional life was passed, where he rose to prominence and power, and where he lived when he was elevated to the bench. He exhibited even in boyhood the qualities which have marked his public career, his patriotic ardor inspiring him to enlist in the Union Army when only 17 years of age. his promotion being so rapid that before he was 20 years old, he had been breveted colonel in recognition of conspicuous gallantry. Admitted to practice soon after the close of the Civil War, he threw himself with characteristic energy not merely into the legal contests which arose in his city, but into all the public and political controversies of the day. Ardent in his affections and implacable in his hatreds, loyal to his friends and relentless to his enemies, he soon acquired an extensive influence and attracted to himself a devoted following, both personal and political. The public spirit and civic pride shown by Judge Dickey in promoting every enterprise tending to beautify or benefit his native city was generally recognized, and his election to the Constitutional Convention of 1893 was a distinct turning point in his career. His ability, vigilance, authority, force of character, and readiness in debate soon gave him a dominant influence in the deliberations of that highly intellectual body and influence, aided by his commanding presence and resonant voice. Advantages not without value in that most difficult of all auditoriums, the Assembly Chamber in the Capitol at Albany. Among the many far-reaching reforms which he proposed or advocated in the convention, he undoubtedly looks back with special satisfaction upon the provision incorporated, with his active support, in the new Constitution prohibiting any legislative limitation upon the amount of recovery for death occasioned by negligence, since he has had abundant occasion in his experience upon the bench to verify his convictions of the justice, necessity, and public policy of this amendment. Judge Dickey displays upon the bench the same sterling qualities which marked his active professional career. Among them, none is more pronounced than his remembrance of and kindness to old and valued friends. The exercise by a judge of the patronage necessarily pertaining to his office has always been a trying question for him. But since one lawyer has no natural, superior claim over any other lawyer upon the fruits of patronage, there seems to be no reason why a judge should not be permitted to gratify his feelings of friendship and esteem in the appointment of referees whom he knows to be not only estimable, but entirely capable. No one questioned this sentiment or principle of conduct when Judge Brown appointed his old friend and partner, Mr. Cassidy referee to sell the West Shore Railroad, or when he appointed his old friend, William Harvey Clark, of Minnesink, receiver of the Port Jervis and Monticello Railroad. Mr. Clark, by the way, proving to be so capable a receiver that he not only paid its debts, but surprised the stockholders by handing over to them a large amount of money. But in the distribution of patronage, Judge Dickey has not only been loyal to the claims of private friendship, he has nobly used it in the recognition of the debt which the public owes to distinguished public services and sacrifices. I know one able lawyer whose physical infirmities disqualify him from active practice at the bar, but whose eye is still as clear, whose judgment as alert as when, from the heights of Gettysburg, he directed the Federal forces on the first day of the battle and saved the fortunes of the day till they could be turned and redeemed upon the morrow. In appointing this old hero to important service in various public condemnation proceedings, in which his sound judgment and wide experience have been utilized to the public benefit, Judge Dickey has entitled himself to the gratitude of all who believe that conspicuous worth and patriotic service should not be forgotten and neglected by judges any more than by governors or presidents. And personal gratitude is no less due to Judge Dickey from all those whose appointment by him to positions of trust and responsibility has enabled them to justify his own unerring judgment as to their fitness and capacity. It was in the autumn of 1902 that Judge Dickey was called upon to pass through the first deep sorrow of his life in the loss of his only son, Frank R. Dickey, cut off in his young manhood at the very beginning of his promising career at the bar. Born and educated in Newburgh, he had followed his father to Brooklyn, where he established himself in practice and where he soon won a large and growing clientage. His solid abilities, his pure, lofty character, his open, sincere nature, his refined, engaging manners, his gentle, amiable disposition united to create a personality of singular charm and interest. Troops of new friends, attracted to him by the graces of a sweet and beautiful character, joined with those who had always known and loved him in heartfelt sorrow over the untimely grave of Frank R. Dickey. Judge Dickey's wide experience in affairs, with his knowledge of human nature, its secret springs and devious ways, enables him to arrive at decisions always prompt and usually just. His influence upon the bench has always been powerfully exerted in support of the domestic virtues and social purity. Gambling, which is fast becoming one of the most threatening of our national dangers, as it is already one of the most degrading and corrupting of our social vices, whether practiced by men in policy shops or by women at bridge parties, finds in him, whenever it comes within his judicial purview, neither countenance nor toleration. There is one trait of Judge Dickey upon the bench which calls for special mention. When, in an action which has been tried and decided by him, without a jury, the attorneys come before him for settlement of the case upon appeal, he does not seek to emasculate the appeal, as some judges in their weakness and vanity do, by striking out the exceptions designed to bring up sharply for review the points of difference between him and the defeated counsel. He always gives the unsuccessful and dissatisfied litigant a fair opportunity to review every issuable ruling and to get a reversal if he can. He is not hypersensitive upon the subject of being sustained by the appellate courts. Indeed, his mental attitude toward them is doubtless reflected in the remark once made by the famous judge, Lord Young, when he was told that one of his decisions had been affirmed upon appeal by the House of Lords. "Well, I may have been right notwithstanding," said Lord Young. As Judge Dickey has never been assigned to the appellate division and much prefers the close contact with the bar and with vital human interests which is enjoyed by judges constantly engaged in trial term and special term, he has never felt called upon to accompany his decisions with opinions of any length. When he does write, his opinions are clear, terse, and sententious. Indeed, there is very little satisfaction for a judge at special term in writing elaborate opinions, only to find them arrested and archived in that mere vestibule of fame, that hall of unmerited but predestined and pathetic oblivion known as the miscellaneous reports. But the waters of a cruel, though often kindly, oblivion can never wholly submerge the fine superstructure of judicial fame reared by Judge Michael H. Hirschberg upon a foundation of singularly exclusive, concentrated, severe, professional, intellectual, and literary training. Born and reared in Newburgh, but coming to practice at the bar without those intermediate college advantages enjoyed by his lifelong friend and associate, Judge Brown, whom he succeeded upon the bench, he has, nevertheless, strikingly verified the saying of Carlyle that, after all, books are the best university. During all the years of his professional activity in Orange County, he sedulously, patiently wrought out, cultivated and perfected a crisp, nervous, virile, epigrammatic, yet withal polished, mellifluous, ornate, and opulent English style, which constituted an admirable discipline and equipment for the very field of juristic service in which he was later destined to engage. Elected in 1890 to a seat upon the bench, he was, after a brief period of service at trial and special terms, assigned to the appellate division, and later, upon the retirement of Judge Goodrich, he was appointed the presiding justice of the court. This was the opportunity for which his slumbering, but not unready, accomplishments long had waited. Then ensued the disclosure to his judicial associates and to the bar of the state of those attainments as a writer and as a jurist, which had long been known to the bench and bar of his county and his district. While comparisons are often more dangerous than odious, his career, almost inevitably, reminds one of that literary lawyer, known then chiefly for his writing of the Blue and the Gray, who was summoned by his friend, Governor Cornell, from his scholarly seclusion at Ithaca to take a seat upon the bench of the Court of Appeals, and who thereupon enriched the literature of the law with a body of opinions, unrivaled for English style and judicial learning, which have entranced and instructed 2 generations of lawyers. Equally true is it of Judge Hirschberg that already has he permanently enriched the reports of the appellate division with a series of opinions, which, for lucidity of statement, force of reasoning, felicity of style, and perfect command of the literary implements adapted to the expression of exact distinctions or delicate discriminations, stand unrivaled in the pages of these imposing volumes, which will long perpetuate his fame as a judicial writer. One characteristic of Judge Hirschberg during his brief service in holding trial terms should be mentioned, because no ponderous tomes can reveal character. Contemporary history must transfix for posterity the personal traits and manners of a judge. When Judge Hirschberg was elected, even his intimate friends supposed, from long familiarity with his extraordinary quickness of mental action, his scintillations of repartee in social life, and his swift rejoinder at the bar, that he would show some impatience with the slowness, dullness, and density due to imperfect preparation or inherent ineptitude, which every judge is called upon, more or less frequently, to endure. That he would find it difficult to restrain the bubbling of wit and sarcasm at the expense of ignorance or incapacity. But on the contrary, he proved to be the most gentle, indulgent, and long-suffering of judges. The wearisome lawyers might drone on, he made no effort to take the trial of the case out of their hands and try it himself. He could try it better than they, but he felt it his duty to let them try it in their own way. No one could tell what he was thinking of them or their methods. He might be a maelstrom of seething disgust or amusement within, but he wore the impassive, inscrutable, uncommunicative exterior of a sphinx. Under the responsibility of his great office, he unconsciously developed and engrafted that quality which Judge Jenks, in his impressive eulogy upon Judge Wilmot M. Smith, declared to be almost the greatest attribute of a judge: infinite patience. And since the entire bar of Orange County regarded with peculiar affection the character of Judge Smith, and now holds in deepest veneration his sacred memory, it is not amiss to incorporate in this record that expression of its feelings by Judge Hirschberg himself, which sheds a reflected light upon his own standards of duty, and with which this attempt to limn his portrait for succeeding generations may fitly close. Judge Smith was truly an ideal jurist, profound as a lawyer, estimable as a citizen, lovable as a man. The mortal part of each life ends necessarily in nothing but an insignificant contribution to an immense volume of pathetic dust, but the spiritual sense is satisfied when, as in this instance, the ashes are sanctified with the memory of a noble life devoted to duty and glorified with the love of God, of justice, and of humanity. And now, having sought to project upon the canvas a faithful portraiture of the judges who were drawn into the public service from the Orange County bar, within the period embraced in these personal recollections, it is convenient and fitting at this time to briefly outline the conditions of practice which prevailed in Orange County at the time they came to the bar Judge Dickey in 1866, and Judges Brown and Hirschberg in 1868 when Winfield, Gedney, and Fullerton were at the zenith of their powers and their reputation. It is a great mistake to assume that the older members of the bar were satisfied with these conditions. On the contrary, they bitterly chafed under them. The number of judges was wholly inadequate to the needs of the district, as will readily be seen when it is considered that 25 judges are now required to serve the same territory then covered by only 4 judges upon whom devolved all the motions, trials, and appeals arising and heard within it. The ever-increasing volume of business created by the rapid growth of Brooklyn made it impossible for the judges to hold a trial term then called the circuit term, longer than 5 days. The judges were indeed upon a circuit, for they were always under assignment to open court in some other county on the following Monday. Every Thursday afternoon or Friday morning, the judge marked off the calendar every case which could not be tried in time to enable him to leave on Friday afternoon in order to hold his Saturday special term. This arbitrary, inexorable limitation of time, which was equivalent to shutting out many cases that had been carefully prepared, was most cruel to the younger members of the bar whose sole chance of either emolument or distinction lay in getting their cases tried. While to say that these conditions were satisfactory to the older members of the bar of that period would violate the truth of history. They always unduly and often indecently accelerated the trial of important cases in which advocates like Winfield and Gedney were spurred to an undignified celerity which was not merely distasteful but detestable to them. Both Winfield and Gedney were tenacious of dignity, deliberation, and decorum in the administration of justice. They disliked extremely to be told, "Go on with the case, gentlemen," or to be asked, "What are you waiting for?" They could not share the glee manifested by the judge when he succeeded in having 3 juries out at one time, and boasted to the justices of sessions at his side how he was expediting the business. They, too, wanted the business advanced, but they wanted it done with due regard to the traditions and the usages of the bar. Winfield was especially the distinct representative in this county of the old Websterian school of advocates. He believed earnestly in the maintenance of all that form and dignity, of all those ancient usages and proprieties which once uniformly marked the relations to each other of the bench and bar. When in 1874, I met him in Albany to argue my first case in the Court of Appeals, then presided over by that most urbane jurist, Judge Sanford E. Church, Mr. Winfield carefully attired himself on the morning of the argument in a full-dress black suit with its broad expanse of shirt front, now used only for evening wear, but regarded at that time as a suitable uniform for appearance before the highest court in the state. Just as, at a slightly earlier period, Webster and Pinckney appeared before the Supreme Court at Washington in blue coat and brass buttons, with buff waistcoat. How different from the present when able lawyers in short sack coats of gray, looking like commercial travelers, hasten from the Albany station to the 2 o'clock sessions of the court, without stopping to even remove the dust of travel before launching into their keen and brilliant arguments. When Judge Joseph F. Barnard, of Poughkeepsie, upon the transfer of Judge Lott to the Court of Appeals in 1869, became the presiding judge of the old general term, he became also the presiding genius, the dominating, all-pervading spirit of the Second Judicial District. He was opposed to any increase in the number of judges. With his insatiable veracity for work and his preternatural velocity of thought, enabling him to accomplish as much alone as the other 3 judges combined, he thought that 4 judges ought to be fully able to keep up with all the business of the district, as indeed they were if the administration of justice, involving the most profound issues of human life and society, had been merely a matter of getting the business out of the way, as on a wharf, to make room for the next cargo. The judges, fresh from their several circuit terms, met in the general term and proceeded to hear appeals from the decisions made by themselves at special and trial term. It was, indeed, an impressive, inspiring and solemn spectacle to see Judge Tappan and Judge Gilbert gravely considering whether they would reverse Judge Barnard, and in the next case, Judge Tappan and Judge Barnard sitting upon Judge Gilbert. Of course, the tacit challenge, "You reverse me, I'll reverse you," pervaded all the proceedings. Nothing else could be expected of human nature. It has never been pretended that the state supplies lawyers with any superior, exclusive brand of human nature when it gives them their diploma, and judges are simply lawyers upon the bench. That an appellate system should ever have been devised so exquisitely adapted to defeat its object and destroy respect for its operations was not, of course, the fault of the judges of the Second District. When the general term sat in Poughkeepsie, as it did every May, to accommodate Judge Barnard, the business was disposed of even more rapidly than in Brooklyn, Judge Barnard greeting with delight any lawyers who would appear at 8 o'clock in the morning, both ready to argue their appeal in advance of the regular session. The judges constantly interrupted the attorneys to assure them that they could not possibly remember what they said, but that they would read their briefs. It was of course true that no human mind could retain or even grasp the arguments discharged at the court, as from a catapult, by attorneys gasping for breath in the mad race against time. Some amelioration of the intolerable conditions under which circuit terms were held in Newburgh and Goshen was effected through the election in 1870 of Judge Calvin E. Pratt, whose conservatism, affability, and dignity won for him universal respect. This improvement was extended by the election in 1880 of Judge Edgar M. Cullen, whose high sense of absolute fairness to all suitors alike led him to devote as much time and thought to a case involving a trifling amount as to one involving large interests. Though even he was merciless in his infliction of night sessions upon the attorneys during the hot June term at Goshen, a course to which he felt impelled because of his inability to remain longer than 1 week and his desire to crowd as much work as possible into that wholly inadequate time. The comfort and convenience of the Orange County bar and the interests of litigants were served to a still greater degree by the election in 1882 of Judge Charles F. Brown. Though he could not extend the trial terms beyond 2 weeks on account of his assignments to other counties, still he held a special term every Saturday at Newburgh, where, by consent of counsel, many cases were tried that otherwise would have been tried before a jury. thus affording great relief to the overtaxed calendars of the trial terms. From that time to the present, there has been a steady reaction against feverishness and ferment as a suitable atmosphere for judicial proceedings and a gradual return to calm, neutral, deliberate, dignified, decorous methods of judicial procedure. Until finally, for the first time in the history of the county, a 4-week term of court was held in February 1907. This being one of the first fruits of the formation of the 9th Judicial District, consisting of the river counties Alona change, which was opposed by some Orange County lawyers, but which is now generally recognized as, in the highest degree, conducive to the convenience and interests of the bar and of the public, though it does involve some additional burdens upon jurors. 40 years ago, the familiar excuse made by judges for dispatching business with unseemly haste was their solicitude for the time and convenience of the jurors. Indeed, there never was a judge more popular than Judge Barnard among jurors, witnesses, spectators, and the public. They admired the celerity of his movements, and they were vastly entertained by his caustic remarks to counsel. But his remarks about counsel and witnesses during the progress of the trial were far more entertaining and racy than any the public was permitted to hear. The favored persons privileged to hear, these were his associates upon the bench of the old Oyer and Terminer, since abolished and now merged in the Supreme Court. They were drawn from the justices of the peace of the county, and with the presiding judge, constituted the criminal branch of the court. Squire George A. Durland, of the town of Greenville, who sat in this capacity next to Judge Barnard at many terms of court, never tired of telling about the trenchant, scathing, witty commentary kept up by the judge upon every incident of the trial, the counsel engaged in it, and the witnesses sworn upon it. During Judge Barnard's entire tenure of office, the plea of not taking up the time of the jurors was invoked to override every other consideration. Not even death itself was superior to it or sacred from it. When Mr. Winfield died on the 10th of June, 1888, and court convened at Goshen on Monday, the 18th of June, Judge Cullen suspended the regular business of the court at 4 o'clock to allow a suitable tribute to his memory, including several addresses in addition to the resolutions. But when Judge Jedney died, a month later, there was no opportunity to take formal action upon his death at a trial term until the regular November term. Accordingly, when court convened at Newburgh the 12th of November, an informal request was made to Judge Barnard for an opportunity to pursue the same course in respect to Judge Jedney's memory that had been adopted at Goshen in respect to Mr. Winfield. Judge Barnard promptly and firmly refused to allow the time of the jurors to be taken up in this way, adding, "Why, he's been dead some time, hasn't he?" So it became necessary to change the plan and to offer simply a motion that a committee be appointed to present at a meeting of the bar of Orange County to be hereafter called suitable resolutions. That there should be further delay in honoring the memory of this great lawyer and brilliant advocate, after there had already been a necessary delay of 4 months, is not a reproach that rests upon the bar of Orange County. As the motion occupied only 2 minutes, it was promptly granted, and the committee purposed to present the resolutions at the following term of court to be held at Goshen in January 1889, which was expected to be presided over by Judge Brown. But when Judge Brown was transferred to the Court of Appeals, he became disqualified from holding the term, and Judge Barnard unexpectedly took his place. Admonished by previous experience, no attempt was made to present the resolutions at that time, or to apply for permission to make addresses in honor of Judge John G. Wilkin, who, also, had meantime died. So the tributes of the Orange County Bar to Judge Jedney, Judge Wilkin, and Surrogate Henry A. Wadsworth, whose death also had occurred, were massed together at a meeting of the bar presided over by Judge Brown on Saturday, the 2nd day of February, 1889, 7 months after the death of Judge Jedney, without those customary adjuncts to the dignity of the occasion the crowded courtroom, the attendance of litigants, jurors, and witnesses from all parts of the county. The solemn pause in the business of the court, the impressive silence, the strained, eager attention of old friends in the audience to the last tributes of respect for one they loved, all of which were not only appropriate, but indeed imperative in honoring one who had so often held that very courtroom silent, captive, enthralled by the spell of his genius. If Judge Jedney's brethren had felt, in the first instance, that a tribute to his memory at a mere meeting of the bar would be appropriate and adequate, it would not have been delayed 7 months, as such a meeting could have been called at any time after his death. That it was not so called shows the strength of a sentiment which was ruthlessly trampled upon by judicial contempt, not merely for all the traditions of the bar, but for all the sacredness of love and death. At the same time, the bar always recognized with gratitude the earnest desire on the part of Judge Barnard to transact all the business that he could and to accommodate the bar as much as possible. It was this disposition that led to his constant signing of ex parte orders without looking at them, trusting to the honor of the bar not to impose upon him, and also to a motion by the other side to vacate any improvident order. The lawyers, through long custom, so came to prefer this system that they resented any departure from it by new judges who could not take this view of their duties. When Judge Brown's transfer to the Second Division of the Court of Appeals led to the Newburgh special terms being taken by Judges Cullen and Bartlett, the bar practically boycotted them in favor of Judge Barnard's Saturday term at Poughkeepsie, merely because both Judge Cullen and Judge Bartlett manifested a very decided preference to know what they were signing. Gradually, however, the lawyers learned that this course was not intended as a reflection upon the bar, but as a help to it in preventing any such mistake or oversight as might lead afterwards to serious consequences. Of this I once witnessed a striking illustration. An attorney desired an order to examine a party before trial in a case in which the examination of his adversary was absolutely essential to his success in the litigation. Judge Bartlett sent the affidavit back to him 3 times for correction, and the order was finally sustained in the Court of Appeals because of the sufficiency of the affidavit. All this involved to Judge Bartlett conscientious labor and minute examination, which he might well have shirked, and which judges generally consider counsel have no right to expect of them or to impose upon them. Judge Barnard was the most conspicuous of all the judges in his anxiety to save the lawyers the trouble of travel in order to transact their business. He instructed the Orange County attorneys to mail to him an order designating a referee of their own choice, to compute the amount due in foreclosure cases, with the report of the referee signed by him in anticipation of his appointment, together with the judgment of foreclosure. Whereupon he signed at the same time both the order of reference and the judgment of foreclosure, promptly mailing them back, although it was physically impossible that the referee should have acted in the interval between his appointment and the judgment. This practice, which is now regarded as irregular, and which even the most accommodating judges now discountenance, resulted in no harm, for it rested upon the most implicit good faith on the part of the attorneys, while the confidence of the judge was never, in a single instance, abused. An incident strongly illustrating this trait of Judge Barnard also grew indirectly out of Judge Brown's transfer to the Court of Appeals. Judgments of foreclosure in cases in Sullivan County had usually been taken before Judge Brown at Newburgh because, though in another judicial district, Orange County is an adjoining county, and this is permitted by the code. But soon after Judge Brown left Newburgh an attorney, overlooking the fact that Dutchess County does not adjoin Sullivan, sent the papers in a Sullivan County foreclosure case to Judge Barnard to be signed by him on Saturday at Poughkeepsie. His eagle eye at once noticed that the action was in Sullivan County and that he had no jurisdiction to act in the case in Dutchess County. Any other judge would have returned the papers, calling attention to the difficulty. But did this satisfy Judge Barnard? Not at all. This would not have advanced the business. This would not have helped out the boys. So he struck out the word Poughkeepsie in the order and judgment, and in his own handwriting substituted the word Newburgh, thus making himself, by a legal fiction, sit in an adjoining county for 5 minutes, for the purposes of that case, though he was actually in Poughkeepsie all that day, and though he never held a Saturday special term in Newburgh in all his life. Judge Cullen and Judge Bartlett would have felt that they were inviting impeachment by such an act, and yet Judge Barnard was moved solely by the desire to facilitate the business of the attorneys in every possible way. To him, an irregularity meant nothing unless it meant also a wrong. But those days have passed and have been succeeded by better days, in which it is recognized by the courts, and the lawyers alike that they should cooperate in making even their routine practice so regular as to exclude any possibility of error. There will be no sigh in this retrospect over the better days of long ago, no wail about the good old times. The better days are now, and the good times have come at last. The new generation of lawyers now entering upon their active career has reason for gratification that the facilities for the orderly, deliberate, tranquil trial and hearing of their causes, with the prospect that even and exact justice will be rendered in them, are greater today than at any previous period in the history of the county. There never was so good an opportunity for a young, ambitious, able advocate to win fame at the bar of Orange County as there is today. While the subjects of litigation and the conditions of business have somewhat changed in the last 50 years, human nature has never changed. Juries respond today as readily as then to the touch of a master spirit. When jurors ask nowadays why they do not hear such speeches at court, as their fathers have told them about the answer generally given, is that judges frown upon anything like display and hold the lawyers down to business. The business of an advocate is to make a good speech, and no judge ever was able to stop a good speech. Let no young lawyer seek indolent refuge in the pretext that the judges will not give him a chance. Let him not, with difficulty, fold his restless pinions lest they be arrested in their soaring flight by judicial insensibility. No, the reason that forensic eloquence has so lamentably declined in Orange County lies not in the hostility of judges, but in the absorption of lawyers themselves in the merely material, sordid aspects of life, to the exclusion of any interest in those liberal arts and erudite pursuits, which alone can anoint the hesitating lips with the honey of eloquent discourse. The field is clear for another Winfield or Gedney. It is the fashion to say that the influence of the bar has declined, that the legal profession, as a body, does not enjoy the same measure of public respect which was paid to it in the early days of the Republic, or exercise now that ascendancy over public opinion which once it exerted so powerfully and so naturally. It is true, indeed, that coincidentally with the stealthy, sinister growth in the northern states of the modern machine methods of party management, the lawyer has been gradually and inevitably displaced as a leader of public opinion. It is only in the South that the influence of the lawyer among the masses is still unshaken, because there the appeal of candidates is still made directly to the people who, through their primaries and in other republican ways familiar to the fathers and founders of the nation, express their preference and give effect to their choice. But it is significant that, even in the North, whenever the people at large resolve to destroy long-standing abuses or odious machines, as at stated intervals they always proceed to do, they turn instinctively, as of old, to the plain, simple, honest, busy practicing lawyer. Among the lawyers elected to the high office of governor of our state, the three governors whose homely, direct, straightforward methods have most captivated the imagination and impressed the conscience of the passing generation are Tilden, Cleveland, and Hughes, who simply brought to their duties the habits, the instincts, the training, and the ideals of the old-fashioned country lawyer, whose first aim is always to protect the interests committed to his charge, without any thought as to the effect of his course upon his own interests, popularity, or future. This training, this tradition, this character of the true lawyer still happily survives all changes in political methods or party management, and still constitutes the highest security the people have for the faithful administration of their laws, wholly unswerved by selfish, ulterior, or sinister purposes. At the time, now 40 years ago, to which my memory of the Orange County Bar runs back, these honorable traditions were wholly maintained by a bar, the members of which still enjoyed a high place in the public esteem and exercised a profound influence upon public opinion, based upon the dignity and importance of their profession as well as upon their personal talents and character. The relations between the lawyers and the farmers were particularly close, confidential, and agreeable. The soil was still largely occupied by men of character, education, and intelligence, who freely sought the counsel and society of their friends among the lawyers, at whose offices and homes they were as cordially welcomed on a social or political call as upon a professional visit. The reason that the sons and successors of the lawyers of that day have, to some extent, lost touch with the interests of the soil is that the farmers of that day were not able to persuade their sons to become their successors. The saddest change that has overtaken Orange County in the last 40 years is not in the character of its professional men, but in the character of its farming population. Identified with the period included in the personal recollections here, but partially preserved, are several groups of fathers and sons who may for convenience be considered together. Especially as a sufficiently consecutive view of the period has now been presented to admit, henceforth, of greater latitude in respect to time and order. Joseph W. Gott, Sr., died in 1869 after 27 years' continuous practice in Goshen, where he established the enviable reputation throughout the county of being one of the most honorable and high-minded men, as well as one of the most able and successful lawyers known to his generation. His premature and deeply regretted death occurred before his only son could be admitted to practice. Joseph W. Gott, Jr., was admitted in 1875, and since then, like his father, has practiced continuously in Goshen. No higher praise can be bestowed upon him than to say that while he has, by his own vigorous intellect and independent character, won for himself prominence at the bar, he has never lost sight of the high ideals which animated his father. The general confidence in his supreme honor and integrity, which he has always enjoyed, corresponds most touchingly to the confidence and respect always inspired by his honored father. With him is now associated in practice his own son, Percy Van Duzer Gott. These two are mentioned first in the group of fathers and sons because they are the only lawyers in Orange County, thus associated, who constitute and represent 4 generations of Orange County lawyers. For in them flows not only the blood of the elder Gott, but the blood of the Van Duzers and the Jedneys. Isaac R. Van Duzer, who married in 1826 the older sister of Judge Jedney, their daughter, Charlotte, being married to Joseph W. Gott in 1847, was, undoubtedly, the most brilliant advocate, with the single exception of Ogden Hoffman, who ever addressed an Orange County jury. All the accounts of contemporaries and all the traditions of the bar unite in this verdict. Often have I heard Judge Wilkin, who as a boy heard him in Goshen, expatiate upon his transcendent powers. He died prematurely in his 40th year, but the opinion entertained by his generation was that, had he lived, his name would have gone down to history with the foremost orators of his age. Of their distinguished ancestry at the bar of Orange County, the Gotts may well be proud. For the junior member in the present firm is now the 4th in a line of lawyers whose practice and residence at Goshen have extended over a period of 85 years from 1823 to the present time. John W. Brown was admitted to practice in 1822, just 1 year before Mr. Van Duzer, to whom he was related, Judge Brown having married a Reeve, which was the family name of Mr. Van Duzer's mother. It is remarkable that if the practice of Judge Brown and of his own son, Charles F. Brown, had not been interrupted by extended terms of judicial service in the life of each 16 years, in the life of the elder Brown, and 14 years in the life of the younger, the continuous practice of the 2 Browns would now cover a period of 86 years. As it is, their contributions in 2 generations to the jurisprudence of the state, at the bar and on the bench, cover a longer period than that embraced in the careers of any father and son associated with the legal annals of Orange County. I say still associated because, although Judge Charles F. Brown is now one of the 2 or 3 acknowledged leaders of the bar of the state, with his office in New York City, where his practice is largely in the appellate courts, he still retains his residence in Orange County and a nominal connection with the firm established in Newburgh by his former partner, Mr. Cassidy. His own career has already been sufficiently treated in its appropriate place in this commentary. It only remains to add that his lifelong veneration for his father's memory and his consistent emulation of his father's example supply an element of interest to his career and of filial tenderness to his character not appreciated by the thousands of his admirers, among the judges and lawyers of the country, who know him only through the cold medium of his published judicial opinions. Judge John W. Brown was undoubtedly a great man, serving 2 terms in Congress from 1833 to 1837, a prominent member of the Constitutional Convention of 1846, elected in 1849 to the Supreme Court and again in 1857, His life was one of unceasing activity, influence, and power. His greatness as a judge may be inferred from the remarkable circumstance that no decision made by him was ever reversed by the Court of Appeals, of which court he was himself a member, under the system then prevailing, during the last years of his successive terms as a judge of the Supreme Court. It is not strange that one who was born to the heritage of such a name should have sought to add, as indeed he has added, to its luster in a succeeding generation. It was while Charles F. Brown was District Attorney of Orange County that John W. Lyon became an official of the county through his appointment to the office of Assistant District Attorney. The career of the Lyon, father and son, now covers a practice of 61 years in Port Jervis, the longest period of continuous practice at the bar carried over from father to son in Orange County. Thomas J. Lyon, or, as his friends affectionately preferred to call him, Tom Lyon, was a man of great native talent and marked originality. Beginning life as a Methodist preacher, but coming to prefer the more extended opportunities for usefulness afforded by the law, his fame in the 50s soon spread from the Delaware to the Hudson. Throwing himself with ardor into the exciting political contests which marked this period, he was in constant demand as a campaign speaker, and his political services were recognized by a lucrative appointment under the administration of President Franklin Pierce. Twice elected to the Assembly, and once a candidate of his party for the Senate, his abilities always received the cordial recognition of the public, with whom he kept constantly on good terms. The announcement that he was to speak at a political gathering was always sure to attract a large attendance of adherents of the opposite party, for they knew they would be entertained by his sallies, though they might not be seduced by his arguments. His control over juries was due to a mingling of magnetism and humor. He could touch the chord of sentiment, and the response was immediate. He could cover his opponent with ridicule, and the result was contagious and convulsive laughter. No weapon is more powerful at any time than gentle banter, and no one knew better how to employ its arts to the discomfiture of an adversary than Thomas J. Lyon. His son, John W., inherits his ability and much of his originality. He, too, has always taken a deep interest in politics, and he has been heard on the platform in every campaign since 1872. He was the pioneer of the bar in that branch of the practice, which has since assumed such proportions, railway litigation. He was the first to carry to the Court of Appeals many important questions relating to the liability of the master for injury to the employee, which were settled by that court in favor of the positions contended for by him. A most interesting feature in the genealogy of the profession is the fact that the daughter of John W. Lyon, Frances D. Lyon, is also a lawyer duly admitted to practice, having supplemented her studies in her father's office by a course at the Cornell Law School, from which she graduated with honor, subsequently passing her examinations before the state board. She is now engaged in practice with her father, to whom her aid is invaluable in the office, while she has also shown marked ability in her appearances at court. Thus, we have in the Lyon the only family in Orange County, except the Gott family, in which there have been 3 successive generations of lawyers bearing the same name. Eugene A. Brewster and George R. Brewster cover a period of 60 years continuous practice, the elder Brewster having been admitted in 1848. The judgment of his associates, placing Eugene A. Brewster in the front rank of the lawyers of his time, has already been expressed. Upon his death, his son, George R., succeeded to his practice in the same office to which for so many years the friends of his father were accustomed to bend their steps, and where they never received any but the most wise and judicious counsel. George R. Brewster inherits the sound judgment and conservative instincts of his father, and well maintains the dignity and responsibilities of his honorable name and lineage. His public spirit and devotion to every worthy cause are among the most conspicuous of his traits of character. Possessed of ample means, and under no spur of necessity, he gives freely to the public all the time he can spare from a practice which has been attended with great success. One of the most notable of his recent legal victories having been gained in restraining the building of a railroad across his client's property. His sense of civic duty has been strikingly exemplified in the conscientious performance of his duties as supervisor, though his acceptance of the office involved great inconvenience and sacrifice. His labors in behalf of St. Luke's Hospital have been of inestimable value to that noble benefaction. In a community as conservative as Newburgh, where one minister is still acceptably serving his congregation for the 52nd year and another for the 35th, it counts for something, and very properly so, that a man should be the son and successor of an honored, respected father. When Mr. Brewster died, his son was made a director of the Newburgh Bank in his father's place, and when Abram S. Cassidy died, the same course was taken in the Quassake Bank in respect to his son, William F. Cassidy. The Cassidys, father and son, cover a period of 51 years' continuous practice, the elder Cassidy having been admitted in 1857. The high place gained by him in the esteem of the bar and in the confidence of the public has already been set forth at length. This confidence has been transferred to his son, William F. Cassidy, to a degree almost unprecedented in the career of a young practitioner, but in every sense justified by his high character and brilliant talents. Mr. Cassidy has during the last few years managed and represented estates of as great magnitude as the estates represented by all the other lawyers of Orange County combined. He has a special talent for this important branch of the practice, but like his father, can drop his papers and go to court with his case well prepared for trial. The ability with which he uniformly presents it to a jury is well reinforced by the same winning manner and pleasing personality, which has endeared him to so many friends. When Judge Charles F. Brown was in 1883 elevated to the bench of the Supreme Court, the firm of Cassidy and Brown, of which Abram S. Cassidy was then the senior member, was of course dissolved. When Judge Brown retired from the bench in 1897, Mr. Cassidy having meantime died, the names became transposed, the firm of Brown and Cassidy then formed, and still continuing, being composed of Judge Brown and William F. Cassidy. That this association of his name with that of his old partner's son should be pleasing to Judge Brown is a distinguished mark of that great jurist's confidence, esteem, and affection which, indeed, are shared by all, bar and public alike, who come to know the pure and lofty character of William F. Cassidy. William B. Royce, who with his son, Herbert B. Royce, is engaged in practice in Middletown, was admitted 40 years ago, but being persuaded, while in the full tide of active practice, to accept the position of president of the First National Bank in 1875, his career as a lawyer was interrupted for 17 years. Resigning this position, however, at the end of this period, he soon recovered his scattered practice, and upon the admission to the bar of his son, the firm of William B. and Herbert B. Royce was formed. This continued until the autumn of 1906, when John C. R. Taylor, having been elected to the Senate, the firm of Taylor, Royce, and Royce was formed. Mr. Royce has greater capacity for public business than any lawyer who ever practiced at the bar in Orange County. His mind grasps readily. His tastes run naturally to every phase and variety of town, county, and municipal relations, improvements and enterprises, with all the important questions involved in them in respect to the proper distribution of public burdens. He is an authority upon corporation law in respect both to the organization and management of corporations. His power of clear statement, in respect to any involved or intricate situation, is very great. There is one characteristic of Mr. Royce which is fully appreciated only by those who have been in a position to see its frequent effective exercise. He loves to settle disputes among neighbors and litigants. He has genuine talent for making each party see how it would benefit him to make some concession, and even greater tact in pointing out how certain concessions necessary to the settlement will still leave the pride and dignity of the parties uncompromised. He absolutely has never failed in bringing about an agreement which he started out to compass. Sometimes, indeed, the perverseness of the parties has seemed to make the difficulties insuperable, but this has only spurred him on to renewed exertions. Those who know how unprofitable and unwise for both parties is any litigation which can possibly be avoided, and especially any litigation representing only an honest difference of opinion, will realize the indebtedness of the public to Mr. Royce for those unselfish exertions, and that salutary influence which, throughout his entire professional career, have been steadily, consistently, and successfully directed to the promotion of peace and the soothing of angry controversy. His son, Herbert B. Royce, who enjoyed the advantages of both the classical and law course at Cornell University, was launched from the first into the activities of a busy office. Having been elected special county judge, he has enjoyed an opportunity, in presiding over the trial terms of the county court, to impress his abilities upon the bar and the public to a degree, and in a manner never before enjoyed by a special county judge in the entire history of the county. Before Judge Beatty's time, the county judges were never very considerate to the special county judges. They regarded them as officers provided merely for the convenience of the bar in signing orders, and they affected to think that there might be some serious question of jurisdiction involved in their trying and sentencing criminals. Even Judge Hirschberg and Judge Beatty were never invited, as special county judges, to hold a term of court. But the judges, when they could not act themselves, always brought in a county judge of a neighboring county. Judge Beatty acted more generously to his official coadjutor, and when it became necessary for him to surrender 2 terms of court, Judge Royce was requested to hold them. This service was performed by him with such marked ability and so greatly to the satisfaction of the entire bar and the public that Judge Seeger, who succeeded Judge Beatty in 1907, and who was disqualified from sitting in any cases in which he, as district attorney, had procured the indictments, again summoned Judge Royce to the bench. When again he was enabled to give a public demonstration of his judicial fitness and capacity, and to prove that it will never be necessary to call in a judge from a neighboring county as long as Judge Royce remains special county judge. Finn and Finn is the name of the firm of which Daniel Finn was the senior member, until it was ruthlessly dissolved by the untimely hand of death, which overtook him without warning in the very midst of an unusually active and prosperous career. Admitted to the bar in 1870, he began, and for 35 years continued his practice in Middletown, becoming one of the most respected and influential of its citizens, as well as one of the ablest and most trusted of its bar. He was especially versed in the law of wills. Nothing appealed more strongly to his interest than the ambiguous provisions of a will and the difficult questions raised as to their proper construction. His opinions upon these were often submitted to the court, with the result that his judgment was invariably sustained. He was the most imperturbable of men. Nothing agitated or even ruffled him. He could lay down his pen to engage in an interview with some irascible client, and after it was over, calmly resume work upon his thoughtful brief at the very point at which it had been interrupted. This faculty, the result of training as well as of temperament, enabled him to accomplish a great deal of work. The day was never spoiled for him by some untoward incident, unpleasant letter, or peevish client. Each day marked distinct progress in some appointed task. Mr. Finn, who drew the will of Mrs. Thrall, was deeply interested in the noble institutions founded by her, the hospital and the library, in addition to the park, and it was largely through his influence that her thoughts were directed to these beneficent objects. It was also through his careful prevision that her testamentary wishes in respect to an additional endowment for the hospital were not defeated by statutory precautions. Mr. Finn foresaw that she might die within the 2 months set apart, arbitrarily and without respect to testamentary capacity, by the inscrutable wisdom of the legislature as the fluctuating hiatus that may or may not turn out to be the vitiated period, within which testamentary benevolence must be suspended, within which all tardy attempts of the passing soul to make its peace with God or restitution to mankind must be overruled and nullified in favor of worthless or distant relatives. But still within the last day of which the cunning physician seeking to cheat death of its prey and rapacity of its spoils might so galvanize into convulsive life the dissolving frame, might so fan into flickering flame the vital spark that, in the race between greedy kindred and melting charity, rapacity will lose by a single hour. In the case of Mrs. Thrall, there was no such dramatic suspense. She died 20 days after the execution of her will, so that the bequests in her will and codicil of $20,000 to Thrall Hospital, already founded by her, were declared void. But Mr. Flynn also advised her to give to her executors, Isaac R. Clements and Nathan M. Halleck, individually, absolutely and outright all legacies which might for any reason be declared void or ineffectual, and this provision was incorporated in her codicil. After this provision had withstood in the courts the attacks of relatives who claimed that it represented a secret trust, equally as abhorrent to legislative solicitude for relatives as a direct charitable bequest, Mr. Clements and Mr. Halleck, in honorable recognition of Mrs. Thrall's wishes, as expressed in her defeated bequests, but under no legal compulsion so to do, turned over to Thrall Hospital the $20,000 which came to them absolutely under this alternative provision. Thus were Mr. Finn's wisdom and foresight, not only in respect to his client's provision for the hospital, but in respect to her bequest to the city of Middletown for its library, amply justified by the event. The bequest of $30,000 for the library was sustained by the courts. These noble foundations, the library and the hospital, constitute an enduring monument to the generosity of Esmeralda Thrall, but are no less a monument to the learning, skill, and prescience of Daniel Finn. The people of Middletown, though they have always recognized his virtues and his abilities, but imperfectly understand the full measure and extent of their indebtedness to his guiding hand and public spirit. It is simple justice to his memory that the incidents of his professional career bearing upon the public welfare should be embraced in any work professing to be history. Mr. Finn's intense affection for and loyalty to his alma mater, Hamilton College, was a very pronounced and interesting trait of his character. His only son, Frank H. Finn, also graduated from this classic institution of learning, which numbers among its alumni that most intellectual of all living American statesmen, Elihu Root. Frank H. Finn, upon being admitted to practice, entered into partnership with his father under the firm name of Finn and Finn, the name under which, notwithstanding his father's death, he and his present partner, Arthur H. Payne, himself also a graduate of Hamilton College, conduct their business. Every writ and process issued by the present firm runs in the name of Finn and Finn, thus perpetuating the potent influence, the fine example, and the gentle memory of one of the purest and ablest of Orange County lawyers. It is unusual among lawyers to preserve the name, in a firm, of a deceased partner. The only instance I recall is that of James C. Carter, whose surviving partner, Lewis Cass Ledyard, has always, with a tenderness and delicacy of sentiment so in consonance with his own noble nature and chivalric character, kept Mr. Carter's name at the head of his firm through all ensuing changes. The filial reverence shown by Frank H. Finn for his father's memory, his unwillingness to let his father's name disappear at once beneath the cold waters of swift forgetfulness, illuminates his own strong and sterling character. Called upon suddenly to assume charge of many intricate and involved cases pending in the office at the time of his father's death, he accepted and discharged the painful responsibility with a dignity, firmness, manliness, courage, and ability which commanded the admiration and won the affection of the community. Though he owes much indeed to his noble father, he has given abundant evidence of his capacity to stand alone. He and his brilliant partner, Mr. Payne, will bring no reproach upon the honored name still in their pious keeping. Henry W. Wiggins came to the bar 2 years later than Daniel Finn. The business established by him in Middletown in 1872 is now carried on by the firm of Henry W. and Russel Wiggins, father and son. Henry W. Wiggins is especially distinguished for his knowledge of the law of real estate, but his practice has always covered a wide range. I well remember an important litigation between mill owners in which Mr. Wiggins established the right of the upper owner to substitute a turbine for an overshot wheel and to take water at a lower depth, provided he did not use a greater quantity of water than before. His success was the more notable and gratifying because he was opposed by both Mr. Brewster and Mr. Winfield. But it has been in litigations involving the liability of the city of Middletown for damages that Mr. Wiggins has won many of his most conspicuous triumphs. He was, at intervals, its corporation counsel for many years, his son Russell now holding the position. It is safe to say that no city was ever more ably served and carefully protected than the city of Middletown was by Mr. Wiggins. No expensive condemnation proceeding in his charge ever proved ineffective because of some flaw or oversight. No suit for damages defended by him ever terminated in an extreme or excessive verdict. His caution, vigilance, and conscientiousness, combined with his sturdy independence in always standing his ground, in always adhering inflexibly to any position once, after due consideration, taken by him, have been of incalculable service to his clientage, and have resulted in saving to the city of Middletown alone many thousands of dollars. Russel Wiggins also has enjoyed marked success in defending the interests of the city. His recent victory in a case involving the validity of the provision in the charter of the city of Middletown making notice to the Common Council of snow or ice upon a sidewalk prerequisite to an action for injuries sustained in consequence of it has attracted wide attention. Mr. Wiggins was overruled by the special term and by the appellate division, which held that this provision exceeded the powers of the legislature and was, therefore, unconstitutional. But Mr. Wiggins succeeded in convincing the Court of Appeals, which, in an opinion embodying the arguments advanced by him, sustained the validity of this provision of the Charter, with the result that all actions of this class are practically done away with. It is not surprising that all the cities of the state have been so impressed with the importance of Mr. Wiggins' victory that they are now trying to secure a similar provision in their own charters. It seems, indeed, somewhat hard that a total stranger, alighting from a train on a dark night, should be compelled to proceed at his peril along a city street, under conditions which physically exclude his either having or giving notice. But Mr. Wiggins ingeniously persuaded the Court of Appeals to say that this is a question for the legislature and not for the courts, thus establishing a new precedent, if not a new principle, in constitutional construction, in a case sure to become a leading one, sure to be cited for many years to come in the courts of the entire country. In thus linking his name at the very outset of his career to a leading authority, Mr. Wiggins has set for himself a hard task. He must now live up to his own reputation, which there is abundant reason to believe he is entirely able to do. Cornelius E. Cuddeback, admitted to the bar in 1873, immediately established in Port Jervis the business now carried on under the firm name of C.E. and S.M. Cuddeback, his son Samuel M. having become associated with him. Mr. Cuddeback early became prominent in all the interests of the community, social, business, legal, and public position, which he maintains by virtue of his unquestioned integrity, great ability, and enormous industry. He was largely instrumental in straightening out the affairs of the Port Jervis and Monticello Railroad Company, and he has for many years been the attorney for the town of Deer Park and the village, now the city of Port Jervis. He has also been the attorney for many public service corporations. His defense of the Barrett Bridge Company in a test case tried at Goshen in June 1905 to determine the liability of the company for the deaths occasioned by the sweeping away of the bridge over the Delaware River in a freshet furnishes a fine example of his characteristics as a lawyer. The defense was prepared with a thoroughness, exhaustiveness, and comprehensiveness, and conducted with a verve, vigor, and vivacity which carried everything before it, sweeping away the case of the plaintiff as ruthlessly as the freshet swept away the bridge, leaving little for the jury to do but to register the fact that the defense had been completely successful. Mr. Cuddeback finds in his son a lawyer well qualified to assume the burdens of his practice when he shall be prepared to lay them down. All the living lawyers thus far considered, except the sons and daughter, will very soon be passing from the scene. The pages that bear this imprint will scarcely be flung from the press before the lawyers, whose now familiar names they carry forward to a generation that knows them not, will drop away, one by one, from their accustomed places. So true is this, so strong is the author's sense that only by slight anticipation do these pages commemorate the departed, that nothing has been set down here which could not be truthfully and becomingly said if they had gone before who yet, for a little linger. This, indeed, suggests the chief reason why the present record, to be of any value, should include the living. For long before this publication is superseded by a rival or a successor, the figures it portrays will have passed from action to remembrance. In connection with this, thought it is proper to point out that the sketches and estimates now published bear this further resemblance to veracious and posthumous biography. They have not been edited by the subjects. The system adopted in some modern compilations of permitting prominent men to write their own biographies, or of procuring from them the data for less sympathetic treatment, has not been followed here. Indeed, with a single accidental and insignificant exception, not one lawyer has any knowledge of the scope or purpose of this undertaking, or has furnished any information available for use in it. He who carelessly takes up this volume to read about others will be covered with modest confusion to find himself included in it. This is an attempt not to let a man speak for himself, but to collect and crystallize in definite forms of expression the floating particles of contemporary judgment upon his character. It is for this reason, besides others, that so few specific dates and irrelevant facts are given. They have not been asked for. They are not needed. They do not fit with the scheme of this work, which aims, perhaps presumptuously, but still consistently, to be a gallery of portraits, not a table of statistics. Of what possible interest is it to know the number of a lawyer's children, or the building in which his office is located? Character and achievement are the things that count. It will be convenient, at this point, to return to the consideration of the leading advocates now at the bar of the county. No one recognizes more than advocates themselves their frequent indebtedness to the great lawyers, who, undisturbed by absorbing, distracting, and exhausting trials, apply to life's complex and varying conditions the immutable principles of the common law. It implies no disparagement of Winfield and Gedney to assume that the one often leaned upon the judgment of his partner, William F. Sharp, and that the other often sought the wise counsel of his esteemed relative, Joseph W. Gott. At the same time, it cannot be doubted that public interest has always centered upon the trial lawyer, for the obvious reason that the open field, the public challenge, the combat of intellectual athletes, the palm of victory, appeals strongly to the imagination and dramatic sense. There need, therefore, be no apology for making prominent in a popular work those who engage the larger share of merely popular interest. There is no man at the bar of Orange County, or indeed anywhere, for whom the term colorless would be so inept as it would be for Judge Albert H. F. Seeger. He radiates color. He is the incarnation of sunshine. He is the forerunner of gladness, sounding a proclamation of hope and good cheer wherever he goes. No one would suppose that he ever had a care or sorrow, yet he must have had his share. He performs more perfectly than any man I ever knew that mission, which Robert Louis Stevenson glorifies when he says, "There is no duty we so much underrate as the duty of being happy. A happy man or woman is a better thing to find than a 5-pound note. He or she is a radiating focus of goodwill, and their entrance into a room is as though another candle had been lighted. We need not care whether they could prove the 47th proposition. They do a better thing than that. They practically demonstrate the great theorem of the livableness of life." But Judge Seeger can also prove the 47th proposition. He can usually prove anything he sets out to prove, as lawyers opposed to him have often found to their dismay. And even when the law and the facts are all against him, and you have him thoroughly beaten, according to all the rules of the game, there will still be 3 to 6 jurors who strangely refuse to believe that anything but infallible argument could emanate from a personality so radiant. Not that his propositions always need the support of his personality, upon which indeed he never consciously presumes. He always builds up a strong, solid, telling, convincing argument, delivered with unaffected earnestness and artless sincerity. And his sincerity really is artless. While he is personally the most popular man in Orange County, and while such preeminence can only be attained by the use of popular arts, yet in his case they are entirely legitimate and unstudied. He really does feel kindness when he seems to. He really is interested in the things which interest others. He really does love their babies, their dogs, their horses, anything, in fact, but their automobiles. His bubbling spirits and effervescent mirth, his ready wit and sparkling sally, the ring of his laughter and the spell of his bonhomie are all the genuine expression of a rich, ardent, and impressionable nature. It might be thought that such a man would be a time server. Far from it. There is not a trace of the demagogue in his composition. Much as he would naturally desire to retain his remarkable popularity, he would fling it all away, if necessary, in the performance of his duty or in the defense of law and order. He showed this unmistakably when as district attorney he boldly held at bay the lawless mob, at a personal risk which his official duties did not call upon him to incur. Knowing then that he would soon be a candidate for a higher office, he cared not whether he made friends or enemies, whether he lost votes or gained them. He simply saw his duty and went straight for it. As it was, the very forces he antagonized respected him. When this genial friend, this blithe companion, became transformed into the stern, unyielding, inexorable officer of the law, the very mob he awed retired to worship him, and when the time came it voted for him. This mingling in Judge Seeger's character of the sterner and softer elements, of courage and tenderness, manliness and simplicity, firmness and forgiveness, has inspired in the people of Orange County a respect and affection such as rarely attends upon a public man. His election to the office of county judge was inevitable whether the organization had been friendly or not. If it constitutes high qualifications for this responsible position to possess a character noble and sincere, a disposition just and fair, a judgment sound and true, a mind well trained and informed, a knowledge of the law wide and various, a knowledge of human nature keen and close, a sense of public duty deep and earnest, then is the county of Orange indeed fortunate that a judge as respected as John J. Beatty should be followed by a successor so worthy as Albert H. F. Seeger. From painting to stenography, from stenography to the law, from the law to the recovery of a judgment for $800,000 in 1906, that is the condensed history of Thomas Watts. As the painting was, not of pictures but of houses, it will readily be seen that he is the most consummate embodiment of that familiar phrase, the self-made man, that the Orange County Bar possesses. After working all day painting, often walking back several miles to his home, he spent his evenings studying stenography. After acquiring this art, and while pursuing its practice as a court stenographer, he studied law assiduously, following carefully also the course of every case that came under his notice in court, and drawing out the able judges and lawyers whom he met in conversation that was not less instructive than edifying. Born in England, about the same time that Judge Seeger was born in Germany, and brought to this country at an early age by his parents, as Judge Seeger was also, the career of both men is a striking illustration of what may be accomplished in this land of opportunity, without the social influence of generations of local ancestry, by sheer pluck, perseverance, energy, and ability. Mr. Watts is a very nucleus of abounding and superabounding energy. He generates energy by a process of spontaneous mental combustion. His mental activity is more continuous and intense than any I have ever known. His mind never goes fallow, but seems to be constantly fructified by the floating pollen in the business, legal or intellectual atmosphere surrounding him. It is of course inevitable that, with such a temperament, he should repeatedly cross the path of people who would like to have him keep out of their way. But Mr. Watts is so constituted that where other people are there would he be also, and he is always willing to keep out of their way by letting them step aside. Yet, despite all his initiative, aggressiveness, and combativeness with respect to those who can meet him upon equal terms, he is tenderness and generosity itself to the weak, the helpless, and the dependent. He has been known to pour out his bounty for years upon those who appealed to his sympathy or invoked his aid. He has, in a marked degree, the English love of fair play, and is as ready to acknowledge a mistake as he is to resent an injury. Often brusque and impulsive in his manner when no offense is intended, and quick to regret when it is, he is always surprised to find that others are not so ready to forget as he is to forgive. The fighting qualities of Mr. Watts are never shown to better advantage than when he is asserting the rights of the poor and weak against all the resources of corporate or individual wealth. He never tires. His tenacity cannot be shaken. No reversal of the first judgment dismays him. He enters upon the second or third trial with as much vigor and vim as upon the first. In one case, he more than doubled upon the second trial the verdict obtained upon the first trial. Indeed, he has led in the securing of large verdicts, having obtained the largest verdict in a death case ever rendered in the county and the largest verdict, with one exception, ever rendered for personal injuries. The judgment for $800,000 to which reference has been made was obtained by Mr. Watts in an action brought by him for a contractor against a railroad company for extra work in the building of a branch, disputed by the company. Mr. Watts examined and cross-examined all the witnesses and, with the aid of his office force, prepared the final argument. He was opposed by the finest legal talent in the state, and the case was tried before that learned, eminent, and profoundly respected judge, the Honorable Alton B. Parker, sitting as referee. The case involved many intricate questions of which Mr. Watts exhibited entire mastery. His management of this case marks the zenith of his ability and reputation as a trial lawyer. A lawyer who, before such a tribunal, wins such a case involving such large interests and attended with results of such magnitude. For the judgment was not only obtained but settled, has established his place, beyond all question, in the very front rank of the trial lawyers of the state. Mr. Watts excels in cross-examination. In a case brought by him for injuries resulting from the explosion of a locomotive boiler, the judge hesitated at the close of his case about letting it proceed, but finally ruled that the railroad company should go on with its proof, reserving the questions that troubled him. Mr. Watts thereupon took the defendant's witnesses in hand, and on cross-examination, he so completely established the liability of the company out of the mouths of its own witnesses that all thought, not merely of non-suit, but of defense even was abandoned, and the company was thrown into a panic. It made an offer in the recess, and when the court convened again to resume the case, it was announced as settled. Mr. Watts' addresses to the jury are marked by pith, point, and piquancy. He emphasizes the salient features of the case and lets all minor or subordinate issues take care of themselves. His sturdy defense of his client's rights, his strong individuality, and his intellectual force combine to make him a formidable opponent. Perhaps no lawyer at the bar of Orange County ever received a more emphatic, pronounced, unmistakable tribute of personal regard than John C. R. Taylor, of Middletown, received at the election of 1906, when, in a district opposed to him politically, he ran over 4,000 ahead of his ticket and was elected senator by a majority of over 1,200. The good opinion of him thus expressed by his fellow citizens has been confirmed by his broad, patriotic, statesmanlike course at Albany, which has attracted the attention and commended him to the approbation of the entire state without respect to party lines. The purity of his character, the singleness of his motives, the soundness of his judgment, and the independence of his action carried him in a single session to a position of weight and influence usually acquired only after several terms of legislative service. Senator Taylor is one of those public servants who believe that the state is a great business corporation of which the governor is president and each senator a trustee. Under this conviction, he refuses to consider either party advantage or private interests, but seeks to ascertain solely what is best for the welfare of the people and the cause of good government. Whether he can repeat his phenomenal success at the polls under less favorable conditions is of course uncertain. But whether he does or not, he has set an example of clean, straightforward, high-minded methods in politics and legislation, which will long be remembered in his district. He has set a standard of political morals, which will have to be satisfied by any successor who hopes to retain the mandate of a now aroused, vigilant, exacting, and independent public conscience. Senator Taylor's success at the bar was almost as immediate as his later success in the Senate. Early in his practice, he went to Kingston to try a case against one of the leaders of the famous Ulster County Bar and obtained a verdict of $10,000 in an action against the town of Shawangunk for damages resulting from a defective bridge, a verdict which was subsequently paid after passing the ordeal of all the courts. Judge Clearwater, who presided over the trial and whose qualifications as a critic will be conceded, since he has himself made both the bar and bench illustrious, told me that he had never seen a case more ably tried and presented than this case was by Mr. Taylor. Senator Taylor has the courage of the true lawyer. When a few years ago he was engaged to defend a client accused of a shocking offense, people went to him and said, "Why, you will be ruined if you defend that man." He simply replied, "He is my client and I shall stand by him to the end." Senator Taylor not only was not ruined, but he completely reversed public sentiment, which had been misled from the start, and established his client's entire innocence of the charge against him in a crushing cross-examination of the first witness which demonstrated its complete falsity. Senator Taylor's professional ideals are as high as his political ideals. He is an honorable foe, a straight lawyer, a cultured gentleman. Michael N. Cain, of Warwick, the most beautiful village in the county, if not in the state, also received at the election of 1906 a vote for the office of Supreme Court Judge, which strikingly attested the admiration and regard in which he is held by his fellow citizens in the county and district. He ran several thousand ahead of his ticket, but this was not sufficient to overcome the adverse majority caused by the creation of the new 9th Judicial District out of the river counties. Mr. Cain has securely established his reputation as a trial lawyer of conspicuous ability and success. He is frequently employed as counsel in important cases and has never failed to satisfy the expectations of both attorney and client. His preparation of cases for trial is complete and masterly. In the appellate courts, his arguments are marked by a learning, lucidity, and power which always command attention and usually assent. The breadth of character and fineness of moral fiber which have contributed so largely to his professional success are displayed in all his relations to his professional brethren, in which he is the pattern and exemplar of uniform courtesy, consideration, and indulgence. While never imperiling the interests of a client to accommodate a professional brother, he is always able to find a way to accommodate him without injuring his client. He never takes refuge in the transparent pretext that his client will not consent, which is the customary formula used to cover, though it does not conceal, professional churlishness. In the very cases in which Mr. Cain has been most generous to his opponents, he has had the most complete ultimate success, thus furnishing to his brethren of the bar an object lesson from which they may learn that courtesy to each other is entirely consistent with perfect loyalty to their client. Mr. Cain's public spirit has always been a noticeable phase of his character. His pride in and devotion to the interests of Warwick have endeared him to his community, which not only respects him as a lawyer, but esteems him as a neighbor and honors him as a citizen. Ferdinand V. Sanford is another citizen of Warwick, whose abilities entitle him to rank among the trial lawyers of the county. Fluent in speech, cultivated in manner, and refined in character, his personal charm imparts weight to his opinion and impulsion to his utterances. He, too, is deeply interested in his beautiful village, the citizens of which have bestowed upon him many marks of their favor and confidence. His prominence in its affairs led to a most interesting experience in the summer of 1906, when he represented his village at the brilliant and imposing pageant held in Old Warwick in England, at which he upheld the reputation abroad of American oratory in a most graceful, felicitous, and eloquent address. Darwin W. Esmond of Newburgh prepares his cases for trial more thoroughly than any lawyer I ever knew. His trial brief is comprehensive, elaborate, and minute, even containing instructions in reference to the cross-examination of the witnesses expected to be called by his opponent. Every case likely to be cited by his opponent is discussed and distinguished. Every pitfall into which his opponent might seek to draw him is pointed out and provided against. If he should die the day before a case is set down for trial, and it should be thought best, notwithstanding, to go on with the trial, any experienced trial lawyer could, on a moment's notice, take his brief and try the case without consulting an authority, seeing a witness, or even talking with the client. He would find his opening to the jury outlined for him, the statements of the witnesses arranged in the order in which they should be adduced, the authorities bearing upon a motion for non-suit carefully analyzed, and, finally, the points to be dwelt upon in the submission to the jury clearly emphasized. It is needless to say that such painstaking industry implies the most conscientious devotion on the part of Mr. Esmond to his clients, cause a devotion as earnest and intense when the amount involved is small as when it is large. His theory is that a small case is just as important to a poor man as a large case is to a rich one, and that the measure of duty, of fidelity, and of devotion should be the same in each. But mere industry is of little avail in the law unless directed by ability. It is a valuable supplement to ability, never a substitute for it. Mr. Esmond has all the qualifications of an able trial lawyer. I once saw him in Kingston pitted against one of the leaders of the Ulster County Bar, overturned by the sheer force of his ability and address, all the prejudices first formed against his client, the defendant, in the mind of both court and jury, in a case in which the plaintiff, an old man, was seeking the restoration of property turned over by him to his son. I heard Judge Chester say that in the beginning of the trial he thought the plaintiff was right, but that as the case proceeded his mind changed. This result was due solely to the splendid defense made by Mr. Esmond, in a case which from the start was full of elements of danger and defeat. Mr. Esmond has always taken a prominent part in the literary life of the community and in the discussion of public topics. His services to the Chautauqua Society have been most valuable, while his own addresses upon a large variety of topics have been a distinct contribution to the literature of the subject. It is fortunate indeed for Mr. Esmond at this time that he has all these resources to fall back upon. Else might he have been wholly crushed by the cruel sorrow that came to him and his devoted while in the recent loss of their only child, Paul Warner Esmond, one of the most precocious, promising, and brilliant boys who ever lived. His poems, dealing with the problems of life and death, are as mature, reflective, and suggestive as though written by a man of 50. That such a child of genius should be snatched away when the angel of death leaves, untouched, so many circles from which one could be better spared, is a mystery that has never ceased to perplex mankind. Howard Thornton, of Newburgh, Bel Esprit, Bon Vivant, and Raconteur, the favorite of society and the delight of dinner tables, is not one whit less a good lawyer because he can smooth away the difficulties of a hostess in entertaining her guests as easily as he can glide over the difficulties of his client's case in court. The best lawyers have always shone in society, from Hamilton to Choate, and Mr. Thornton's social gifts have never interfered with his devotion to his profession. Every morning, year in and year out, the early riser can see Mr. Thornton at 7 o'clock wending his way to his office, where by 10 o'clock he has already accomplished a day's work and is ready to talk with his clients. Mr. Thornton has always found his chief pleasure in some abstruse question arising out of the law of wills or of real estate. He has been drawn into some very important litigations involving the construction of the transfer tax, law, and his contentions have been uniformly sustained by the Court of Appeals. Mr. Thornton's service in the Assembly, of which he was for 3 years a member, showed his capacity for public affairs. He was chairman of the Judiciary Committee and took high rank in legislation and politics. But his tastes incline him to the more arduous and less devious duties of his profession, in which he has gained the reputation of an honorable, talented, and brilliant lawyer. Russel Headley of Newburgh is the son of the eminent historian Joel T. Headley, from whom, doubtless, he inherits those literary gifts which account in part for the direction of his energies into the field of legal authorship. But this is not the only reason. It is but justice to him that it should be known that Mr. Headley was interrupted in the very midst of a brilliant career at the bar by the coming on of that most disqualifying of all infirmities for an advocate deafness. This naturally had the effect of turning Mr. Headley to the labors of authorship for which his inherited tastes and acquired accomplishments so well fitted him. His works upon assignments, witnesses, and criminal justice are well known to and widely read by the profession. Mr. Headley filled the position of District Attorney of Orange County for 2 terms. He especially distinguished himself at this time by his abilities as a trial lawyer. Mr. Headley accepted in 1902 and still holds a position in the legal division of the State Excise Department at Albany. His research, his faculty for writing sound, able, exhaustive opinions, and his knowledge of the law of pleadings make him a most valuable member of the legal staff of that very important branch of the public service, in which questions are constantly arising, which could scarcely be expected to come within the purview of an arm of the service devoted to the enforcement of a single law. In this work, Mr. Headley is able to reconcile himself to the surrender of those more spectacular triumphs of the courtroom in which his activities and his ambition once found a more congenial field. Cornelius L. Waring, of Newburgh, is an authority in the law of municipal corporations. He was for many years the attorney for the city, the interests of which he always most zealously and successfully protected. He has a large general practice, including among his clients some wealthy business corporations. Mr. Waring has had wide experience in the trial of cases. His manner in court is marked by dignity, determination, and persistence. He never yields a point on his own side, and he never fails to seize upon the weak point in the case of his adversary. His arguments are terse, direct, and forceful, always commanding ready and respectful attention. Elmer E. Rusa, of the Newburgh Bar, who was associated with Judge Hirschberg at the time he ascended the bench, succeeded in large part to the prestige of an office which had been established for nearly 30 years. The confidence always reposed in him by Judge Hirschberg is shared by a large body of devoted clients who find in him a safe, discreet, and honorable counselor. Edward J. Collins, of Newburgh, who is associated in practice with Judge Seeger, possesses in a high degree that dignity of bearing and of character which well supports professional attainments of a superior order. He has been honored by his fellow citizens by repeated marks of their confidence. He was for some years president of the Common Council of the city of Newburgh, a position which brought into prominence his fine qualities of mind and character. Henry R. Lydekker, of Newburgh, has the most amiable disposition of any lawyer at the bar. If he were more self-assertive, his abilities would be more widely appreciated. He showed marked ability in his service 4 successive winters in the Attorney General's office at Albany in the work of reviewing for constitutional and other objections the bills sent by the legislature to the governor. This appointment was made each year, and would not have been repeatedly conferred unless the discharge of his important duties had proved to be able and satisfactory. Mr. Lydekker has recently received, at the instance of presiding Justice Hirschberg, an appointment upon the clerical force of the appellate division and other evidence of the high opinion entertained of him by governors, attorneys general, and judges alike. J. Renwick Thompson, Jr., of Newburgh, is still permitted to write, Jr., to a noble and conspicuous senior, who now for more than 50 years has ministered over one of the most important churches and congregations in Newburgh. Mr. Thompson's character and standing wholly contradict the adage about ministers' sons. In his keeping, all the traditions of an honorable lineage are safe, while a large and increasing clientage can testify that in his hands are equally safe all the interests committed to him. Elwood C. Smith, who has an office in Turner as well as in Newburgh, has advanced rapidly in reputation and standing. His agreeable manners and attractive personality always create a favorable impression, sure to be confirmed by future acquaintance with his character and abilities. He enjoys the respect of the community and the confidence of a very considerable clientage. N. Deo Belknap, of Newburgh, has shown great talent in all his appearances in court and is a rising aspirant for professional honors. In an action brought by him for the construction of a will, he exhibited all the qualities of a mature and experienced practitioner. His success at the bar has been immediate and pronounced. R. H. Barnett, of Newburgh, has made a specialty of negligence actions. Like his great exemplar, John M. Gardner, he never concedes that he is beat. He always renews the argument to the court, after being non-suited, so undauntedly that the court often reverses itself and lets the case go to the jury, before which Mr. Barnett meets with unvarying success. A jury always admires pluck and pertinacity, and these qualities Mr. Barnett possesses in a marked degree. Graham Whitchief, of Newburgh, would attract attention in any assembly for the intellectual cast of his features, which clearly betoken unusual talent. This impression is at once confirmed when he addresses the court. He so excels in the power of lucid statement that by the time he has informed the court of the nature of the controversy, he has already produced the effect of an argument. This faculty of seizing upon the crucial, controlling points of the case, of applying the philosophical rather than the historical method, is one of the rarest among lawyers, who usually narrate the facts in the order in which they occurred, leaving the court to pick out the essential, determining elements from a mass of more or less related matter. This gift Mr. Whitchief possesses to a degree so unusual that it constitutes a large factor in the success which he has so rapidly attained. He is a rising advocate, taking his place easily among the leaders of the Orange County Bar. Benjamin McClung, of Newburgh, obtained, early in his practice, a foremost position at the bar of the county. One of his first and most notable victories, which attracted wide attention at the time, was won in a proceeding instituted by him in 1892 to require the Registry Board of the town of Highlands to strike from the register the names of over 100 soldiers quartered at West Point, who claimed the right to vote in the village of Highland Falls, adjoining the government reservation. Mr. McClung took the position that the West Point Reservation is not a part of the territory of the state of New York, that upon the cession of the territory by the state, the general government became invested with exclusive jurisdiction over it, and that persons resident within it are not entitled to vote. Mr. McClung, notwithstanding the limited time at his disposal, upon the very eve of an exciting election, made a most exhaustive and convincing argument, collating all the authorities and relying chiefly upon the decision of the United States Supreme Court in Fort Leavenworth Railroad Company v. Lowe, which involved the character of government property at Fort Leavenworth. Though he was opposed by such eminent counsel as Judge Hirschberg, Walter C. Anthony, and Howard Thornton, his argument was sustained by the court, and the law upon the subject was finally established in this state. His stubborn defense a few years ago of an unpopular client will be long remembered. So strong was the public sentiment against his client, and so thoroughly had the courtroom been surcharged with this sentiment, that it was impossible for Mr. McClung to prevent his client's conviction of the offense of receiving stolen property, knowing it to be stolen. But nothing daunted, Mr. McClung procured a stay of the sentence, reversed the conviction on appeal, and on the second trial cleared his client triumphantly, the court saying that the proof for the prosecution did not make the slightest progress toward fastening guilt upon the defendant. This case affords a striking illustration of the dangers that often surround innocent men in the artificially superheated atmosphere of a courtroom created by an excited and credulous public opinion eager for a victim. Had it not been for Mr. McClung's steadfast, stalwart, and fearless exertions in this case, in the face of much hostile criticism, an absolutely innocent man, as subsequently ascertained by the court, would have been consigned to the ignominy of a term in state prison. Mr. McClung's action in thus stemming the tide of adverse, powerful and malignant influences bent upon crushing and ruining his client cannot be overestimated. It attests his place at the Orange County bar not merely for intellectual ability, but for that moral courage which constitutes the very highest attribute, the noblest equipment of the advocate. That Mr. McClung's manly, independent, and intrepid character is understood and admired by the public was strikingly shown in the fall of 1907 by his election to the office of mayor of the city of Newburgh by a majority of over 500 votes, overcoming an adverse majority of about 500 usually cast in that city against the candidate of his party. The people evidently believed that Mr. McClung is imbued with the idea that a municipal corporation is, in its last analysis, simply a business corporation in which each taxpayer is a stockholder, the aldermen its directors, and the mayor its business manager. Mr. McClung has already shown that this confidence in his character and aims is well-founded. He may be relied upon to give the people a purely business administration, unfettered by political obligations, and uninfluenced by the desire to build up a personal machine or to reward a band of hungry parasites. Henry Cole, of Newburgh, now the partner of Mr. McClung, is also a fighter. His tastes and his sympathies incline him to espouse the weaker cause, and he is often assigned by the court to defend those who are unable to employ counsel. I remember a notable case in which he was thus assigned arising out of the killing of a motorman by the alleged criminal negligence of another motorman in causing a collision. The indictment was for manslaughter, and the trolley company refused to give any assistance to the accused motorman, who languished several months in the county jail while his case was being tossed back and forth between the Supreme and county courts. Mr. Cole took hold of the case and so stoutly convinced several jurors that the fault was that of the company in not providing the motorman with proper appliances that a disagreement was secured, and the motorman discharged on his own recognizance. This illustrates the quality of Mr. Cole's work earnest, strong, enthusiastic, courageous, loyal, nothing dismays him. The more able and astute his opponent, the better he is satisfied, since it proportionately increases his credit in beating him, as he always expects to do and frequently does. Mr. Cole is a verdict getter. His recent success in getting a verdict for $9,000 in a negligence case was a gratifying one, while he also recently secured a favorable settlement in a case against the city growing out of the fall of a tree in a high wind, causing the death of a young lady. The lawyers who start in to try a case against Henry Cole know that in him they will find an opponent equipped at every point and with every art to sway a jury and to save his client. He has forged his way ahead, until now he is in the front rank of Orange County's trial lawyers. J. Bradley Scott of Newburgh is the son of that noble lawyer, David A. Scott, whose precious legacy of an honorable name is guarded well by the son, who came to the bar several years after his father's death. He has developed far more fondness for the trial of cases than his father had and has already achieved a distinct standing as a trial lawyer. His recent success before the appellate courts, in the case involving the right of a soda water establishment to refuse to furnish soda water upon request to a colored person, has attracted great attention. The case involves grave questions and far-reaching consequences. Mr. Scott's broad, powerful, and convincing argument in it shows that he inherits not only the good name, but also the fine intellectual, discriminating qualities of his distinguished father. George H. Decker, of Middletown, is the dean of its trial lawyers. He is the one first asked upon every public occasion to voice its spirit, or its purpose, filling in this respect the part so often taken by Mr. Winfield, who was, by the way, until his death, always one of Mr. Decker's warmest friends and admirers. Possessed of a highly sensitive, responsive nature, a poetic imaginative temperament, an exquisitely nervous organization, his fiber is almost too fine for the buffetings and shocks of the courtroom. While his brilliant mind, his legal attainments, and his oratorical powers have always been exhibited in the courtroom to great advantage and with marked success, yet he has often declined conflicts in which, if he had entered upon them, not he, but his opponent would have had occasion to regret it. Mr. Decker has always placed a far more modest estimate upon his own abilities than he should have done, and a far lower estimate than that of the public, by which he is unreservedly admired and respected. Mr. Decker's gifts as a public speaker, his scholarly tastes, and his literary attainments are never shown to greater advantage than upon the lecture platform, from which he has often instructed and delighted a cultured audience. His recent series of brilliant lectures upon Edgar Allan Poe will be long remembered. Soon after Mr. Decker's admission to the bar in 1870, he formed a partnership, under the name of McCoyd and Decker, with Henry M. McCoyd, who died a few years later. Mr. McCoyd's portrait hangs in Mr. Decker's office, but there is little else to remind us now of one who once occupied a large place in the interest and attention of the public. Mr. McCoyd was distinguished for bold, dashing, sparkling qualities as a trial lawyer. Soon after Judge Grew moved from Monticello to Middletown in 1866, he and Mr. McCoyd were opposed to each other in a trial in which Mr. McCoyd disputed all of Judge Grew's legal propositions with the prefatory remark, "That may be good law in Sullivan County, but it won't go in Orange County." After Judge Grew had stood this as long as he thought he ought to, he remarked, "I want you to understand that there are just as good lawyers in Sullivan County as in Orange County." "Oh yes," said McCoyd, "I know that, but they all stay there." Judge Grew himself enjoyed the sally and was himself very quick at a retort. Once upon a trial in Goshen in which he was opposed by Judge George W. Green, who at one time occupied a prominent place at the Orange County bar, subsequently living in New York, where he died, Judge Green asked the jurors the usual question, whether any of them had ever done any business with Judge Grew, saying that if so he would excuse them, whereupon Judge Grew said, "Are there any gentlemen in the box who have ever done any business with Judge Green? If so, I would like to have them remain." Mr. McCoyd had a wonderful memory. He could entertain his friends by the hour repeating passages from famous orations or works of poetry. His memory treasured even a fugitive poem read once in a newspaper. I recall an instance of this. One day when I was driving back with him in a buggy from Circleville, where we had tried a case against each other, it was the local custom for the lawyers to drive out together for their justices' court trials. He repeated to me a poem he had seen in a newspaper written by Prime, the well-known Eastern traveler, in memory of a young girl, Claude Brownrigg, who had died soon after he had told her of his travels in Palestine, as they walked the beach one night in the moonlight. I told Mr. McCoyd I would like a copy of it, so as soon as he got back to Middletown, he wrote it off for me. I have preserved it these 30 years and more. Here are some of the lines. All this I wished as on the beach beside the sea I walked, and to a young and white-robed girl, as thus I wished I talked of far travel, wanderings long and scenes in many lands, and all the while the golden path led eastward from the sands. And she has crossed the shining path, the path where moonbeams quiver, and she is in Jerusalem forever, yes, forever. That lines like these should be repeated by him, in coming back from a commonplace suit in Justice's court, shows how 35 years ago lawyers thought and talked of something besides law and politics, money and stock markets. The name of the McCoys should not be permitted to fade from the memory of the passing generation. His brother, Charles C. McCoy, who died in 1866, attained even greater prominence at the bar. He enjoyed great personal popularity, and his premature death at the age of 36 from typhoid fever, contracted at the home of a client, whose will he had been asked to draw, removed from the bar one of its most conspicuous figures. His popularity is shown by his success in defeating Judge Jedney for district attorney by a narrow majority in 1859. He served as district attorney until 1862, being succeeded by Abram S. Cassidy, who in 1865 was succeeded by J. Halleck Drake, another brilliant member of the Orange County Bar who practiced in Newburgh for some years, but who subsequently settled in New York. Charles G. Dill, now the Nestor of the Middletown Bar, studied law with Charles C. McCoy, whose memory he holds in deep veneration. Mr. Dill at one time enjoyed the largest practice in Middletown. It is only lately that he has relaxed his devotion to business, now spending several months each year in Florida, where he has extensive interests. Mr. Dill is the very soul of honor and integrity in all the relations of life. The kindness of his heart is often obscured by the brusqueness of his manner, which sometimes gives strangers a wholly erroneous impression of a disposition singularly generous, open, and buoyant. He is the precise opposite of the type represented by the traditional cow that gives a good pail of milk and then kicks it over. Mr. Dill kicks over the pail first and then proceeds to fill it with the milk of human kindness. He generally explains at the beginning how impossible it is for him to do anything for you and ends by doing more for you than you asked or expected. Mr. Dill's miscellaneous library is the best in Orange County. He is a born, inveterate, irreclaimable bibliophile. A week that passes by without his buying some old, rare, or scarce volume is to him a failure. The question of price is never considered. If he wants it, he gets it, and that is all there is of it. He has built several additions to his home to accommodate his treasures, but they constantly overtax its capacity. They overflow and regurgitate in a confusion that drives to despair the order fiend and the dust hunter. Rosalind M. Cox, who was for many years the partner of Mr. Dill and who recently has entered into partnership with Mr. Watts, is one of the most successful lawyers in Middletown. He is an expert in accountings before the surrogate and before the bankruptcy courts, but he is equally at home in a trial or in an argument before the court. The esteem in which he is held is shown by his nomination in 1906 for the office of county judge. Associated with Mr. Cox is Elmer N. Oakes, whose abilities in the preparation of a case for trial are unique and remarkable. He is a natural mechanic, understanding with ease the most difficult adjustments, functions, and forms of complicated machinery. The knowledge displayed by him in respect to the construction and operation of a locomotive boiler was an important element in the success of several actions growing out of an explosion. After preparing the case for trial, Mr. Oakes is entirely competent to try it. He has often examined and cross-examined the witnesses, but distrusts his own powers when it comes to summing up the case to the jury. When his modesty shall be replaced by greater assurance, he will be better known for his really solid attainments and fine abilities. Abram F. Servin will probably never overcome his timidity at the sound of his own voice in the presence of a jury, though he can furnish enough law to other lawyers to keep them busy expounding it to the courts. He has argued and won cases in the Court of Appeals, but his chief victories are carried off by other lawyers who argue from the learned and exhaustive briefs prepared by him. He is an expert in the preparation of a brief for the appellate courts. He can take the printed record of a case of which he never heard and construct from it a perfectly convincing brief upon either side. Allen W. Corwin, who occupies the position of Recorder of Middletown, has displayed in the performance of his duties firmness tempered by forbearance, judgment informed by conscience, justice controlled by wisdom. His broad and humane policy in dealing with minor offenses, united to his stern and rigid enforcement of the law in serious cases, largely accounts for the almost entire freedom of Middletown from crimes of pillage and violence. Recorder William H. Hindman, of Newburgh, has also succeeded during the last few years in greatly reducing the number of crimes committed in and about a city, which was at one time infested by bold and desperate criminals. A river town is always subject to greater danger, through its opportunities for access and escape, but Recorder Hindman has earned the gratitude of the public for an administration of the criminal law which has resulted in a marked improvement of the conditions once prevalent in his jurisdiction. Of course, the discouragement of crime rests largely in the vigilance of the district attorney of the county. Thomas C. Rogers, of Middletown, the son of William H. Rogers, who himself could easily have attained eminence at the bar if he had so chosen, was elected to this office in 1906. He has already shown that in his hands the wise, faithful, and efficient enforcement of the criminal law may be confidently depended upon. His previous administration for 3 years of the office of Assistant District Attorney was distinguished for unusual ability. He is amply qualified to uphold the traditions of an office always ably filled by such men as Fullerton and Carr, Brown and Hirschberg, Anthony and Headley, Powelson and Seeger. J. D. Wilson, Jr., of Newburgh, who received the appointment as Assistant District Attorney to serve with Mr. Rogers, is well qualified to sustain the burdens of the position, which are necessarily very considerable when it is considered that he is expected to exercise special vigilance in the entire eastern part of the county, including Newburgh itself. Wickham T. Shaw was one of the most alert assistant district attorneys that Orange County ever had. He served in that capacity under Judge Fullerton from 1868 to 1871, trying many of the cases. His career at the bar of Middletown has afforded many opportunities for the display of his knowledge of the criminal law, gained in that association with one of the foremost lawyers of his time. Abram V. N. Powelson never satisfied the expectations of his friends until he came to the office of district attorney in 1897, a position which he filled for 7 years. They always knew that he had ability, and they always regretted that his retention of the office of Justice of the Peace, for many years, prevented that recognition of his abilities to which they were entitled. But the opportunity to show his solid worth both as a lawyer and as a law officer came with his entrance into a wider field of county administration, in which he acquitted himself with credit and distinction. John F. Bradner, of Middletown, was also at one time closely connected with the administration of the criminal law, having been the recorder of Middletown for many years, a position in which he presided with great dignity over many important and exciting trials. Mr. Bradner is an advocate who enters upon a trial with all the ardor and enthusiasm born of absolute conviction in the justice of his cause, and he never fails to make a strong impression upon a jury. John L. Wiggins, of Middletown, son-in-law of Judge Grew and brother of Willis H. Wiggins, an eminent member of the Ohio judiciary, is distinguished for the earnestness, energy, and enthusiasm with which he espouses every cause committed to him. He is original and resourceful. In an action brought once against his client for a violation of the law in respect of adulterated milk, Mr. Wiggins gravely argued to the jury that in his judgment the law was unconstitutional. As the facts were clearly against his client, the judge did not take the trouble to interrupt him, but was astonished when the jury rendered a verdict in favor of Mr. Wiggins' client, based wholly upon the constitutional argument. The next day, Mr. O'Neill, encouraged by Mr. Wiggins' tactics, entered upon the same line of defense, but Judge Gaynor, admonished by the miscarriage of the day before, promptly suppressed it, and Mr. O'Neill's client was convicted. Alton J. Vale, of Middletown, is a lawyer whose modesty often conceals his merits, which, however, are well known to his clients. Mr. Vale has for many years transacted the business of the Middletown Savings Bank. He is an authority upon titles and upon all questions involving the law of real estate, his opinion upon these and kindred questions having frequently been sustained by the courts. Wide experience, sound judgment, conservative instincts, elevated character, absolute probity, and intense loyalty and friendship unite in Alton J. Vale, the able lawyer, the honorable man, the upright citizen. A.C.N. Thompson, of Middletown, who is in partnership with Mr. Dill, has abundant inspiration in his name. He is the son of John A. Thompson, once a prominent lawyer of Monticello, who, on account of his admiration for one of the greatest lawyers of his day, named him after Archibald C. Niven. Mr. Thompson has already shown one quality conspicuous in his distinguished godfather, that of capacity for hard work. His energy and self-denial in preparing himself for the bar while engaged in the exacting duties of another calling give promise of abundant success in the career now opening before him. Charles T. Vale, who entered upon a career of high promise at the bar, was cut down upon its threshold. No lawyer in Middletown ever had the faculty of winning friends as easily as he. His sunny disposition, affectionate nature, and engaging manners won for him a host of admirers, adherents, and clients. Undimmed affection in many hearts still sheds a tear over the untimely grave of Charlie Vale. Dewitt Van Zandt of the Middletown Bar was the son of that gifted divine, Dr. Van Zandt, so long the beloved pastor of the Brick Church at Montgomery. Coming to Middletown fresh from college, his sparkling wit and ready repartee endeared him to a large circle of admiring friends. But soon he was overtaken by broken health, which paralyzed his energies and crumbled his ambitions. Through all the experiences of a life that failed to fulfill its early promise, he maintained the instincts, the manners, and the bearing of the true gentleman. He never lost the sweetness, serenity, and gentleness of his disposition, or the high standard of personal honor inherited from his revered father. Fond meditation still tenderly dwells upon the fadeless memory of Dewitt Van Zandt. John G. Mills of the Goshen Bar removed to Washington, where he died in April 1883. While necessity chained him to the law, inclination led him along the flowery paths of literature. His talents and accomplishments brought him into relations with the great and the gifted, one of his dearest friends being Robert G. Ingersoll, who pronounced the oration at his funeral. Mr. Ingersoll said, "My friends, again we are face to face with the great mystery that shrouds the world. We question, but there is no reply. Out on the wide waste seas there drifts no spar. Over the desert of death the Sphinx gazes forever, but never speaks. In the very May of life another heart has ceased to beat. Night has fallen upon noon, but he lived, he loved, he was loved. Wife and children pressed their kisses on his lips. This is enough. The longest life contains no more. This fills the vase of joy. He who lies here, clothed with the perfect peace of death, was a kind and loving husband, a good father, a generous neighbor, an honest man, and these words build a monument of glory above the humblest grave. He was always a child, sincere and frank, as full of hope as spring. He divided all time into today and tomorrow. Tomorrow was without a cloud, and of tomorrow he borrowed sunshine for today. He was my friend. He will remain so. The living oft become estranged, the dead are true. With him immortality was the eternal consequences of his own acts. He believed that every pure thought, every disinterested deed, hastens the harvest of universal good. This is a religion that enriches poverty. That enables us to bear the sorrows of the saddest life. That peoples even solitude with happy millions yet to live. A religion born not of selfishness and fear, but of love, of gratitude and hope. A religion that digs wells to slake the thirst of others, and gladly bears the burdens of the unborn. But in the presence of death, how beliefs and dogmas wither and decay, how loving words and deeds burst into blossom. Pluck from the tree of any life these flowers, and there remain but the barren thorns of bigotry and creed. All wish for happiness beyond this life. All hope to meet again the loved and lost. In every heart there grows this sacred flower. Immortality is a word that hope through all the ages has been whispering to love. The miracle of thought we cannot comprehend. The mystery of life and death we cannot comprehend. This chaos called the world has never been explained. The golden bridge of life from gloom emerges and on shadow rests. Beyond this, we do not know. Fate is speechless, destiny is dumb, and the secret of the future has never yet been told. We love, we wait, we hope. The more we love, the more we fear. Upon the tenderest heart, the deepest shadows fall. All paths, whether filled with thorns or flowers, end here. Here success and failure are the same. The rag of wretchedness and the purple robe of power, all difference and distinction lose in the democracy of death. Character survives, goodness lives, love is immortal. Harrison W. Nanny of Goshen had a pathetic career. Possessed of unusual talent and capacity, he was handicapped in the practice of his profession by an accident which paralyzed his energies, embittered his solitary life, and pressed to his rebellious lips the chalice of mocking irony. But while he was not resigned, he was courageous. Some of the work which he performed in suffering and illness is marked by a high degree of intellectual power. Only his misfortunes prevented his attaining prominence at the bar. No one has a deeper affection for the memory of Mr. Nanny than his old friend and partner, Charles L. Meade, who now lives in retirement from the activities of his profession at his home in Middletown. Mr. Meade has the unprecedented record of having served 3 terms in succession as county treasurer, a striking proof of his influence, his popularity, and his qualifications for public office. During his entire period of service, not one of his political acts was ever questioned, and he surrendered the office crowned with the respect and confidence of the public. Bradford R. Champion of the Goshen Bar was a contemporary of Winfield and Gedney. While his talents were not brilliant or showy, he still possessed those solid, sterling qualities of mind and heart which impart strength and vigor to individual character, which inspire confidence in the community at large, which uphold the very structure of society, which confer blessings upon every relation in life, and which bring peace and honor, repose and happiness to their possessor. The recent death of William H. Weicker removed one who, while not prominent in the trial courts, possessed many endearing traits of character and occupied a large place in the social and civil life of Goshen. He was also in great favor and request as a speaker in political campaigns. He could have taken his place among the trial lawyers of the county, had he so chosen, but he, too, suffered under the disadvantage of having accepted the office of Justice of the Peace, that abyss, in which talent has so often found its unmarked grave. The late Benjamin F. Lowe, of the Middletown Bar, was one of the most genial spirits ever drawn into social relations with his fellowmen. He fairly oozed companionship and good fellowship. He was also a good lawyer, coming from a family of which Senator Henry A. Lowe, his brother, was the most able and conspicuous member. He had some notable successes at the bar. In the case of Josie Teets against the city of Middletown, he obtained a verdict for considerably more than he would have got if it had not been for the mistake of his opponent in the cross-examination of the plaintiff's physician, Dr. William H. Dorrance, who, on the direct, had testified to only moderate injuries to his patient as the result of her being thrown over the dashboard on account of an obstruction in the street. But he became nettled by the cross-examination, and when he was finally asked, "Now, doctor, tell me just what is the matter with this young lady," he replied, "Why, Mr. O'Neill, there is not one organ or function of that woman's body that works healthfully or naturally." This brought up the verdict from $1,000, all that Mr. Lowe expected to get, to $3,000. It was a lesson to all who heard it as to the danger of giving a hostile witness too good an opening. As a matter of fact, the woman is still living in vigorous health. Louis S. Sterrett of Newburgh, who died in April 1907, left a void in the hearts of a large and intimate circle. He enjoyed an extensive clientage and the confidence of the entire community. He was the attorney of that old, strong, and conservative institution, the Newburgh Savings Bank, and of many other institutions and societies. His dignified presence, his affable manners, his substantial worth, his sincerely religious character, his mental poise combined to produce an impression upon the community which the corrosion of time will, with difficulty, efface. Mr. Sterrett was eminently public-spirited. In 1904, he erected at the entrance of Woodlawn Cemetery, New Windsor, 2 very fine gates. He also placed in the Union Presbyterian Church of Newburgh a tablet in memory of the late Reverend Alexander B. Jack, one of its pastors. His generosity was unbounded. No client, however poor or humble, ever failed of help or counsel because he lacked a fee. The death in 1906 of Louis W. Y. McCroskey, of the Newburgh Bar, created a general feeling of sorrow and a distinct sense of personal loss. He had filled many offices which brought him into individual relations with the entire community, and it is safe to assert that he had not a single enemy. His appointment as postmaster by President Cleveland was filled with credit to himself and usefulness to the public service. His professional career was interrupted by this service, but when he resumed his practice at the expiration of his term, his clients gathered about him again, for they and the bar alike always appreciated deeply his amiable disposition, his spotless character, his solid ability. Joseph M. Leeper, of the Newburgh Bar, also passed away in 1906. A veteran of the Civil War, his health did not permit him to engage in active practice, but he took an honorable pride in his membership of a profession which he never did one act to discredit. The mention of Mr. Leeper suggests the name of one who should not be suffered to fall into oblivion, for it was one of the strongest passions of his own life to perpetuate the memory of the leaders of the Orange County Bar, by which he was especially deputed to prepare and publish the memorial to Mr. Winfield. No one will dissent from a passing tribute to the generous instincts and throbbing heart of John K. Goldsmith. Henry W. Chadane, elected in 1906 supervisor of the town of Cornwall, but practicing in Newburgh, stands out as one of the few men who always says what he thinks. You can always tell where to find him, and that is just where he says he is. You do not have to go to anyone else to learn where he stands. Just ask him and you will know. He has no patience with trimmers and time servers. He always takes the most straight road possible to any given end. This rugged intellectual honesty constitutes a positive force and a sterling asset. The public service and the legal profession have no purer representative than Henry W. Chadane. Among the members of the Newburgh Bar who have risen rapidly to prominence is James G. Graham, the son of the gifted lawyer already referred to, whose full name he bears. Mr. Graham, after 4 years' experience in public affairs at Albany in the executive chamber, accepted the office of Deputy Attorney General, which he held 2 years. This position, which has always been a most exacting one, involving the trial and argument of cases of great magnitude, was filled by Mr. Graham with marked ability and to the entire satisfaction of the public. It was during his incumbency of this position that Mr. Graham was chiefly instrumental in bringing about the creation of the new 9th Judicial District of Service, for which the Orange County Bar can never be sufficiently grateful to him. It is to his untiring and influential exertions that we are chiefly indebted for the creation of a natural, homogeneous judicial district, free from the blight and incubus of Kings County, a district in which the accession to the bench of Judges Mills, Tompkins, and Morshauser ensures the preservation of those standards of judicial dignity, decorum, deliberation, and above all consideration for the rights and feelings of the bar, which have been so nobly maintained by their distinguished colleague, Judge Keogh. The Newburgh Bar has many members of varying degrees of prominence and experience, including the Venerable Jesse F. Schaefer, who was born in 1828, Samuel E. Dimmick, who comes from a family of able lawyers, Seward U. Round, who worthily bears the famous name bestowed upon him at the time his father was principal of the Seward Institute at Florida, Caleb H. Bombs, who is idolized by his brethren of the Odd Fellows, Peter Cantline, aggressive, ambitious, and rising, destined to take his place among the foremost members of the Orange County Bar, James M. H. Wallace, earnest, forcible, unflinching, indefatigable, and intellectual, Charles W. Sneed, modest, interesting, and well-informed, David C. Scott, patient, devoted, and industrious, Leroy Dickerson, engaging and efficient, John B. Corwin, the fit successor of Louis S. Sterrett as attorney for the Newburgh Savings Bank, and like him, retiring and reserved until the occasion calls for action, when he is eloquent, convincing, and powerful, Frank W. Tompkins, popular and respected, George W. May, refined and gentlemanly, Martin G. Mould, courteous and affable, W. J. Wygant, unassuming and competent, Reeve Ketchum, faithful and energetic, Reuben H. Hilton, U.S. Collector of the Port of Newburgh, Russell S. Cowtant, accomplished and scholarly, Nehemiah Fowler, solid and dignified, A.D. and A.W. Lent, father and son, educated, amiable, and conscientious. The Walden Bar is adorned by the ardent, impulsive, enthusiastic, brilliant A.S. Blur, by the earnest, thoughtful, learned Irving H. Luffren, by the bustling, energetic, ambitious Anson J. Fowler, and by the fine natural abilities of Caleb B. Birch, Jr. Joseph M. Wilkin, of the Montgomery Bar, bears an honored name, that of his father, who for several years occupied a prominent position at the bar of Tennessee, returning to Orange County at the opening of the war on account of his pronounced Union sentiments. He was the brother of Judge John G. Wilkin, already referred to, and the two had many traits of character in common derived from their sterling ancestry. It is not strange that the younger Joseph M. Wilkin should exhibit in his present administration of the duties of special surrogate, the qualities which have always distinguished the members of his famous and honorable family. The bar of Montgomery is also strengthened by the high character and unquestioned capacity of William L. Dickerson. But Montgomery has ceased to be the center of legal interest which it was in the days when Edward Van Orstal organized a suit there at least once a week, and where he and that once well-known member of the Goshen Bar, George W. Millspaugh, frequently tried out the issues before a jury packed to beat one or the other. The Middletown Bar includes, among its well-known members, Henry T. Christ, whose personal popularity led to his election as coroner, Russell M. Vernon, who has acquired a large practice in the surrogates court, Howard M. Starr, who is performing the duties of justice of the peace, John Bright, whose alertness, readiness, and general information predestines him to an active career, Jeremiah E. Barnes, who served most acceptably for several years as the recorder of the city of Middletown, and Charles C. Elston, who has manfully overcome many difficulties in establishing and maintaining his position at the bar. The Goshen Bar includes among its honored members Charles W. Coleman, who, notwithstanding that he is a martyr to ill health and is compelled to spend the winters in Florida, retains the confidence and business of a host of personal friends. Also William D. Mills, who has learning enough to equip a dozen lawyers for successful practice. Louis Bedell, of the Goshen Bar, secured at Albany in the Assembly a more powerful personal influence than any member from his district ever enjoyed, with the exception of his former partner, George W. Greene. This was, of course, partly due to the wisdom of the electors in keeping him there. But Mr. Bedell's many qualifications for success in public life accounted in a large degree for the extent of his influence. A lawyer is always needed in either the Assembly or the Senate, and no amount of good fellowship or general intelligence can make up for the lack of legal training and experience. Joseph Merritt, of Goshen, whose diffidence prevents his coming into prominence before the public, is, however, unable to conceal from his professional brethren his very superior legal attainments. He is a lawyer of the very first rank. His opinion is respected and followed in many instances in which the court is unaware that it is he who has guided it to a correct conclusion. Philip A. Rorty, of the Goshen Bar, has gone rapidly to the front. The wide experience gained by him in the extensive business established by the firm of Bacon and Merritt, in which he is a partner, has been used by him to great advantage. He is entrusted with the preparation of important cases, in the trial of which also he takes a considerable and highly creditable part. He is an expert in railroad law and in the law of negligence. T. Floyd Halstead, of Goshen, is the son of one of the most warm-hearted, noble, honorable men who ever lived, the late John R. Halstead of Unionville. If he will but emulate in private and professional life the virtues of his most estimable father, he will be sure to continue and confirm the success which has already in a large measure attended upon him. J. V. D. Benedict, of Warwick, represented his district in the Assembly in the year 1877. His suavity of manner and moderation of speech are the sincere reflection of a kind, generous, and affectionate nature. His interest in various pursuits has interfered with the singleness of his devotion to the law, but his opinion upon difficult questions has often been sought and followed with the most satisfactory results to himself and to his clients. Clifford S. Beatty, of Warwick, who is associated in business with his father, Judge Beatty, settled in his old home after a most valuable and enlightening experience as one of the legal staff of the Metropolitan Railway System in New York. He possesses an individuality, an independence, and a strength of character which prevent his being overshadowed by the great reputation of his father. But if he did not have these qualities, he would not be a Beatty. Louis J. Stage, of Warwick, who is associated in business with Mr. Kane, under the name of Kane and Stage, had the good sense to voluntarily resign the office of Justice of the Peace that grave of professional ambition, that rock upon which so many a professional career has foundered. Since then, he has made strides in reputation and influence. Mr. Stage has always taken an active part in the educational, philanthropic, historical, and religious interests of the community. His sincerity in this is manifest and unquestioned. He is free from all forms of cant and pretense, sham and affectation. John Miller, of Cornwall-on-Hudson, whose memory goes back to the days of McKissick, is a veritable encyclopedia of the law. A storehouse of principles and authorities, a reservoir of unlimited capacity, a fountain of perennial flow. If he had been as able to apply, discriminate, and assimilate as he has been to accumulate stores of knowledge, his abilities would undoubtedly have been more widely recognized. Thomas S. Hulse, of Westtown, has long enjoyed the advantage of being the only lawyer in town. He is often consulted upon the controversies arising in it, and his influence is always for peace rather than strife, for settlement rather than litigation. His solid worth of character commands for him universal and unchallenged respect. Frank R. Gump, of Highland Falls, signalized his entrance into practice at the Orange County Bar by bringing the unusual action of a man against a woman for her breach of promise in refusing to marry him. He has been the attorney for some most important interests involved in actions brought to determine priority of water rights. The ability shown by him in the management of these cases, and especially in the examination and cross-examination of the witnesses in several trials, has given him a recognized position at the bar of the county. Frank Leibolt, of Port Jervis, who filled most competently a term of office as special county judge, has tried some cases in the Supreme Court with an intelligence, earnestness, and spirit which attracted the attention of his professional brethren. Wilton Bennett, of Port Jervis, has given special attention to the trial of criminal cases in which his zeal, earnestness, boldness, and eloquence have given to him many professional victories, and to his clients many occasions for profound and lasting gratitude. William P. Gregg, of the Port Jervis Bar, has, by his straightforward and manly character, impressed himself most favorably upon the community. This ability as a lawyer received deserved recognition in January 1907, when he was appointed the tax appraiser of Orange County. Henry B. Fullerton, of Port Jervis, greatly resembles in character and ability his relative, Daniel Fullerton, who, though he did not attain the eminence of his brothers, William and Stephen W. Fullerton, possessed more original gifts and natural eloquence than either of them. The Port Jervis Bar is also enriched by the fine character and sterling abilities of Alfred Marvin and R. Edward Schofield. William A. Parshall, of Port Jervis, who was at one time associated with Mr. Carr in the protection of the interests of the Erie Railroad Company, has won the respect of the community and of his professional brethren by the high-minded, honorable, sincere, and manly course which he has always pursued in every walk of life, private, public, and professional. His splendid vote in the autumn of 1907 for the office of surrogate attests the popular esteem in which he is held. John B. Swezey, his successful competitor, entered upon the duties of the office of surrogate in January 1908. He was for many years the attorney for the Middletown State Hospital, and he has occupied many other positions of responsibility, the duties of which he has always discharged with fidelity and ability. His service as special surrogate brought the bar of the county into close acquaintance with his superior judicial qualifications and prepared it to expect his elevation to still higher judicial station. Orange County has always been fortunate in its surrogates, and the friends of Judge Swezey confidently expect him to maintain, unsullied, the traditions and the standards set by such predecessors as Scott and Coleman, Wadsworth and Howell. Obadiah P. Howell retired from the office of surrogate on the 1st of January, 1908, after an incumbency of 12 years, with the profound respect of the bar and of the public for both his character and his attainments. Judge Howell possesses an evenly balanced, well-poised character, which admirably fitted him for the duties of this position. His abilities as a lawyer were also brought into constant requisition during his terms of office on account of the many new questions which arose under the operation of the transfer tax statutes. These questions were disposed of by him with rigid impartiality, zealous regard for every interest represented, and deep anxiety to arrive at a just and sound conclusion. His careful discrimination in applying the principles of law involved has resulted in a body of decisions which command the respect of both the bar and the judiciary. Judge Howell was always most conservative. Such was his veneration for the last wishes of a dying testator that if he ever felt it his duty to set aside a will, the fact is not generally known. He gave no encouragement to those frivolous and often merely speculative or intimidating contests which have done so much to bring probate administration into reproach in many jurisdictions. Judge Howell always exhibited one characteristic which commands special commendation. He never tolerated the merely perfunctory performance of their duties by guardians appointed to represent the interests of minors or incompetents. He exacted the most careful investigation of their rights to the end that they should be fully protected, and he so exercised his authority in making appointments as to ensure this result. His administration will go down to history as one of the purest and ablest in the annals of the county. Roswell C. Coleman, who preceded Judge Howell in the office of surrogate, occupying it for 12 years, 1883–1895, entered upon his duties with peculiar qualifications for their successful discharge. His professional bent had always been in the direction of practice in the surrogate's court and of interest in all the questions arising in the construction of wills. Moreover, he began his practice with the senior Joseph W. Gott, an association from which he could not fail to derive benefit as well as pleasure. His eminently judicial temperament was early recognized by the judges and by his associates, with the result that, in the days when references were far more common than they are now, owing to the inadequacy of the judicial force and the necessity for auxiliary requisitions upon the profession, Mr. Coleman was constantly designated by the court and by consent of counsel to serve in important references. His absolute fairness, his love of justice, his freedom from influence, and his unerring judgment made him the favorite referee in the county during that entire period of imperfect judicial service, which was supplemented in him by an ability fully equal to that of the judge appointing him. I remember an occasion when Judge Barnard, in announcing the selection of Mr. Coleman as referee, remarked to the attorney, "Don't let him get after you with his gun," referring to his well-known experience in 1875 as a member of the first American rifle team that ever went abroad, Mr. Coleman returning with several prizes for his skillful marksmanship. Mr. Coleman's tenure of the office of surrogate was distinguished for the display of those high judicial qualities with which the entire bar had become acquainted in his frequent exercise of them as referee. Indeed, so great was the respect in which they were held that in many contests involving large interests, the parties acquiesced in his decision as final, the defeated party taking no appeal. This was notably the case in the matter of the will of John S. Sammons, in which all his property was given to a church upon the condition that it should care perpetually for his tomb. The church took no appeal from the decision of surrogate Coleman refusing to admit the will to probate. The opinion of the surrogate is a masterly review of the law of insane delusions as affecting testamentary capacity, pointing out that a will may often be upheld notwithstanding the presence of insane delusions when those delusions do not tend to produce the will. But in this case, the will was rejected because the delusion under which the testator labored did govern him in the disposition of his property. He having formed the delusion that his body was to be preserved to the end of time, and having given his property to the church to secure the protection of his tomb from disturbance. The opinion contains a very subtle, acute, and interesting discussion of other delusions cherished by the testator, which would not in themselves have invalidated the will, but which are considered as bearing upon the liability of the testator to form a delusion by which he was controlled in the disposition of his property. Although the case attracted great attention, the opinion of the surrogate never was reported. For this reason, it is especially appropriate that a partial report of it should be preserved in this all too perishable record. The case constitutes, also, one of the notable legal victories of Henry W. Wiggins, who appeared for the contestants. Mr. Coleman, since his retirement from the bench, has been honored with many marks of continued confidence in his judicial qualifications. No lawyer now living commands greater respect for the simplicity of his life, the purity of his character, the force of his example, the vigor of his manhood, the solidity of his attainments, and the genuineness of his learning than does Roswell C. Coleman. Henry A. Wadsworth, who preceded Mr. Coleman in 12 years' incumbency of the office of surrogate, brought to its duties a large fund of practical knowledge, common sense, and capacity for affairs. His legal attainments were ample, and he was deeply anxious in every case to arrive at a sound and just decision. His place in the affections of the bar was accurately as well as touchingly set forth in the memorial address of Judge Hirschberg, in which he said, "The sweetness and gentleness of his nature, his genial and frank spirit, the generous impulses of his heart, and the broad and engaging charity of his views are known best to the favored few who rejoiced in his intimate companionship. His hand was open as the day to melting charity. His dealings were ever plain, straightforward, and direct. He despised all shams and affectations. To his friends he was the very soul of unselfish loyalty, and to the party which honored both him and itself in his elevation, and in whose counsels he was ever a trusted leader, he rendered always a manly and unfaltering allegiance. A loving husband, an affectionate and indulgent father, a wise, honest, and safe adviser, an unstained lawyer, an incorruptible judge, and a loyal friend are buried in his grave. And if amid the good of his great nature there was mingled any blemish or alloy of human fault or folly, let us to whom his name is now but a sweet and tender memory. No further seek his merits to disclose nor draw his frailties from their dread abode. There they alike in trembling hope repose, the bosom of his Father and his God." Gilbert O. Hulse, who preceded Mr. Wadsworth in the office of surrogate, still survives at the age of 84 to relate his reminiscences of the bench and bar of a previous generation. Before coming to this office in 1868, he had enjoyed a large professional experience which fully qualified him for his duties. He was engaged in many notable cases, in one of which, attracting great attention at the time, he established a lost will many years after it had been wrongfully destroyed and secured the property till then denied to its rightful owners, his clients. Much of his professional life has been passed in the city of New York, but he retains his residence in Orange County, in which he was born in 1824, and with which his ancestors had been identified since 1775. The early part of the last century was marked by the rise in Orange County of an able and progressive bar, whose courage and public spirit contributed to keep alive the fires of exalted patriotism. Jonathan Fisk, who removed to Newburgh in 1800, became one of the most influential citizens of the county, being elected twice to Congress, and being appointed twice United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Henry G. Wisner, who was admitted in 1802, settled in Goshen in 1810, where for 30 years he stood forth as its most prominent citizen, its most active philanthropist, and one of its foremost lawyers. Walter Case, who also was admitted in 1802, settled in Newburgh, serving in Congress and becoming the surrogate of the county in 1823 for a term of 4 years. His scholarly tastes and literary gifts still find inherited expression through the cultured mind of his descendant, Walter Case Anthony. David W. Bate and Thomas McKissick, who were associated under the name of Bate and McKissick, were strong and able men, exercising a wide and potent influence. Judge Bate was elected county judge in 1847. Judge McKissick was appointed Supreme Court judge to serve for a few months and was elected to Congress in 1849. William C. Hasbrouck, who studied with Mr. Wisner, was admitted in 1826 and began his practice in Newburgh, where he resided until his death. He was Speaker of the Assembly in 1847 and attracted attention and admiration abroad as well as at home by a courtly presence and charming address, united to robust manhood and sturdy principles. He enjoyed the personal friendship of many prominent men of every shade of opinion, including Sam Houston, Andrew Jackson, and William H. Seward. He died in 1870. Benjamin F. Darriea filled a large place in the life of the county. Admitted in 1839, he became surrogate in 1847 and county judge in 1855. His opinion upon any state of facts submitted to him was regarded by his associates of the bar as conclusive upon the questions of law involved. His son, Henry C. Darriea, whose career was marred by precarious health, survived him until 1906. Of all the able lawyers who have kept bright the fame of the Goshen bar, perhaps no one ever exhibited greater force of character or made a deeper impression upon his fellow citizens than Samuel J. Wilkin, who was admitted to the bar in 1815 and who practiced in Goshen from that time until his death in 1866. He served with distinction in Congress and in the Senate of the state. His fiery eloquence, commanding presence, and lofty character live in traditions that will long preserve his name from indifference or his memory from neglect. His daughter Sarah became the wife of ex-surrogate Roswell C. Coleman. His father, General James W. Wilkin, was also a distinguished man, serving in the Senate, Assembly, and Congress, and coming within one vote of being elected to the United States Senate. Oliver Young rose to conspicuous influence and weight in Port Jervis soon after his removal there in 1849. He lived during the period of political unrest, which soon afterwards set in, and he was the foremost champion of anti-slavery principles in the county at a time when his sentiments were highly unpopular. He survived to see the once decried abolitionists acclaimed by the arbitrament of war and the verdict of history the most advanced statesmen of their century. He died in 1871. This brings our narrative to the point of time from which the direct connection of the Orange County Bar with the events of that stirring period, and with the subsequent history of the county, has been traced. When it is considered that, in the 60 years preceding the publication of Eager's History of Orange County in 1847, no less than 175 lawyers were admitted to practice in Orange County, their names appearing in the appendix to that volume. And that, in the 60 years now elapsed since its publication, fully as many more have been added to the number. It will readily be seen how impossible it is to undertake, in one department of a general county history, a sketch of many, among the living and the dead, whose estimable career it would be a pleasure to follow and depict. The purpose of this review and the treatment of its themes are entirely different from the plan and method adopted in Ruttenber's History of Orange County, published in 1881, to which the reader is referred for such dates as may not be accessible here in respect to some of the lawyers who nourished before that time. While to Eager's History is referred the reader who may seek simply the names of those who were admitted to practice before 1847. The Bar of Orange County has also contributed to wider fields of activity, many who have reflected high honor upon the place of their professional nativity. One of these was Benjamin F. Dunning, who, when he was in practice in Goshen in 1853, was invited by the leader of the New York Bar, Charles O'Connor, to become associated with him. That veteran of the Orange County Clerk's office, Charles G. Eliot, who has seen 3 generations of lawyers come upon the scene, told me that he was in the clerk's office when Mr. Dunning received the letter from Mr. O'Connor containing this proposition and saw him show it to Nathan Westcott, then a leading lawyer of the county and once its district attorney, whose brilliant career was interrupted by paralysis resulting from a fall from a wagon. Mr. Westcott handed the letter back to Mr. Dunning with the remark that Mr. Dunning would never live to receive a higher honor than this evidence of Mr. O'Connor's admiration and confidence. This confidence was abundantly justified in the long years of Mr. Dunning's association with Mr. O'Connor, which continued until Mr. O'Connor retired from practice. William Fullerton also was invited by Charles O'Connor to New York, where he soon established a reputation as the most superb cross-examiner of his generation and as an advocate of remarkable gifts. He retained until his death his residence in Newburgh, where he had originally been associated in practice with James W. Fowler, whose honorable service as the surrogate of Orange County from 1851 to 1855 is still remembered. John Dewar, after several years of practice in Goshen, went in 1820 to New York, where he became a justice of the Superior Court and the author of several valuable textbooks. His fame is preserved in his writings, though these give no conception of the effect of his noble presence and impassioned oratory. Of course, the reputation which towers above that of any man ever born in Orange County is that of William H. Seward, who studied law in Goshen with John Dewar and Ogden Hoffman. This is not because he was a greater lawyer than either of his preceptors, but because his career as a United States Senator in the period of excitement before the Civil War, his valuable services as Secretary of State in the crisis of our national life, and his farseeing statesmanship in acquiring the territory of Alaska, have written his name large upon the roll of everlasting fame. Ogden Hoffman, indeed, excelled him in all the attributes of a great lawyer. Admitted to the bar in 1818 and elected district attorney of Orange County in 1823, his transcendent abilities soon drew him to New York, where he transfixed the wondering gaze of its brilliant bar, which welcomed into its firmament this star of first magnitude. Benjamin D. Silliman, one of its leaders, in an address made in 1889, thus refers to him: "The fascinating Ogden Hoffman, the Erskine of our bar, at which he became powerful and eminent and captivated all by his art and his wonderful eloquence. His voice was music from the note of a lute to the blast of a bugle." Luther R. Marsh, when opposed to him once upon a trial, sought to forestall the dreaded effect of the speech in which Hoffman was to follow by describing him as one who could rise upon the heaving exigencies of the moment, and at whose bidding instant creations and mighty embodying of thought and argument, sublime conceptions, glowing analogies and living imagery burst as by miracle from the deep of mind in overshadowing forms of majesty and power. George Clinton and his nephew, Dewitt Clinton, are claimed by Ulster County because New Windsor, the town in which they were born, was, at the time, a part of Ulster County, it not having been set off to Orange County until 1799. But their fame has passed beyond the trivial rivalries of county pride. It belongs to the state and to the nation. George Clinton died in 1812, Vice President of the United States. Dewitt Clinton died in 1828, Governor of the state of New York. In our own time, too, Orange County has contributed to the bar of the state many distinguished ornaments. The brilliant career of Lewis E. Carr, once its district attorney, but now a member of the Albany Bar, has already been outlined. George W. McElroy is a member of the Orange County Bar, now representing it at Albany, of which the bar is particularly proud. In the intervals of his official duties in the Transfer Tax Bureau, he prepared a work upon the transfer tax law which affords abundant evidence of his industry, research, and learning. Mr. McElroy's service as special surrogate of the county at the time that he resided in Warwick was distinguished for some opinions, which showed his marked qualifications for judicial station. He wrote an opinion in a case involving the question whether the statute of limitations runs in favor of an administrator, in which the doctrine maintained by him was not generally accepted by the courts. But later the courts adopted and enforced the view which he, at one time, was almost alone in asserting. Mr. McElroy is assured of a warm welcome from his brethren of the Orange County Bar when he is ready to exchange the weary, dreary, depressing treadmill of department officialism for the pleasant, refreshing, verdured paths of general practice. John B. Kerr, of the Newburgh Bar, is another lawyer of whom Orange County is indeed proud, though he has now been separated for some years from its personal associations and activities, having accepted the position of General Counsel for the New York, Ontario, and Western Railroad Company. In this responsible position, he finds unusual opportunity to exercise and develop those qualities of sound judgment, rare foresight, steady poise, and intellectual grasp in which he so excels, and of which his early career at the bar gave abundant promise. Thomas P. Fowler, whose home is in Warwick, and who was at one time a member of the firm led by his distinguished father-in-law, Benjamin F. Dunning, has acquired a position in the railroad and financial world, which reconciles him to his withdrawal from the activities of his profession. The masterly ability shown by him in making the New York, Ontario, and Western Railroad Company one of the most important and valuable railroad properties of the country has given him national prominence and reputation. John M. Gardner, formerly of the Newburgh Bar, settled in New York, where his chief reputation has been gained in actions against corporations. He is a recognized authority in the law of negligence, having won many important cases and having edited for some years a series of reports specially devoted to cases of negligence. Mr. Gardner was born in Warwick, to which lovely spot he frequently returns. His career in Newburgh was distinguished by the same qualities which have commanded success in a broader field. His fine presence, unfailing resources, entire self-possession, tireless energy, dauntless courage, and impressive delivery combine to make him one of the most formidable trial lawyers of the state. Amos Van Etten, who began his practice in Port Jervis, removed to Kingston, where he very soon established his title to recognition as one of the leaders of the Ulster County Bar, a position which he now holds by general acknowledgement of both the bar and the public. Mr. Van Etten, as the attorney for the New York Central Railroad and of other public service corporations, has been compelled to give his chief attention to railroad and negligence law, though he commands also a wide general practice. His success has been emphatic, pronounced, and permanent. William H. Stoddard, formerly of the Middletown Bar, has become a prominent member of the Buffalo Bar. He is original, independent, and entertaining in his addresses to juries, while his conversation is full of wit, sally, and anecdote. One day there came to his office an old client whose wife had just left him to take up her abode with another man. His client was in deep dejection and wanted comfort. "This is the way, Stod," as he was familiarly called by his friends, gave it to him. He said, "Cheer up, John, brace up. Why, there are a dozen men in Middletown who would be glad to be in your shoes today." Referring once to the wife of a friend, who was known to be a termagant, he said, "She's the most even-tempered woman I ever knew, always mad." This faculty of bold, rapid characterization has always prevented him from being dull either in his speeches or in social life. He is nothing if not interesting. His rare qualities of mind and heart endeared him to a large Orange County circle, which still affectionately remembers him. William S. Bennett, formerly of the Port Jervis Bar, removed to New York, where his career has been one of uninterrupted prosperity and promotion. He is now representing his district in Congress, where he has already achieved distinction in that most difficult of all places in which to compel immediate recognition. His abilities have been so conspicuous, and the esteem of his colleagues has been so unmistakably manifested, that the attention of the entire country has been fixed upon this still cherished son of Orange County. Not only has Orange County sent forth many lawyers whose names have become famous throughout the world, but Orange County is the Mecca to which many of the country's ablest lawyers repair to spend their declining years, attracted by its beauty and invigorated by its atmosphere. Benjamin F. Tracy, once Secretary of the Navy, and long one of the leading advocates of the Bar of Brooklyn and New York, now spends much of his time upon his beloved farm near Goshen. General Henry L. Burnett, prominent in Ohio and New York, whose life of high adventure and brilliant achievement possesses all the interest of romance, also finds upon his Goshen estate the leisure in which to charm a choice circle of friends old and new, with reminiscences of the famous men with whom he has been associated on equal terms, and of the stirring scenes in which he has so honorably and conspicuously mingled. Orange County, which has in days gone by attracted to itself the sensitive poet Nathaniel P. Willis, the scholarly historian Joel T. Headley, the gifted lawyer Luther R. Marsh, and the still vigorous publicist John Bigelow, will never cease to have a charm for the retired veteran of letters and the law. It should never cease to interest also the active and alert practitioner who, on its rugged hills and in its peaceful valleys, and by its murmuring streams, and from its bracing atmosphere can draw vitality, inspiration, and delight strength for the duties of each succeeding hour, as he seeks to emulate the lofty virtues and resplendent talents of those whose eyes, like his, once wandered with rapture over its entrancing prospects. Note by the editor. The editor deeply regrets that since the modesty of the author has forbidden any reference to himself, this review of the period in which Mr. Vanamee himself has borne so honorable and conspicuous a part contains no description of his own brilliant career as an advocate. But though it is thus unavoidable that his signal talents and accomplishments should not be specifically portrayed in these pages, still the intelligent reader will not fail to perceive in these graphic estimates of his contemporaries an unconscious reflection of his own commanding character, lofty ideals, and acknowledged abilities. C.